Tucker Carlson's podcast to talk about the truth regarding Israel's genocide in Gaza. This coming as Israel prepares to actually annex Gaza for the first time, and a starvation crisis has broken out this issue that have never talked about it before. So let's get his take on this. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
You want to remember, right before October 7th, Jake Sullivan, who was then the National Security Advisor, was crowing about the fact that we had not seen the Middle East so peaceful in a long period of time. And he understood full well that this is in our interest. Well, if you compare the world, on October 6th, 2023, with the world that exists in the Middle East today, we are much worse off today. This is not in our interest. And this is in large part because of Israel. And this is just a strategic dimension. We're not even talking about the moral dimension. I mean, the Israelis are executing a genocide in Gaza, and we are complicitous in that genocide.
When you say it's a genocide, what do you mean?
Well, if you look at what the definition of a genocide is, right, it's where one country tries to destroy either all or a substantial portion of another group, another ethnic or religious or national group, for the purposes of basically destroying that group identity. That's what you're talking about here. I think that that's the definition of genocide. It's laid out in the 1948 convention. I think that what the Israelis are doing fits that description.
Yeah, me too. And if people still want to clamor over that or kind of debate.
People here want to debate it because they've held grudges for thousands of years. So why not slaughter them? Anyway, let's move on from that. Before I start, I'll let you know I said a little prayer personally for the children and the women in Gaza Strip. Men. But women and children, we can all agree on. Men, they're toxic. That's the modern thing. But I think all of the innocent people, men, children, and women in Gaza Strip deserve our prayers, even if we're stuck with antediluvian thinking that, hey, they've been fighting for thousands of years. Who's they? All of those people alive are God's children. And if you think like that, you think the way Nazis thought, and Germans allowed the Nazis to think. You think the way slavers thought, and American citizens allowed slave owners to think. You're just rationalizing evil. Anyway, I pray for the children. I pray that Donald Trump listens to his wife, Melania, and sends an aircraft carrier, and sends medevac, and sends U.S. hospital ships, and sends built mess halls that they build right in the middle of that desert. Build mess halls to feed the people, and bring your guns and shoot the IDF soldiers who dare to take pot shots at civilians. But anyway, I'll leave it to God without all my anger. All right, let's go with what I want to talk to you about. If you listen, I got to make sure I have room in my files to bring up. Let's just look at this chart I drew before. Where is the stock trading? That's weird. Do you see that parallel line I drew going upward, the channel? If my eyesight's not failing me, the bottom end of that channel is 50 cents, roughly 50 cents. Very interesting. This is the cost of hiring attorneys and listening to attorneys. And you're so scared as a board and as a CEO to just say enough. We have to announce something. The deal's off, the deal's on, Our attorneys are so slow, we can't finish the paperwork. They got to announce something. But instead, they leave it in limbo, endless limbo. This is people who believe, like most of you believe, that there's systems in place, that Wall Street and the regulators and even the very attorneys who represent you are on your side. They're not. Wall Street is set up to steal the entire market cap of as many small cap companies as they can fool the CEOs, the board, and they enlist the reasonableness of attorneys to cover the board's ass and the CEO's ass. And I'm not picking on this CEO. I'm not picking on this board. I'm saying of the thousands of companies they destroy, it's a strategy. And time is what they need to make it work. I think it's high time that Railtown and AI partners put out a press release that says, hey, boys and girls, we made an announcement on February 11th that we had a memorandum of understanding to merge. And we said at that time that we would work over the coming weeks to finalize the deal. It has now been 6 months. We're not sitting on our ass. We've been working hard. We have more to tell you. But our lawyers are slow. The regulators are slow. The exchange is slow. But we have a duty to keep you informed so that these criminals don't keep shorting the stock. But hey, no one's selling the stock. Not the insiders, not the people in the know, but they know information for 6 months that they're not disclosing. And the attorney says, oh, you can't disclose because, oh, we're not finished and, oh, you can't disclose. That works in the advantage of the shorts. And then you know what? These devils, these bugabees, these psst, psst, psst. Hey, sailor, psst, psst, psst. Come over here. They come in here. They want your shares. They want your equity to go chase all these idiotic ideas. I'm going to show you something right now, and I'm a little worked up. I didn't think I'd be. Because this gentleman, if it is who I think it is, I respect him. But he's giving you mediocre advice for mediocre returns. And if he were on Wall Street, he'd be fired for managing a portfolio this way. His judgment is weak. His judgment is colored by his impression, maybe, that he has access to hot information off the press, and he can't afford to concentrate his positions. He may be rich. He may be satisfied. But if you follow his advice, and I think he's a well-meaning person, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere. You're just going to be mediocre, or worse, you're going to lose your money as you chase after all these idiotic ideas. Have you not learned that these ideas are idiotic? Have you not learned? I have a feeling this guy never invested in MMTLP. My understanding is a lot of you did and lost so much money that your financial future is at risk. MMTLP. I doubt he invested in this. And maybe that's his strategy. He never got concentrated in one of these shitty ideas like many of you guys did. So maybe in the long run, he's just stable being mediocre. But he's from a different life. He may have a good family. He may have a good job. He may have time to golf. And he doesn't need to do a good job in his portfolio. My understanding is a number of you are very angry and in trouble with your portfolios. If you bought Finger last year at 7 and 8 and 9 because it was going to squeeze. If you bought Finger because Alibaba was going to make an investment. If you bought Finger because a big fund was going to take a big stake. If you bought Finger because you were hearing from this and that and that and this and thus that big buyers were coming in. And you can fill in the other stories you heard about Finger. If as recently as over the last few weeks you bought Finger because you heard they exercised their warrants, they have all the cash they need. If you heard that the C2 contract was going to pull them out of the ditch. If you heard there was a research report with a $20 target on Finger, you lost money. But this guy I'm going to show you would have you be invested in all the stocks. These other stocks are crap. Railtown is not crap. Railtown is a Canadian company. And you know what disappoints me? This gentleman, I think, is as close to the story as Railtown as anybody. Yet, he has the balls to tell you that you should buy these other pieces of shit instead of Railtown or in addition to Railtown. I don't know why I'm worked up. I like the guy, but I'm worked up because it's a threat to your money. It's a threat to your money. Now, I'm not being paid by Railtown in any way, shape, or form. I don't expect to get any benefit out of what I'm doing. I'd love it if some of you are still here in the future and maybe we can do things together. But that's a pretty vague reason to do things. I'm actually here because I'm trying to do the right thing. That is preposterous to believe, isn't it? That is what I'm trying to do. But the more you listen to this mediocre advice, the more you lose. This guy, I assume, is younger than I am. I bet he's got a better education than I do. I bet he could kick my ass everywhere from golf to basketball to the Catholic faith. But he's wrong in this. He's wrong in this. And he should be ashamed of himself. What's right for him in his comfortable life, I don't think he hears from you what I hear from you. I don't think he gets attacked. Yesterday, these assholes sent me dick pics. You know what a dick pic is? It's an insult. Because they're coming after me. They're coming after you. Here's how MMTLP worked. The criminals came and falsely, fraudulently made MMTLP start trading because they were trapped. And then they started, just like they're doing with the rest of these stocks. The key is the criminals, who are mostly, and I'm sorry about this, I can't change this fact, most of them are Jewish. And if they're in the finance business, they're trained from a young age, if they're in finance. I'm not talking about all Jews. I'm talking about 50 people. But they're trained, don't lose money. Use other people's money. And then they're trained by Jewish guys that come, like Cohen, come with documents. And say, look, if you go attack the Goyim, if you go get the gullible American investor and CEO to sign up for these documents, we'll do the funding, we'll provide the attorneys, who are also Jewish, to protect you. But I'm not attacking an entire race. I'm attacking maybe 25 to 50 people that do this as bird dogs, maybe 50 to 25 attorneys that do this, and then offshore people who may or may not be Jewish. I have no idea. They may be Iranian, they may be Swiss, they may be Greek, but they're international. They don't give an F about you. And you know, some of the victims are Jewish. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form attacking a religion. I'm just saying there's this small subset of Wall Street devils that are trained on how to act financially. And the number one thing, do not risk your own money. They need your money. They need your money. And that's why they're here. They're not all Jewish who are here. I wouldn't say that every player comes in to cheat and to steal is Jewish, but the core of it are people trained to look mostly out for themselves and the rest of their small circle, much like the Italian, what we called mafiosi, the Irish mafiosi, the Russian mafiosi, the Nigerian. You know, it's groups of people who work together. And in this case, that's what it is. But if you don't recognize it, you can't protect yourself. You got to be careful. Oh, I can't be insulted. I've got to go along because I'm one of the good people. Well, you're going to be fleeced. If you don't think like they do, if you don't act with a singleness of vision, you're going to be fleeced. So you got to be tough. You got to come out tough. And you got to leave all the niceties at the door. I know what happened to them in Russia and in Nazi Germany was terrible. But you know what's happened to with the wide open arms of America over the last 80 years has been beautiful. Every opportunity and more. Same with Asians and Vietnamese, and which are Asian, and all races and creed and the huddled masses are welcome to the United States. So, pardon me from noticing that the United States has been pretty good to most people. But if we have to focus on victimhood so that a small group of men can then, from their position of superiority, and they have absolutely no guilt, they have no shame. They'll take everything from you and then blame it on you. And this guy comes in to support him. I'm sure he means well. Because to be Catholic, you've got to be reasonable. And you've got to see the good in everybody. And you've got to make allowances. You never speak ill of anyone. But if your enemy doesn't have those constraints, you turn the other cheek. Oh, fine, turn the other cheek. That's a moral thing to do. But in the financial markets, you turn the other cheek, they're going to hit that one too. They will not stop. Let's see if this is the scene. I'll see if this is the scene. I don't want to waste your time otherwise. Yeah, here it is. I think this is it. Let's just turn up the volume and play it for you.
That shit stuck around. You want Ringo? I want you to lie. your soul. I want them both right now. I want any more trouble. What do you got trouble?
I want your blood. I want your souls. And I want them right now. That's what you're up against. And if you want to be nicey, be nicey. It's just not how I see how you're going to get out of this hell we're in. And I'm in it with you. I lost a lot of money in MMTLP. I lost a massive amount of money in finger motion, listening to the bullshit. I'm not saying the company's bad. I'm saying the bullshit is bad. I lost a massive amount of money in GTII. Who do you blame? The complicit CEO? The Kramers? The guys engineering trying to make something happen and then quitting? I lost a massive amount in CRTD. Who do you blame? Fromner, who's self-importantly intelligent but can't see what's in front of him? Or he's complicit, but he looked out for himself maybe. I don't know. Or he negotiated too much. I don't want $3, I want $5. Who the hell knows? But I listened to the misrepresentations there. And now those same people are telling you about an energy company. They have to leverage their ownership to get 15% returns, as if that is going to save you. No, my friends. In all of those positions, people got stock. Lou, oh my God, don't speak about it, blaming someone who's dead. I guarantee you, he got stock in COSM. Who was the IR guy on COSM? I'll let you look it up. Certainly Lou was allowed, as I remember it, to buy COSM at 12 cents before he brought it to you at 20 cents. Hey, that's normal. It's normal. It's fine. Don't blame a dead guy, because you got to be nice. Remember, we have to be Catholic. We have to be nice. The other side doesn't play by those rules. They don't play by those rules. They don't play by those rules. They don't play by those rules. Who was the IR guy in CLNV or CNLV, whatever the hell the symbol was? Clear Seas. Do you think he got stock lower than the price he sold it for? Doesn't even matter. He got the stock for free. Doesn't matter what he sold it for. Did you make money there? What stock that Ham has brought you have you made money on, unless you're like the one investor I've heard who listens intelligently to Ham's ideas. She gets in, same time you have a chance to get in, and she gets out, same time you have a chance to get out. But how many of you do that? How many of you get in, like on GBUX at 70 cents and get out at $7, $8, $9, $10 when it runs? She does, because she uses discipline. She uses her rational brain, the 5% of our brain that's rational and is conscious. She doesn't use her emotions. She's not a zebra needing to be in the herd as they cross the Nile, so the crocodile just picks off one of them over in the herd, but not all of them. She's an eagle, whatever that means. She's a wolf. She's a lioness. She's capable of standing and thinking on her own. And she knows what she sees. She sees stocks which are manipulated. They're manipulated. And she knows if Ham recommends the stock, he's about to call 400 people. which is a great skill, by the way. That is a powerful, powerful skill. I don't know any of you out there that can do it. That man works hard. So what she sees, just like a stock pool, a Joe Kennedy stock pool, wow, I can buy into whatever the hell stock at 70 cents. It runs to $3, $4, $5 because of the momentum of phone calls and buying, and other people listening to the bloody Twitter space people and the posts on Twitter like I'm about to show you. The most mediocre, lightweight recommendation. I worked on Wall Street for years with literally 1,000 professionals. This guy would make it 6 months on Wall Street unless his dad gave him accounts. And I say that respectfully. I have a lot of friends, but my best friends would never make it on Wall Street. Who brought you CRTD? Who brought you GTII? I know. Who brought you logic? I know. And now they're asking you to believe NTRG or whatever the hell symbol is. They're asking you to believe GBUX, whatever the hell the symbol is. And they're asking you to believe Mountain, MTEN. Because this time it's going to work. Here's the idea. Here's the setup. Find a company, a bunch of whales. A lot of these whales down in Dorado Beach, Puerto Rico, they have a lot of money, but their thinking is not professional. It's just like yours. Stupid, gullible retail. You know, Mike Milken used to have on his computer, Mike Milken had on his computer. There's a picture of him. I don't have it anymore, but it was in the newspaper. I cut it out. A friend of mine cut it out. Put it on his Quotron machine. Mike Milken said, if you want a tax loss, call a retail broker. All of Wall Street is set up first to abuse retail brokers. That's why now retail brokers, they don't broke anymore. What they do, gather assets, and they give it to money managers. And they charge you a fee. But you know who's further on the ass end of Wall Street than the retail broker? It's the retail investor. They're all laughing at you. This guy wants you to keep being laughed at. I guess he's got the gentle soul of Jesus, Christ, our Lord. We're sheep. Let's have faith. Well, I think that's right. I think that's the way to be. But you know what? Jesus went into the temple and he turned over every single table there. And you can argue that he did it because it was blasphemous to change money in God's house. But they weren't changing money in the Holy of Holies. They were out where the public was. You might argue that Jesus was there defending you. And I tell you what, in those moments, Jesus got upset. And I'm not comparing myself to Jesus, but I am asking you to forgive that I'm being upset and maybe I'm being a little mean. But it pisses me off. They want to keep stealing from you. And this guy's okay with it. The hottest place in hell, John Kennedy paraphrased, is reserved for he who in times of moral crisis remains silent. I don't intend to remain silent. So the guy that brought you COSM, clear seas, or whatever the hell that was, CNLV or CLNV, and then he brought you another one, I can't remember. He's bringing you MTEN, and he's bringing you another one. Oh, NRGV. This is the time it's going to work. We got the whales. They own the bulk of the short position. It's closely held, hard to borrow. Wall Street's going to have to cover. Hearing that Goldman Sachs is doing that, hearing from Morgan Stanley, hey, it's just a rumor. NRGV is rolling up low margin businesses around the world with no particular limit to competition, no particular edge, with a product. It looks pretty good, but is it better than others? Thorium or other ideas out there? Salt, geothermal? You don't know. You're competing with all sorts of things. But hey, low margin business, let's roll it up. Let's lever it up, and we can turn it into 15% returns. You don't think that guy's getting stock so he can get you to buy it? The stock goes up. They're hoping it triggers. They're paying computers to turn into buying algorithms. That's not cheating? Oh, hell yeah, it's cheating. I don't blame them, by the way. More power to them. But their attorneys are going to say, you can't do this. And at some point, they stop. They lose their courage. But the criminals on the other side, they never lose their courage because they don't go to jail. Wall Street is set up to support the shorts. You haven't learned that yet? Every aspect of Wall Street, from the professors to the schools to business schools to how Wall Street trained this next gentleman I'm going to show you, to how Wall Street trains you, to how the Congress women and men see it. Even the president himself is surrounded by the creme de la creme of the top of the financial world. They all here so they can steal from you and the taxpayer, and they can print as much money as they can so they can take their part of it and turn it into hard assets before it all comes tumbling down, and you want to remain nice and peaceful. And you want to listen to them. Go ahead, listen to him. Go listen to Tony Bloody De Niro. Listen to him. You know what? He's turned positive on Railtown now at 50 cents. He costs you, depending on where you bought the stock, he costs you up to double. You could have purchased twice your position listening to me. But you had to wait for him to get satisfied. So all that due diligence he pretended to do, criticizing me, making you hesitate, he hadn't done any due diligence. After he talked to the company, he still dares to call Railtown similar to NIXX. Bullshit. Railtown isn't, hey, here's our story, Railtown. We have a big short position, and a bunch of investors have purchased double the short position, and they control almost the entire outstanding float. And we're hearing from Goldman Sachs that it's going to be big. It's going to be big. It's just a rumor. It's going to be big. And oh, by the way, there's a huge fund out of the Middle East that's going to put in $200,000. And then they're going to go invest it in a real estate fund to get the income off of it. And oh, by the way, it's taking a little longer to negotiate. So while they're doing that, we're going to go buy a gold company. And guess what? We're going to invest in a company that invests in Bitcoin. And on top of that, our app has AI in it. And you keep falling for this shit. One, HKD, TOP worked. Let me ask you something. Is Ken Griffin, one of those, Ken Griffin, it was rumored, caused the run-up so he could create collateral against losses he had in another portfolio? I don't remember which one. But do you think if Ken Griffin or Stevie Cohen or the Toad or one of the long funds has decided to make a stock squeeze, they're going to let you in on it? They're going to let Ham in on it? They're going to let Frank Benedetto in on it? You really think that? It is a form of insanity. And if you want to remain insane, stay on the space calls, stay listening to these type of guys. I'm sure Frank and Ham are on your side. They mean you no ill. But if you listen, I mean, how much more do you need to learn? How much more do you need to learn? Nobody cares about your losses in MMTLP. You know who's counting their shekels? Nobody cares about your losses in GTII. You know who's counting their shekels? Nobody cares about your losses in Finger. You know who's counting their money? Nobody cares about your losses in Vocal, CRTD. You know who's counting their shekels? Nobody cares about your losses in CLNV, CNLV, whatever it was. You know who's counting their shekels? And I can go on with the names. No one gives a flying fig. And you can be the victim and look for the intervention of the good Lord above. But I don't think he cares. I don't think his role is to make sure that you win in finance. His request, particularly in the Catholic faith, is you suffer with joy and you prepare yourself for the life hereafter. And you prepare yourself for him. But here we are on the planet in a very confusing set of circumstances because we got to survive down here. And we give up our weaponry and we rely on, hey, there's systems in place. Hey, someone's going to come save us. So we let these aggressive, opportunistic, skillless, untalented people take from us. My friends, I'm not telling you to be evil. I'm not telling you to break your religious moral restrictions. I'm telling you, pick up your guard. Pick up your guard. Now, I've been telling you about Railtown since I think about September, October of last year. And I suggested to you at that time that it was a good buy. To my memory, I didn't look it up, but to my memory, it was around 38 cents. The extent at that time of the story, which I thought was terrific, was that the guys behind Railtown Technologies had developed I still don't know what to call it. My limited vocabulary, a technology, which was first in class, first mover, and solved a problem for software developers in the AI space. 6 years in the development, battle tested, ready to go into the commercialization phase. because of my experience, both on Wall Street and raising money for companies and actually doing things, actually producing, rather than relying on what a Princeton business class taught me about diversification. So I can continue to be a sheep, a lamb. What I recognize is that after a company builds itself and goes up the hockey stick of revenue and value creation, particularly in the technology space, it gets acquired rapidly because the big technology companies don't want to miss out, and they're willing to overpay in your mind, but they have methodologies to expand the revenue massively because of their internal strength. So I brought Railtown to you at 30, I think it was 38 cents range. It might have been less, but I think that's right. And I said, you know what? Here's their partners: Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD. They built this software. I compared it to oil and gas companies I've worked with. I compared it to a private oil and gas software company that I've tried to raise money for, and I'm very close to for the last 7 years. And I understand the strategy completely. I also understand that the big boys would rather buy. They're like women. When women pick men, they wait at the finish line. They don't support the men while the men are in training, sacrificing, eating rice balls and sweating and working out at the gym. But if they win the Olympics, the women are there. That's how the big companies are. They wait at the finish line. Let's see which one of these smaller entrepreneurial companies can gain traction, can have success, and then we'll buy them. I've seen it over and over and again. You haven't, because you're dealing with all these shit stories with hypesters that couldn't give a flying jump about you. One of them asked me, why do you care about everybody? Why should you even care? They don't care. So I've seen that pattern before, where a group of guys develop a software or a business model. They work with partners that are bigger, who are bigger than they are, and then those partners buy them out. It's not a sophisticated, it's not some secret sauce. It happens all the time. So I see this company trading at its pre-market valuation, if you want to use the IPO analogy, or trading at its venture capital valuation, trading at its R&D valuation, getting ready to go up the hockey stick of valuation as it creates revenue and contracts and proves its concept, and is going to be bought out, in my judgment, within 12 months. Why? Because that's what happens to technology companies. Well, so I showed it to you. I think it was September, October. We can go check on that if we need to be exactly correct. I can probably tell you, because I established my first position, I can give you the price. Maybe the price was lower. Very small. My account's so small now, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Let's say it was October, and they were already out marketing. They were going to the AI in British Columbia. They're going to some other one. They're telling their story. They join this AI partnership networks. Everything's going swimmingly. I'm thinking to myself, hey, this might just work. All you need is a few contracts, proving concept, some exciting revenue growth, and let's pick one of their partners. Microsoft will come in and bid on them. And then maybe the company will say, hey, you know what? Let's think about it. They might call NVIDIA. And then you get a bidding war, and maybe by the summertime, the company's bought out. I thought, wow, that was pretty good story. It has everything going for it. And then we came into December, January. They joined that partnership. We didn't hear much more. And then I don't remember the series of press releases prior to February 11th, but February 11th, we heard they've not only did they join AI partnerships, AI partnerships agreed to be purchased by RailtownAI. Oh, drat for this group who's used to the energy, the addiction, the drug of listening to Frank Benedetto, Ham, anybody else Borders, anybody who comes on to the space calls, hot and heavy. Hey, we have a new story. The guy with 3 first names and the dyed hair and the British accent. The CEO of COSM, if he ever spoke. Jeremy had breathless space calls. Anybody talking, we're going to listen to. Well, I can forgive you that early on, but you haven't learned the game? So people got disappointed. Darn it. It's going to be weeks. Two things happen when companies make those announcements. Again, the system's rigged. There are no systems in place to protect you. Two things happen. MOU, the computers for the Toad, and he has computers set up everywhere. They start selling. Why? Because if it says MOU, one, they can cause the price to go down to break up the deal. Because the SEC requires the good guys, the lambs and the sheep who trust in our Lord and trust in the system to protect them, to forecast their game plan. Here's our battle plan. We're going to merge at this price or this percentage, and you don't even need to know it. But it's going to take a few weeks. So the criminals go, we'll sell down that stock. So those two CEOs, they get pissed off at each other. Because when the stock was $2 and now it's 75 cents, it's a whole different transaction. The best situation is the CEO walks away, and then the Toad, who shorted a lot of stock, can buy it back. Or better yet, he doesn't cover it. He keeps the pressure on while you sell your positions, and he drives it into 0.0001. Zero bid, 0.0001 ask. Then he never has to close his positions. And he doesn't have to report taxable gains. The company then can go hire Mark Bazile, get all upset on your behalf. We're going to fight, and then Mark Bazile gets a settlement. Mark gets paid, and the company continues to be seller boxed. And he pats himself loudly on the back. Hey, we made new law, but all he was doing was helping the system. And you want to stay in that victimhood. The other thing that happens when a company announces an MOU, and we're going to have an LOI in weeks, they sell. The Toad sells, because he expects the company's going to need money to acquire, just like Tony De Niro, who I believe works for the shorts, suggested when he was trying to get you not to buy this because I'm talking about it, claiming he does superior due diligence. He's part of the whole charade. And make no mistake, this is a dance of kabuki to separate you from your happiness, to separate you from financial security, to take your money and put it with their pile of shekels. And you don't care, oh, you can't talk like that. Bullshit, I can't talk like that. These men, like Ham and like Frank Benedetto, they may have worked on Wall Street, but they were trained on trading desks, which is a skill. But back when I was on Wall Street, that was when the specialists and the market makers were human beings. So you could be on a trading desk, and I was on them. I didn't work on them, but I was President's Club. I was top producer. I went and visited those. I was wooed by all sorts of brokerage firms to go work with them. I saw trading floor after trading floor. The energy was amazing. So a guy like Cam can be on the end of the desk hearing things. He can make a lot of phone calls to a lot of other people. He can get the stock. He knows how it's flowing. The emotions are flowing. Stock goes up and there's trades to be made. But now these guys have been replaced by computers. Two things happened. The Wall Street under Obama split into good bank, bad bank. The bad banks went off, and I'm not talking about when you're talking about asset separation. I'm saying the risk part of the banks went off and started hedge funds. The bank that's left is cotton candy. It's just asset gathering. Those guys out there break the rules, sure. But they're not talking to Ham with idea flow or Frank Benedetto with idea flow. Companies out there that cannot get their attention need to hire people, and that's all right. Don't make a mistake. You hire people to get the story told. But it's a pretty weak story. Hey, let's get this audience to go chase NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, FNGR. I picked these GBUX. I picked these because of what I'm about to show you. Because it's going to be a short squeeze. And then like a bunch of idiots, we go by, I trusted Ham. I believed him. I was introduced to him. I think Ham's a good guy. I think he means well. But he doesn't have access to the information he used to have. And he cannot sway markets like he may have used to. And the idea that he can create a tidal wave or an avalanche because he can get you to be the pebble that gets the whole damn thing moving, I think whether or not he can do it once, I think it's proven 12 times, 15 times that he can't do it. He can get the stock up, but he can't make it squeeze. He can't line up the computers and the whales and the rumors and the thing that's going to follow through and get the whole bloody stock market covering the position. He never has. It's harsh, but you have to look at it harshly. It's your money. You want to be loyal or you want to protect your money? I don't know. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want. So the other thing that the toad does when that, or his computers do, when that news comes across of an MOU and an LOI, is they sell it down. So the first thing, sell it down to break up the deal. Bravo. Stock keeps going down. They sell it to move it down so that if the deal happens, the company's going to come for money, and the toad has money because he took it from you by selling it down while you put your money in to go up. And by the way, the IR people are selling their shares, they're all out. And then when you question them on a space call, they'll say, I'll take you on. The stock's still 40 cents. And you should have done your own due diligence. I got out, why didn't you? So you're the victim, you're the asshole, it's your fault. You want to still play that game? Listen to this guy's advice that I'm going to just show you. Listen to it. So they drive it down, the deal has to get done, and guess where the money comes from? The toad. Because he's taking your money by selling stock that doesn't exist. And he creates a toxic formula so that the amount of shares outstanding, look at NWB, for example, goes to 1 or 2 billion over time. And so the per share value of whatever is good is essentially worthless. So these guys can steal. The other thing they do is a combo. They drive the stock down, the deal breaks up, but the company still needs money. Bro, that's heaven. But you know what was needed first to make it happen? Your money to get the stock up, so the computers got confused and the bribed purchase computers win over the bribed sell computers, and the stock starts to go up. There's some panic buy. The computers buy. It runs up, and before you know, somebody steps in, throws a wrench in it, and if you haven't sold, it comes crashing back down. But that's the game you want to play because you're so good at it. Well, keep playing it. Keep playing it. I'd like to say to you, there's a better way. And I think the better way right now is silver. But I stopped talking about silver, and now silver is breaking out. And it's going to do everything I said it's going to do and more. But since June 5th, I think was the date, I've come on here heavily to focus on one thing. Yeah, June 5th, which was Railtown. I haven't talked about silver. I haven't talked about any other stock unless I get distracted. But I haven't said you should acquire any other stock. Because I think Railtown is your train out of this hell. I think Railtown, if you buy Railtown, and I've been saying this for quite a while, if you buy Railtown, I think but you got to buy enough of it. You got to buy enough of it. But I think Railtown can pull your account out of red. It can make up for your MMTLP losses, your MMAT losses, your GTII losses, your LGIQ losses, your CRTD losses, your finger losses, your NIXX losses, your NRGV losses to come, your MTEN losses to come. Make up for all the losses. Better than Congress, better than a lawsuit, and it can, I think, make your account go green to the extent that it makes the last many years profitable. But you have to act. It's 322. I am recommending that you sell NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, FNGR, GBUX, and all the rest of the crap today in the next half an hour, and you put it all into Railtown. You concentrate your speculative assets entirely, 100% into Railtown today, right now, at 50 cents. Sell. Am I being clear? Sell NRGV. Sell MTEN. Sell NIXX. Sell Finger. Sell NextTrip. Sell GBUX. Sell all of it. And buy one stock, Railtown. That's my recommendation. I stand by it. And we'll see. We'll see where everybody else stands. Now, I've got to give you a caution. I think the lawyers could take another month. I see no evidence that the attorneys are going to get this done quickly. So you're going to have to stand in there. I think the board of Railtown is taking enormous risk that material information gets out and some insiders can act on it. I think they have the highest prime motive to release information today or next week that explains why the F a group of talented men can't get the LOI completed. But they choose to listen to their attorneys. It's going to be like you listening to this guy I'm just about to show you. Everything's sweet and innocent. Life is going to be fine. Life is there's a system. The good Lord above will provide. Which I'm not ridiculing. I rely on that. But in the financial markets, it's just naive. The board at Railtown has to act, and they have to act now. Even if their announcement is we're a bunch of F-offs and we haven't done anything. They have to announce it. If they're listening to their attorneys, they're listening to the criminals. That's a big statement, but I don't think it's far-fetched. And it doesn't mean the attorneys are in on it. It's just that the criminals rely on everybody else being nice, everybody else doing it the right way. And they hammer, they hammer, they hammer, they hammer. They want your blood. They want your soul. And they want it now. And they don't stop. They don't stop. They don't stop. They don't stop.
That's what he does! That's all he does! That's what he does! That's all he does! Cyborg, if it's something. It's just him and me. Why didn't you bring any weapons? Something more advanced? Don't you have ray guns?
Ray guns.
Pieces of technology. You go naked. Something about the field generated by a living organism. Nothing dead will go. I didn't build a fucking thing. But this cyborg, if it's metal, surrounded by living tissue. Oh, right.
This is great stuff. I could make a career out of this guy. You see how clever this part is? How it doesn't require a shred of proof? And most paranoid delusions are intricate, but this is brilliant.
That is the guy I'm about to show you. All the disbelievers. That's the attorneys. That's the board. Oh, this is, I can make, they're crazy. Well,
Why were the other two women killed? Most of the records were lost in the war. Skynet knew almost nothing about Connor's mother. Her full name, where she lived, they just knew the city. The Terminator was just being systematic.
Well, let's go back to one other
Look,
thing.
you have heard enough. I've answered your question. Now I have to see Sarah Connor.
I'm afraid that's not up to me.
Why am I talking to you?
Because I-
Listen, authority here. Shut up. You still don't get it, do you? He'll find her. That's what he does. That's all he does. You can't stop him. He'll wait for you. He's got her fucking heart out. Let go of me.
Sorry.
it's all they do. It's all they do. And you still want to believe that if you follow the laws of civility, you're going to win. You're crazy. You're crazy. All right, let's just see. I'm telling you to sell MTEN. I'm going to test this, I'm going to use the opening prices. But right now you can sell MTEN at $14. You can sell Finger at $1.55.9. You can sell NIXX at $1.63. You can't sell Logic. That one's already destroyed. I don't think you can sell GTII. NRGV, I'm telling you to sell it at $1.05. GBUX, sell it at $1.24. GDC, sell it at $3.29. Did I say NIXX already? I don't know. Sell NIXX at $163.5. And there's others. Sell it all and buy Railtown. Am I being clear? I'm going to go up against this next guy's advice 100%. And I respect him. But I think he puts your financial life at peril and he keeps you buried in victimhood. And if he's comfortable there while he patiently swings, let him live that life. Why don't you come with me and I'll rescue you from these predators, these desperate men who have no saleable skills anymore on Wall Street except predation. Railtown right now, you have to pay $51.99. But I'm going to use opening prices as my measure. Now let me show you. Let me show you as I finish. I hope I don't finish my presentation, but I might. Well, yeah, I guess I have to do it this way because it didn't download. Oh, here it is. Okay, so how do I, darn it. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, add. So I'm going to lose comments. Well, it's all right. I'm going to lose a bunch of comments by doing it that way. But I'm going to finish this. They didn't download. Damn it. Okay, I got to delete things. Let's delete this. Delete. Now let's add. Okay, here is the advice. This is mediocre advice for mediocre results. If you want to stay average or do worse than average, if you want to remain a victim, listen to this guy. If you want to get out of here, if you want to excel in your portfolios and performance, listen to me. Listen to me right now. Never listen to me again. But here it is. And it's a shot at me. This is a shot at me. So Patient Swing says yesterday, Railtown, NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, and FNGR, stocks he must support. And plus many more. Plus many more. Obviously, people are free to do what they want. But I do get a laugh. It's a shot at me. At the quote, my ideas are better than your ideas. Shot at me in various forums, or better yet, shot at me, quote, this is the only one you should own, quote, argument. Best of luck. And then underneath he says, NRGV, $1.15, excellent news. In other words, with leverage, they can get a 15% IRR. No late sell-off for month end. Looking forward to near-term and long-term future for this company. Stars aligning here. All right. Now let me be clear. Why am I saying, and why have I said, that you should concentrate the only stock, and he gets a laugh, the only stock you should buy in this speculative area. I admit it's speculative. I'm going to focus on two things. We can talk about the rest of the story after I go through my two remaining exhibits. It is my contention that you are buying the stock of Railtown right now at a pre-IPO price, or to use a different analogy, at the venture capital price, or to use a different description, at the price of the research and development stage of the company. I further believe that the company's on the verge of the hockey stick, the algorithmic, the nearly vertical value creation caused by proving the concept and getting customers in a highly desirable field, and in fact, according to some, the largest single market in the world, with the first mover product, state-of-the-art product, and a product that's met with a considerable demand. Proven, in my judgment, by the fact that Railtown, founded by John Ruffalo and others who know what the hell they're doing in technology space, and know what they founded, know what they created. After 164 companies joined the network, the 165th is Railtown, and they agree to be purchased by Railtown. Why? I think it's the technology that was developed, conductor. So my contention is you're able to buy as if nothing good has happened in Railtown yet, as if they don't already have customers, they don't already have a battle-tested, state-of-the-art, best-in-class, first-in-class AI technology addressing the single largest market in the world, and a company whose network has 400 million in revenue has agreed to be acquired by them, validating their conductor technology, in my judgment. With that kind of revenue and that kind of proof of concept staring you in the face, and I'm not making it up, I'm just taking it out of the press releases. 50 cents is the wrong price. I picked $5. Well, now $5.20 as my target. I think it'll be higher than that. And I think it'll happen very quickly. So why is the price down? And this guy knows this. But like an idiot, literally like an idiot, I think he's smart, but he's thinking like an idiot. He wants you to think these other stocks are NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, Finger, and obviously many more are all the same as Railtown. Because he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's talking about. On the other hand, I happen to know he does have a pretty good idea what's going on at Railtown. So I think he's committing malpractice. I think what he does with that is wrong. And I guess it's in my tone of voice. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He's the guy that wants to be a zebra. I don't want you to be a zebra. I'd like you to be a panther. Or a lion. Or a lone wolf. It's lonely. It's not comfortable. He likes to be comfortable. He doesn't like to take risks, to stand out. And he actually thinks he has a source of information that he's privileged to get. He has a source of information for a bunch of suckers to get sucked in. But he doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know that yet. That doesn't mean that one of these won't work. TOP did, HKD did. You want to chase, what's this chick, Sweeney? Is she hot? You want to chase Sweeney, chase Sweeney. But most of you are going to end up with Dumpy Ann. It's just fantasy. Look at Finger going. I mean, look at Railtown going. 52 cents. And you're going to wait, and you're going to put money in the rest of these things because of advice like this, which is malpractice. And it shows no courage. It shows no courage. And he knows. That's what shocks me, and that's what makes me so angry. He knows the story of Railtown. And he actually thinks these other stories measure up. There are times a CEO of a company I raised money for went to Columbia University. I got accepted into Harvard, but I got full boat at Columbia. Great. I worked at Mobile, but I got a job offer at Disney, and I could plaster my bathroom with all the share certificates I was offered, but my wife didn't want to move. I'm great. Well, he had a business professor that said to him, Marty, if you have information, I'm paraphrasing, Marty, if you have information and you don't act on it, you're an idiot. Or said differently, if you have information, you act on it. That's what you have on Railtown, and I hope you act on it. I hope you don't listen to these devils and these cowards and these people that are trying to take your equity so they can sort of gin up this concept of a squeeze, but they're getting paid with stock. They can sell at any price so they can take care of your family, their families. But what about your families? This guy obviously can swing his golf club and go to mass, and he doesn't have anything to worry about. But what about the stories I hear from you that you're losing everything, that people are dying, that you can't take care of people, you're going to lose your house, all because you listen to these shitheads? And the best way out is to continue to listen to the shitheads? That's victimhood. That's crazy. And I don't respect the advice of anyone that tells you to stay with it. Today, sell the crap, buy Railtown. Today, sell all of the crap and concentrate in one stock, Railtown, RLAIF. And we'll see where Patient Swing stands and where I stand and where your account stands in 1 month. I'm sorry I'm upset. I don't mean disrespect to Patient Swings. In fact, I respect him. But there's times in the course of human events where you have to act. And you have to act fearlessly. You have to act courageously. You have to act with conviction. And as my father used to tell me, murder the alternative. Murder all the alternatives. Buy Railtown. Okay, let me show you my other chart I want to give you. This will take a little while to go through. So on June 5th, I told you with my own account, let me bring you back to this. From Patient Swings, as he's taking a dig at me. But he's really harming you. That's why I'm upset, because he's harming you. I don't think he means it. I think he goes along, harmonies, pop. Who's leading off? 4. Hey, Biff, park my car. It's a different rarefied air he lives in than most of you live in. If you can afford it, copy him. But the stocks he picks, he specifically mentions, I took out of the top of this: Railtown, NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, and Finger. There's many more. I didn't put GBUX in. I tried to stick to his list. So here it is. On June 5th, when I first concentrated my account into Railtown, I came on and told you essentially you should do the same thing. I sold everything, but I can't remember if that was just 2 stocks or if it was 3. I don't have a big account, don't get me wrong. But I sold, for sure, I sold NIXX and I sold GBUX. I don't have GBUX up here. But all right, let's go with the top line. On June 5th, you could buy Railtown at the opening. These are opening prices. So during the day, it could have been something different. At the opening on June 5th, you could buy Railtown at 35 cents. You could buy NRGV at 92 cents. Now, what's interesting on NRGV, I don't think it was brought to your attention until, let me find out here. Damn it. I don't know if I have a date on here. I might not. But approximately on or around July 25th, MTN and NRG were brought to your attention. But anyway, we'll run this example all the way through as if you had a chance. I think the guys promoting MTEN and NRGV got a chance to buy the stock back here, or they were given the stock back here. But I don't think it was brought to your attention until later. According to my information, which could be wrong, it was around July 25th. But let's go through this. So on June 5th, you could have purchased NRGV at 92 cents. You could have purchased MTEN at $12. You could have purchased NIXX at $2.05. You could have purchased Finger at $2.60. All right, here's the story on Railtown. I basically gave it to you. Nothing to do with shorting, nothing to do with a bunch of shareholders owning the float, nothing to do with I'm hearing a rumor. None of that. None of it with some whale down in Dorado Beach is buying as if he's smarter. He's just as sucked in by these stories as you are. Well, what happened on 8/1/25? What happened this morning at opening? If you had purchased Railtown, you're up 43%. If you had heard of it, if you had purchased NRGV right now, you're up 18%. If you had purchased MTN, if you had heard of it, right now you're up 17%. If you purchased NIXX on June 5th, or held it, opening to opening, you're down 19%. If you had purchased Finger on June 5th, you're down 38%. If you listen to Patient Swings, you own a piece of all of them. He would laugh if you only owned one. Either he's rich, or he's just mediocre, or he's naive. I mean, he still has his house. He still has his job if he has a job. He still has his family. He still has his golf membership. He still has other assets. I'm not talking about selling all of that. I'm talking about the speculative assets that you think are worth holding. Get the hell out of all of them and put that money into one stock, Railtown. And we'll see. We'll just see where you are in a month. All right, so then on June 12th, if you had listened to me on June 12th, 1 week later, you would have paid 38 cents for Railtown. You would have paid 87 cents for NRGV if you even knew the story then. You would have paid $12 for MTN if you even knew the story then. You would have paid $1.89 for NIXX and $2.25 for Finger. And then the next column shows the rate of return as of opening this morning from June 12th. You'd be up 31% in Railtown. You'd be up 24% in NRGV. You'd be up 16% in MTN. You'd be down 12% in NIXX. You'd be down 28% in Finger. So this amateur's advice to you is, rather than concentrating your position in the winner, why don't you dilute it with a bunch of losers so you can say you're diversified? That's amateur advice. But follow him. He was taught it in business school. He was taught it on some investment banking desk somewhere. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of pitiful advice. But it keeps us sheep. It keeps the whole population as sheep. All right, so you go to June 20th, a week later from that. To buy Railtown, it would have been 37 cents. To buy NRGV, it would have been 88 cents. To buy MTEN, it would have been $12.11. To buy NIXX, $1.90. To buy Finger, $2.09. So if you followed my advice, at that time, at 50 cents opening this morning, you'd be up 35% in Railtown. If you followed his device, your rate of return would have been lower in all 3 weeks because you would have diluted it with a bunch of crap. But hey, there's some green there. Let's go over the green, if you even heard of it. NRGV would be up 22%, 23%. Mountain, or whatever the hell it is, would be up 16%. NIXX would be down 13%. Finger would be down 23%. Okay, this is some concrete evidence rather than just gut instinct. Let's go with June 26th. Railtown would have been 38.50. NRGV, if you had even heard of it, would be 71 cents. And Mountain would be 11.58 if you haven't heard of it. NIXX, which you heard of, 178. Finger, you were hammered on, 205. If you held it to this morning at 50 cents, you'd be up 29% in Railtown. You'd have a huge return in NRGV if you heard about it. You'd be up 52%. But where's it going from here is the question. And then MTEN, if you had bought it then, if you had heard about it, you'd be up 21%. My evidence, again, is that you heard about NRGV and MTEN on July 25th, but it might have been sooner. Might have been sooner. I just don't know when you heard it. But anyway, if you held NIXX from that time, you'd be down 7%. Finger from that time, you'd be down 21%. So let's go to July 3rd. If you paid 44 cents for Railtown, you'd only be up 5% right now. If you paid 70 cents for NRGV, you'd be up 54%. If you had heard of it then. MTEN, if you had paid $10.45, you'd be up 34% if you had heard of it. But the question is, in these stocks, where's it going to go from here? Are the insiders selling out? Are they getting ready to do a transaction? Almost certainly. But maybe it'll be good. Maybe everything will be rosy. I'll try to do some work on probabilities for tomorrow. I didn't have time today. NIXX, if you had purchased it on July 3rd, you'd be down 28%. If you had purchased Finger on July 3rd to the opening today, you'd be down 20%. Sorry, you'd be down, my eyesight, yeah, 20%. So then July 10th, if you had purchased Railtown and you hadn't ever purchased it before, on July 10th, as of this morning, in Railtown, you'd be down 22%. And I blame that on the attorneys. I blame that maybe on the board, maybe on those two. But we don't know what's going on, but the criminals keep selling. So you're listening. You can listen. That opens the door wide. Then they can say Railtown's just like the rest. And they can send me dick pics. And they can tell me I'm a pussy. And they can get upset with me. And you can say, see, Frank's right. Ham's right. Patience Swings is right. The bunch of amateurs. At best, amateurs. So anyway, on July 10th, held to today, you'd be down 22% in Railtown. In NRGV, you'd be up 33%. In MTEN, if you heard about it, you'd be up 5%. In NIXX, you'd be down 27%. And in Ham's stock, you'd be down 19%. Okay. Hey, it sounds reasonable. Patient swing sounds reasonable now. Well, watch how reasonable he's going to sound even now. If you purchased Railtown on July 17th and never purchased anything before, on July 17th, you're down 22% at the opening this morning. And with Frank's great idea, if you heard about it, you're up, and Ham's great idea, you're up 79%. Sorry, you're up 36%. July 17th to today, you're up 36%. But here, Mountain seems to be going the other way. If you bought Mountain on July 17th, you'd be down 27%, if you allow me to round it up slightly. NIXX, you'd be down 21%, 22% even. And on Finger, you'd be down 8%. July 24th, if you establish your position on July 24th and held it to this morning's opening, and you establish your position at the opening, July 24th, you'd be down 20% in Railtown, you'd be down 18% in NRGV, you'd be down 22% in Mountain, you'd be down 16% in NIXX, and lo and behold, you'd be up 5% in Finger. So Patient Swings, he sounds much more reasonable now. You can drown out your minus 20% in Railtown with a bunch of losing percentages across the board. It's so reasonable. And if you had purchased yesterday at the opening, Railtown, at the opening this morning, it's a push. If you had purchased NRGV yesterday at the opening, you're down less than 1%. If you had purchased MTEN yesterday at the opening today, you're down 5%. If you had purchased NIXX yesterday at the opening today, you're down 9%. If you had purchased Finger yesterday at the opening today, you're down 5%. The question, of course, is what these stocks do from here. But all I can see by Patient Swings advice is you, particularly if you were listening to me early on, Patient Swings would have you dilute your great performance with a bunch of shitty stocks. And then make no mistake, they're all shitty stocks. These stocks are an embarrassment for a guy of Patient Swings pedigree to even be investing in and listening to. All of those stocks are crap, except for Railtown. All right, let me go on to my last point, and I'll then answer comments to the extent they're still there. And okay, so what are my predictions from here? What are my predictions from here? To be clear, I'm telling you to sell NRGV. I'm telling you to sell MTEN. I'm telling you to sell NIXX. I'm telling you to sell Finger. I'm telling you to sell GBUX and every other piece of speculative crap you can sell, and buy all of you can of Railtown at 50 cents. Of course, the market closed now, but we have to start with now. So what's my time frame? Let's say October 1. What's my prediction for Railtown by October 1? $5. $5. And I'm highly confident, as should be Patient Swings. But for some reason, his knowledge doesn't lead to confidence, and he wants you to suffer along with him for his lack of spine and his lack of conviction. But don't suffer along with him. He can afford it, you can't. Anyway, I think Railtown will be up 900%. I think that's the right number. I think it'll be up 10x. Okay, so what Patient Swings wants you to do, because he laughs at anyone giving you the recommendation to concentrate your position. He has a hearty har. He ridicules it. He ridicules me. So he wants you to go spread it out in the rest of this and many more. Spread it out. Let me ask you this. Why would you spread out a winner into a bunch of losers? But let's go through my targets. And I'll have to work up a spreadsheet on how you risk your targets of stocks and how you have a range. I just ran out of time today. I don't know how to do formulas, so I have to calculate each box on its own. It takes me a long time. But I think NRGV will be under $1 in 2 months. Under $1. You can have a different picture, but I don't see NRGV being at a better price than it is today. Now, it could have a squeeze if you want to go chase a firefly. And if you know how to get out of a squeeze. None of you have impressed me with your trading abilities. But anyway, that's my prediction. I could be wrong. We'll test it out. You can ask Patient Swings to give his projection of where he thinks NRGV, if he has the courage to even make a projection, while he's ridiculing me, laughing at me. So NRGV, I think you're going to lose, if you're lucky, you'll lose 15% of your money in 2 months. That's my prediction. As of this morning, looking at a chart, I reserve the right to change my targets at any time, and I'll let you know. What will Mountain do? I think it's headed down to $8. I looked at charts. That's where I'm coming up with these. I could be wrong, but these are the supports I saw. I think Mountain's going to $8. Maybe it has a squeeze in between. So you risk, in my judgment, you're going to lose 40% of your money in Mountain over the next 2 months. NIXX. I think NIXX goes to $1.50, if not lower. You lose 9%. Finger. I think it goes to $1.25 over the next 2 months. You lose 20% of your money. Now, I can be wrong. Surprises can come in. These aren't my long-term targets. There can be long-term events, and you can reestablish positions. But over the next 60 days, and I go 60 days now because I think we have to get ready for the attorneys at Railtown to take August off, particularly if the attorneys are women. Because women need their time off. I need to recharge. It's a big responsibility to do everything. Women have to do everything. Well, no, you don't. But okay, you got to have your time off. And if the attorneys are married to a woman, if the attorney's balls are in their wife's purse, they're going to have to take August off. Well, my wife wants to take it off. I have to look out for the family. So I think there's going to be a problem over the next 1 to 4 or 5 weeks of attorneys going on vacation. And I don't know how the board and the CEO and the principals at Railtown and AI Partners can bear to take the risk that they're not releasing material information. And if that stock starts moving, that they don't suffer lawsuits, because the attorneys won't. But if they want to go along with the attorney's advice while they're all going on vacation, woe be to them. But it's a possibility. The only way we get out of this is if the attorneys are single young men striving to prove their worth so they can get married, so they can have a family, so they can get into partnership, so they can fight DEI. Men of all races, by the way. If that's the case, this will be done next week. But the likelihood is August is going to be slow. So that's why I picked October 1. And my question to Patient Swings, if you know and are confident in the story of Railtown, if one is, I'm not picking him out, and you believe it, both at the macro level and the specific level, and you have confidence, if one has confidence, that it's going to give a 10x return by October 1, you line it up against the rest of the shit. Well, NRGV, the whales own the majority, a billionaire is going to come in and buy some, and Frank Benedetto loves it. His guys are getting in on it. Well, how do you know his guys aren't the same guys that everybody else talks about? I mean, why does he go after these investors? Does he really have any of his own? Maybe. But you're going to join in? You're going to think that the big boys on Wall Street are going to give Frank information that is somehow privileged, and you're going to get in on a squeeze before they do? You think the big boys are going to engineer a squeeze and they're going to tell you about it? Or is it more likely that a bunch of people are trying to put all the pieces together to create a squeeze so that Frank can make money and those insiders can make money and those whales can make some money, but they need you to kick off the fireworks? You can decide which one is more likely. You can decide. And can it work? Sure. Can a fire burn out of control? Sure. But I don't believe it's going to happen. It could. MTEN. Oh, it's a Chinese company. It's got a bunch of investors. They control the whole short position. A billionaire's going to buy. A bunch of whales are in it. There's a large short position. It's going to move. I'm hearing good things. Okay. Somehow you're privileged to hear, get into a short squeeze story before it squeezes. It's worked for you for all the other times. It's got to work now. And Ham and Frank are working on these together, so maybe they have the same client out of Dorado Beach, but they both brag, and then the CEO thinks it's different sources of money. I don't know. But it's two bullshitters bullshitting each other, and then it's whales bullshitting bullshitters, and it's insiders bullshitting whales bullshitting, and then they give money to the buy-side computers to bullshit with the market, and they all come bullshit with you, and then you buy the bullshit. And if you want to remain a victim, listen to the bullshit. It might work this time. And then NIXX, one that I learned a lot about, and I think people made money the first time around trading it. But it's another story. Brent's son, he's no longer leading it. Do you trust his judgment? I don't any longer. I think he's an honest guy, a hardworking guy. But when it comes to gamemanship and thinking before he signs, reading before he signs, I don't know what the hell goes wrong. But I think he's a good man. I think he keeps his word. But anyway, maybe this time will be different. Now they got a new CEO. Same story. Bunch of whales. Bring in a company. Large short position. If they get a bunch of buyers, around the world, and they all start buying. It could be the next meme stock. It could squeeze. It's got a lot of revenue, but for some reason, the auditor resigned. But why should you worry? I don't know. My prediction, NIXX goes to $1.50 over these next 60 days. Why would I own that? Why on earth would I own NRGV, MTEN, or NIXX when, in my opinion, this is my study of it. You can make your own study. But I'm looking at the charts. I'm basing it on past performance. I know the IR guys are going to take either stock or money or both out of it. So they're not motivated by the stock price staying up. And I know that the buy-side computers need you to buy to try to spark a squeeze. But I also know on the other side that the stock market, the insiders never buy back the stock. And they have ways of stopping squeezes. Everybody's on their side. Any wrongdoing they do never gets charged. And part of what they do is legal because of Bill Clinton. I don't have a lot of high confidence that there's ever going to be a short squeeze that you can get involved with or that I can. I think it's a sucker's game. But that's my opinion. So I'm looking at my opinion. Sit down. All right, I have my account. I've been following patient swings because I want to be mediocre. I want to come in the middle of the pack or worse. I don't want to excel. I just want to be mediocre. Don't want to take risks. I don't want to run the risk of embarrassment if I'm wrong. I'd rather run the risk of being in the pack. If everybody's wrong, at least they don't fire me because they can't fire the whole pack. If I'm right, I don't want to take that risk because then I got to be right again. Just mediocrity. Or I'm rich already. It's kind of fun. I like to look at my account after I finish 9 holes. If you're in that category, go in that category. My understanding is most of you are suffering. The way out of victimhood is to say, I no longer want to be a victim. I'm no longer going to listen to the pimp. I'm no longer going to listen to the drug dealer. I'm no longer going to listen to the rumor monger. I'm no longer going to give credence to false hopes. But if you want to do that, I don't think it's a winning path. It's like any other addiction. The end is tears and hopelessness, and then you have no friends, and you're forgotten about. Frank Benedetto won't talk to you. He won't go after your money because you have none. Ham won't remember you. He might. I think he's got a heart, but he has to move on. He's a lot like I am that way. It's about going forward. Where are you today? You got to produce, keep producing. But you won't be the source of production in the future. You'll be forgotten. Patient swings will bury you. Remember, why should I care about those people? Why should I, I can say a prayer for them, but I'm not going to try to help all those people. And he'll give his bland, boring, ineffectual advice and wish you luck while he makes fun of me. Well, I'll take the risk of being made fun of. I'm telling you, concentrate your position. Sell all of the other speculative stocks. I'm not telling you to sell your house, your car, your wife, your mother-in-law, your pony, your guitar, your bonds. I'm not saying that. I'm saying all of this speculative crap you've invested in because you believe the story that you're getting access to information that's actually going to move the stock. Is this the time it's going to work? And this patient swings, he's so certain this is the time it's going to work. He wants you to buy 4 of the other companies and many more. Because he doesn't have any courage to pick one stock that's going to squeeze. So he wants you to spread. He's hearing good things. Great news. Stock looks good on a shitty stock chart. But he doesn't mind. He has the courage to make fun of me. He has the courage to ridicule my recommendation. It's the ridicule. It's the ridicule of these people. It's the same ridicule of these people.
It's just him and me. Why didn't you bring any weapons? Something more.
That's patient swings right there. That's patient swings. Laughing.
You go naked.
That's patient
Something
swings.
about the field generated by a living organism. Nothing dead will go. I didn't build a fucking thing. Okay. But this cyborg, if it's metal, surrounded by living tissue. Oh, right.
This is great stuff. I could make a career out of
Patient
this
swings.
stuff. You see how clever this part is? How
Patient
this
swings.
shredder proof? And most paranoid delusions are intricate, but this is brilliant.
That's patient swings.
Why were the other 2 women killed? Most of the records were lost in the war. Skynet knew almost nothing about Connor's mother. Her full name, where she lived, they just knew the city. The Terminator was just being systematic.
Well, let's go back to one other
Look, you have heard enough. I have answered your question. Now I have to see Sarah Connor.
I'm afraid that's not up to me.
Why am I talking to you?
Because I
Who is an authority here? Shut up! You still don't get it, do you? He'll find her. That's what he does. That's all he does. You can't stop him. He'll wait for you. He's got her front and put her fucking heart out. Let go of me.
That's patient swings. You listen to him at your own peril. You listen to me, I think you come out of this hell. And make no mistake, your enemies are this guy. That's patient swings. That's patient swings. The eternal victim. All they ever did was laugh at him. Here's your enemy. Here's your enemy. That's your enemy.
It starts with you. I'm not gonna fight you right now. It's over up. Wretched slugs. Got any of you have the guts to play for blood? I'm your huckleberry.
There you go.
Just like me.
There you go. I'm your huckleberry. You want to stick with victimhood? Stick with patient swings. I don't appreciate him calling me out and ridiculing me. I do respect him. Very disappointed. Very disappointed. All right. Let me just make one final comment on this. I'm making it clear to you that I'm predicting Railtown will be $5 or better in 60 days. I'm also predicting that I believe all of the other stocks he mentioned are going to be in the red in 60 days. But even if they're in the green, I do not think any of those stocks will give you a comparable return of Railtown. So I think it is justifiable to take all of these speculative stocks and concentrate it in one speculative stock that we know something about. So let's go over what he said to you. Patient swings. Railtown, NRGV, Mountain, NIXX, Finger, plus many more. Obviously, people are free to do what they want. But I do get a laugh, hearty har har, at the quote, my ideas are better than your ideas. In various forums. Or better yet, quote, this is the only one you should own argument. I make no mistake. I'm telling you, Railtown is the only one you should own. And we'll see who stands up and is your huckleberry within 60 days. Best of luck to all of you with your choices. Guys, if you want to be a bunch of mediocre investors, if you want to continue to be victims, listen to that shit. All right, I'm going to listen to your comments. I think I'm going to miss some of them, or maybe not, because I've got good afternoon here. Now, I'll tell you, I didn't update my figure yet. That's where we stand as of the day before yesterday, 9,300,000. I'm debating putting Dirty Randy's 800,000 on here. He's part of the community, so I think it's justifiable. But I didn't feel right adding it this morning, so I figured I'd wait and think about it. But as I'm talking about it out loud, it makes sense. So we'd be over 10 million. Because I'm not taking credit. I personally am not taking credit for this. I'm not taking credit. It's just you guys doing your own due diligence and having the courage to concentrate your positions in a winner. And if you want to be mediocre, listen to Patient Swings. If you want to lose all your money, continue to listen to Patient Swings. That's my opinion. Or enough about Patient Swings. I'm surprised how upset I'm getting, because I like the guy, but I think he's doing you harm, and I think you open yourself to risk by that opening. For a good man to open the argument of the criminals, that's how the criminals get in to your mind, into your fears, into your decisions. Let me show you one thing just before I answer. I got this in the mail. Oh, I better not show you my address. But I got this in the mail. The Paradigm All-In Summit, James Altucher, Jim Rickards, I don't know who this guy is. And it says they're holding a seminar that I'm invited to. Jim Rickards, James Altucher, and Enrique Abeta are gathering in one room to discuss the biggest investment opportunity in America in the last 50 years. Morgan Stanley calls it the $10 trillion opportunity. It's a major recalibration to the U.S. economy. And nations from all over the world have committed to invest $10 trillion. But that's just the beginning. Our top experts are all in. Then it says in agreement on this single idea. Sometimes you have to go all in on a single idea if you want to change your situation. Then they brag on other trades they made. And it's a invite only thing. I'll probably go to it and listen. But there are times to go all in. Let me see what your friends on the other side have sent me. Yeah, they sent me another dick pic. And it's really pleasant. Makes you sick. And he says, hello, William. Just a reminder, you are a shit investor, a shit person. Here's a photo to lighten your day. A giant black man's Johnson. I'm not going to show it to you because it's not family. It's just assholes. But that's who you want to be embedded. If you want to stay there, stay there. Really. I encourage you to stay there. Listen to the milquetoast advice of Patience Swings. Okay, let's go through the closing prices. Railtown closed at 51 cents on 244,000 shares. I don't know what the ask was at the close, but the trades were all really right around 51 cents. So you could have, it's a little higher than my 50-cent picture. NIXX was 165, up 4 cents. GDC down 2 cents at 329. Mountain, you got to run in it. Mountain, I'm hearing good things. Hearing the rumor. Up 28 cents, 14.58. You don't know what you're talking about. How can you concentrate in one stock? Finger, oh my gosh, up a penny. 157.97. And Patience Swings new hearing good things is Energy Vault. Oh my gosh, it was down 10 cents. Can you figure? Yeah, just can't trust it. That market, those regulators, I just can't understand why it's not up. So that's $1.05, down 10 cents. But remember, the most important thing, and you can sit and do your own analysis. It's what you think the stock is going to be in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. That's the important thing. And that's the only time frame I'm talking about, by the way. I'm not talking about forever. I just want you to get the 10x that I see coming. But Patience Swings, even though he knows the story, he can't see it because he doesn't know. So he's timid. Nobody knows. But you have the preponderance of evidence. You have to have courage. Do you think George Soros made $1 billion on the British pound because he took timid swings? He took patient, timid swings? No, he said, you know what? I've seen this pattern before. Let's push our bet to the maximum. And he made over $1 billion one night. Do you think he did that because he timidly, patiently swang? All right, let's go through your comments. Yep, it's all a vicious cycle of artificial hopes and hopeless dreams of financial success. I agree with that, but I'm telling you, if you stick with Railtown and you commit your speculative capital to Railtown, I believe, and I can't give any one person financial advice, and you do have to do your own due diligence. I'm giving you all the input of due diligence, telling you where to find it. You can do it yourself. But this weekend, take a pad of paper, put down your investable cash from the speculative pot, and say, is it in my best interest to listen to special, patient, timid swings, or half a pea-sized brain, have no money, whatever his fucking effing name is, can't think of his name, Tony DeMarco. Is it best to listen to Ham's newest story? Because I've traded all the rest of them so well. Is it great to listen to Frank Benedetto after he comes in with dumpster after dumpster fire after brick after brick? Is it, next thing you know, Dan Borders will come in and he'll make a claim to the exact same investor out of Dorado Beach. And you'll think, oh, Dan Borders knows what he's doing. I better get into whatever the next blow up your money idea is. All they want to do, they want your blood. They want your soul. And they want them both. They want them now. It's all they do. They don't do anything else. Anyway, it boils down that I think you should get out of all of those and only own Railtown AI Technologies. The only stock in your speculative pot should be Railtown Technologies AI, RLAIF. And I will stand that recommendation up against patient swings any day, all day long, for the next 60 days and further. And if he wants to ridicule me, he can do it in his text messages to me. He can do it when we speak face to face rather than over Twitter. It's a pussy move. All right, Ted Williams. William is fired up today. Ted Williams, Railtown Roadies. Maddie, happy August, everyone. Thanks, Bill, for truthful education today and every day. Thank you, Maddie. I try. I know it's. I know I get worked up like I did today. Donald Trump says, "Never have any friends. Your friends disappoint you," or something like that. He said. I guess you just have to be friendless in this world. I sent my sister this video. Maybe I'll show it. Maybe if I show that to you, it will make me calm down and get back in a good frame of mind.
To say that I am honored that this giant, cuddly cloud came all the way from New York City to be groomed by me would be a major understatement. This is Rumi, and he's a 5-year-old St. Bernard.
Oh.
Now, I've groomed many St. Bernards in my day, but I have never groomed one quite as large as this pony. Weighing in at 200 pounds, the larger the dog, the bigger their hearts. And that just means that they have more love to give. I am bathing him today in Girl with the Dog's de-shedding shampoo and conditioner.
No.
A great way to get the best use out of the de-shedding shampoos is by using a Zoom Groom to lather it deep into their coat. The Zoom Groom also helps to loosen and remove a ton of undercoat during the bath.
No.
You may have noticed that Rumi has some super droopy eyes. This is called ectropion. Ectropion is an abnormality of the eyelids, causing the lower to
That's
become
your best
everted.
friend right there.
This exposes the delicate tissues that line the inner surface of the eyelids and cover the eyeball.
That's your best
It
friend.
could cause drying of the tissues, resulting in conjunctivitis or other health issues. This condition can be corrected with surgery if it's
He
severe.
needs a big
However,
hug.
it can also be treated using lubricants to prevent the eyes from drying out.
He needs a big hug.
This is the biggest workout of the week. Just going to slobber all over us during the boat ride. That doesn't fit, buddy. No, it doesn't fit. I'm gonna take it off. The happy hoodie was definitely too small to fit this dog's massive noggin, but he really seemed to be enjoying the dryer anyways. Thankfully for my back, Rumi is not a serial sitter, which is wonderful considering he took me 300 years to dry.
I couldn't turn it down.
It's true that I absolutely adore the giant breed
I
dogs.
adore him.
But to all the giant breed dog owners, I just need to know, did you wake up one day and decided you wanted a horse living in your house? After he was dry, I brushed him first with my coral brush. After that, I used my 7-blade to get through some of the matting that was under his belly and under his ears. I cut through the mats on his tail using my dematter, and then I brush him again, and then I comb him all over with my metal comb.
Rumi. Oh, who's a handsome devil?
His paws are quite literally bigger than my hands. That's because St. Bernards were used to be search and rescue dogs for avalanche victims, so they need some big paddly paws to get through all that snow. I do some doggy detailing. And then I de-shed him with the undercoat rake and the equi-groomer. I spray him down in pumpkin pie cologne. And this drooly beast is all finished. Today, for our pet of the day.
There, that calms me down. That's the only friend you can have. That's a great puppy dog. Blessed beyond measure. This is the best stream I've ever seen William do, but I've not seen a lot of him. You're lucky you haven't seen a lot of me. I wasn't trying to do the best one. I just, the fact that they're sending me dick pics and all that, they're in trouble. They're not very smart or creative guys, but they all work together. I don't know if they realize they're working together, but the whole system as a group is there to steal from you. And I personally think that Railtown's board, I don't think they mean it. I think they know what they're doing. I think they're good. But the longer they don't say anything about a February 11th, let me show you when August 11th comes up. August 11th is right here. And we're right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't do it backwards. Anyway, it's another 10 days. How many business days is it? It's not, today's over. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 business days before August 11th. And August 11th makes it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months since they have made an announcement on material information. I think the board this weekend should think, do we listen to our attorneys, or are we really pushing the bubble here on the risk of being sued if there's good news? There'll be a lawsuit that says, hey, you should have put it out earlier. If there's bad news, there'll be a class action suit that says you were hiding something. 6 months, my friends, is a long time, even if your attorneys are giving you that advice. I think it's bad advice, but anyway. Let's keep going. Blessed beyond measure, thank you for being here. Hey, Alpha and Omega, thank you for being here. Eddie Eagle needs a drink. Well, you know, Eddie, it has been almost 6 years since my last drink. So I know the feeling, but I can't completely agree with it. I'll have some water. I'll have a sparkling water to your comment. Daniels, get in there and sell. A few months ago, Ham was on this show every day. What happened? I don't know. You have to ask Ham. But I can tell you my experience. Ham went down to Florida to see, he had a meeting with some FBI guys. I'd tell you what he told me about that meeting, but I'm not going to do that. But he, while he was going, he called, I called him back, he called, I called him back, he called, I called him back. I was in the shower one time. I was on another phone call one time. I don't remember all the things. And we finally talked, I think either Sunday afternoon or Monday afternoon. And he said, you've been hard to reach. I said, well, it kind of goes, I don't remember my exact words, but I said, kind of goes both ways. I've called you back every single time right away, and it goes to your voicemail. And I think his voicemail is one of those that says the person you're calling hasn't set up the, whatever. So he usually can see who calls him, but maybe he was on flights or maybe he was in meetings. He said, yeah, all right. I don't think he was upset. He said, all right, I'm getting ready to play pickleball. Why don't I call you back and maybe we can go live or we can do something. I said, sure. I never heard from him again, ever. It's the last time I talked to him. The next thing I saw, he was doing space calls with Giannis, but also with Kristen Shaughnessy. I have immense respect for Kristen Shaughnessy. I don't know anything about Giannis. He used to come on my calls. I don't see him anymore. But they showed him how to do space calls. So I think what happened, in the most innocent sense, is he didn't need to come on my calls anymore. He learned how to go get his own audience. And I'm not saying my audience isn't, I'm not trying to claim anything, but he realized that there was a way that he can just directly go without coming on here. And he did that with Kristen, and she's great at editing. She's great at the reporting. She's fantastic. So I think that's what happened. And I've told you all along, Middle Ground, if you want to follow him, I think you can hear him at least twice a day on Twitter. You just go to Twitter, you search Finger, search MTEN, search NRGV, search GBUX, search GTII, search Finger, and you'll see at Ham Short Killer or Ham Short or any name like that. Hit follow, and you'll be on his list, and he'll give you updates when he's going to have a live call. And all of his calls are recorded, so you, as far as I know, so you can go back and listen to them. So you can get up to the minute information on Finger, MTN, GBUX, Energy Vault, and that's how I suggest you do it. I mean, there's a tougher reading about what happened. My belief of Finger, my considered judgment of Finger, ran counter to the narrative, and it diverged dramatically from the narrative. And I'll leave it up to you to decide who was right in those calls. But it might have been that. I don't know. He usually has a thick skin. I don't think he would mind that I have my opinion and he has his, but maybe it did. Maybe it did. But he decided, I think, to go another direction. Apparently, he told his audience that I have my head up my ass. Well, maybe. I mean, I would take that in the category of Donald Trump saying that Tulsi Gabbard didn't know what she was talking about. I don't. I just think it's a reaction off the cuff. I don't think Donald Trump meant it about everything she ever said. It's just maybe one thing. And then according to Frank Benedetto, and I showed you that, Ham hates my guts now because Frank's such a mature person. Such a mature person. He didn't leave homeroom or high school. I don't know, guys. If you want to stay with all of that, you're welcome to. I'm going to see through Railtown. I hope there's one or two more stories. When it works, and I believe it will work, you're not going to see me again, at least in this open style. I don't know. I'm not making an ultimatum or anything, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend my time differently. But right now, for those of you who choose to listen to me, I don't believe there's a way out in recovery of money from Congress, from Wall Street, from newspapers, from new ideas from Benedetto or Ham or Borders or Patient Swings for that matter. Not that he gives you any ideas. I think he just talks about them. I don't know. But if you want to keep doing that, you want to bang your head against the wall, keep trying it. Good luck. I think the macro, you're running out of time. I think we're in the last stages of a mania, of financialization of a blow off top. And afterwards, you're not going to make any money doing this way. And, guys like Benedetto who can say things without giving a shit about you. He's only, as Ham told me, he's just looking after his family. Well, I'm asking you to look after your families. I'm sure Frank's a good guy. I shouldn't say that. I'm sure Frank is looking out for you. He's shown it in all his other recommendations. And as far as I know, he's not even getting paid for joining in late on Railtown. But my view is his motive is to get in with you, that somehow he was the one that got you to commit to Railtown. So when he has MTN and Energy Vault and some endless other company that needs your capital to catalyze, that horrible word, to act as a catalyst, to get the dueling machines to maybe cause a squeeze, maybe he can get paid, Ham can get paid, the whales can get paid, the financial manipulator that thinks he's so good in with the whales and in with this and thinking this and put this together, bring this together, go down to have another drink. Maybe one of them will work. But it's those dreams, it's those stories that pay all of them. On the long shot, that you'll ever make any money. So stop taking long shots. Stop going to the track and betting on the horse that has the prettiest flag. Stop going down and picking the horse that's 50-1 and putting all your money on it to win. Stop going down the track and listening to patient swings and putting your bets across all the losers, because then you're diversified. Why don't you act like the tip sheets tells you, this is the horse, this is the best bet of the day, and pair it off with that one, and why don't you box this one to win with that one? In my case, I'm just calling box one horse, box Railtown, and you see if patient swings advice. You see if you'll laugh at me, you'll ridicule me the way he's doing now in as little as 30 days. I just think we have to be ready that the board and the major players at Railtown are going to listen to their attorneys, and their attorneys are going to be on vacation for most of August. So I think those guys are going to work hard, but I think the attorneys are, and you can make your judgment whether they're stalling to help out the shorts. I don't know if they are, but I think other attorneys in their office may learn something, and they'll let the shorts know, maybe not intentionally. This is a whole, did you see that scene I just sold you with the one guy I called patient swings? All the rest of them are all the attorneys and board members. The only one with courage is the one with the handcuffs on that everybody's ridiculing. And the only one half listening was Sarah Connor, you. And she decided to go with the crowd. And as the Terminator came on and shot up the place, she finally recognized, almost too late, that standing in the crowd with the pussies is not the best way to protect yourself. It's not the best way. But it's patient swings advice to you. And he laughs at anyone who would tell you that his idea is better than all the rest of them. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying that for the long run. I'm saying that for 8 weeks. And I'm acknowledging I've been wrong for 8 weeks, except I just showed you. I just showed you. If you listened to me 8 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, you've made a ton of money. in the third and fourth week, I think, you've lost some. You're flat yesterday. But most of it, if you bought early, you're making money. You're not losing. I think it's a better odds bet than any of the rest of them. It doesn't have anybody coming on you here saying, hey, I'm hearing rumors out of Goldman Sachs. It has a bunch of people sending me dick pics. I don't know. Doesn't sound like the shorts or the criminals are in a good position. That might matter to you, it might not. But Railtown isn't a short play. Railtown isn't it might end up being, I hope not, but Railtown's not a short play. Railtown's some really smart, experienced software engineers meeting 6 years ago who foresaw AI 2.0, who foresaw data centers, who foresaw the big NVIDIA chips, who foresaw the demand for an AI agent who could rapidly detect bugs and fix them, who could rapidly predict software flaws and fix those, who could rapidly learn and install new software and could translate all other data sources of solutions and inputs, even the human voice, even images, and come up with answers in real time, who could save manpower and women power, who could save time and a lot of money in the single largest market on the planet. And they said, let's be early. Let's be ready. They have a battle-tested product. And who knows why it's taking so long? I'm blaming it on the attorneys. I'm not blaming it on the company. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the company is involved in so many negotiations, or maybe the company is working on something that requires their attention. Maybe the company feels if they make any further announcement, it's a risk to share. I don't know. But just because it's taken almost 6 months doesn't mean it's going to take longer. I would say the opposite. I think it's more likely that Monday, the stock's $1 than it is that we have to wait another month. But we have to acknowledge that, my opinion, if the attorneys running it are female, they've already booked their vacations. If the attorneys running it are married men, their wives have already booked vacations. The only hope is if the attorneys are single, striving men of any race, then we have a chance that they stay on the job through the hot days of summer because they want to prove their worth. But otherwise, it's all the new world of, let's just treat everyone equally and be fair, and somehow the economy's going to produce by osmosis and everything's going to be great as long as there's equity, diversity. I don't know. It's the choice we've made as a society. I surely hope it works, but it might be what we're paying for in Railtown. But it'll be just temporary. If it's August, it's August. We can deal with it. 5 more weeks, we can deal with it. But I don't think it'll go past the first or second week of September. And then I think you got a $5 stock. And I don't think it stops there. Unlike all these other stocks that Patient wants you to swing at, you're not going to get a meteoric rise if it ever happens that you have to time your exit on. And if you don't do it just right, that meteor is going to come crashing back to Earth and you didn't do anything. Railtown, it goes up, it stays up. Railtown goes up, it stays up, and it keeps going up. The only time Railtown stops going up is when it gets acquired, and then it's going to be another company like Microsoft or NVIDIA or AMD, obvious buyers, because they're the partners. But it could be Apple, it could be SoftBank, it could be Tesla. And then that company will be going up. I'm not saying it's going to go straight up. Let's keep going. That's my answer to what happened to him. If you want to know middle ground, send him a text, ask him. I think he thinks, according to Frank Benedetto, he hates my fucking guts. So that's one input. Daniel Wissington, the medication is working. Hurry up and buy Railtown Rebels. Yeah, thank God the medication is working and I feel better. And that brings up, Daniel, I was thinking about it as I often do. I'm somebody that got laid low by gout, but now I'm not back to perfect shape, but I'm back. But all those little children in Gaza Strip who can't even walk because Benjamin Netanyahu has created a gulag on the scale of Ermin Goring. Those children can't get back up. When they go get food, they're shot at by IDF soldiers who gloat. So I'm very grateful that I can walk, but I'm thankful, particularly thankful to the good Lord above. But I acknowledge in my thanks that there's over 1 million. There used to be many more. At least 200 to 300,000 children have been slaughtered in Palestine. And Donald Trump stands by Benjamin Netanyahu to our eternal shame. Congress and the Senate won't cut. Bernie Sanders, that self-hating Jew, put a proposal out to cut funding to Israel. We don't have free health care here. Everybody has free health care in Israel. We don't have free education here. Under certain terms, everybody has free education in Israel. And we support Israel. Israel can't keep the peace with any neighbor. They're slaughtering Palestinians in Gaza. They murder Palestinians on the West Bank. They're bombing Lebanon, bombing Syria. They attack unprovoked Iran. Oh, I can't stand listening to you. They've been having grudges for thousands of years. We in America, we've only been around 250 years, and bless our hearts, we're innocent. I don't see it that way. But anyway, I'm very thankful to be able to walk. I couldn't walk the last few days. I'm very thankful to be able to do things. I couldn't do that the last few days. But in my thanks, I humbly recognize that I've been given something that hundreds of thousands, if not 1.5 million people in Gaza Strip have had stolen from them by the evil Israeli regime and the Israeli population, 70%. And we back them up. So I don't know where that puts us on the scale of morality. I really don't. I don't feel good about it. I do think Melania is a sweetheart. I'm not being diminishing by that, but I think she truly has a sweet heart, and I think she may be able to get to Trump. I think Trump has a soft heart too, but I think he's advised by Zionists. And Zionists aren't all Jewish, by the way. And a lot of Zionists don't even believe in God. They just believe in supremacy and European colonialism. I thought we left that behind a long time ago. But anyway, let me move on from that. Bob, what is it, William, that you cannot just disagree with people and not be so disagreeable? Seriously. Hey, Bob, screw you. Hey, Ted. William, I love your passion. Thank you, Ted. Bob, who's that? I think William's feeling better. Ted. Wow, nice response. This is bad, Bob, not good, Bob. All right, I was going to remove Bob, but I'm not now. I'm not. I don't believe Bob, but he's stating that he bought Logic on my suggestion and lost it all, so he's a bit scorned. Look, I don't believe Bob's real, but I've acknowledged many times, Bob, and so you're being unfair, that Logic's a complete crap out. If you want to go through, damn it, have to go through the discussion again. Damn it. It's so non-productive. But I'll go through it again. I met Brent's son 2 or 3 years ago in New York through a good friend of mine. That friend of mine, who I had met earlier, had convinced me of the validity of investing in Brent's son's company earlier, called Whalen or something like that. And that was 3-4 years ago. I purchased Whalen, I want to say at $12, but frankly, I confuse it also with my purchases of Torchlight. I might have paid more for Whalen. It might have been closer to $20. Whatever, it doesn't matter the exact number. But I paid in the teens, and I sold it, I think it's 6 or 7 or less. I took I don't know, 40% loss. And I traded another stock. I forget what it was. Might have been Finger. Might have been GTII. Because that same guy introduced me to him. Might have been one of those. I can't remember. But toward the end of that year, I repurchased this Whalen stock. It had changed its name to Logic. And I think I bought Logic back at it might have been $4, $3, 3 7/8, 4 7/8. Anyway, something, let's say something between $3 and $5. I bought back. It wasn't a lot. I bought 20,000 shares, 21,000 shares. And I qualified for the dividend in Lovero. What Logic did is it spun off into a shell. It's mainly its technology in North America. That's not perfect, but mainly North America. And so that technology went into this thing called Lovero. And they changed the name of that. I think it was in March of the next year that we got it. 1 for 1. I got 21, to my memory, 21,000 shares of that. And that became GoLogic. So actually, I think the technology initially that went in was mostly the Southeast Asia stuff. But then it got switched around, so it's confusing. But anyway, some technology left the company and went to Lovero, which changed its name to GoLogic. So I had Logic and GoLogic. Okay. Well, then Logic entered into financing. Right now, I don't remember if it was before or slightly after, but at some point in there, Logic entered into a financing with 4 hedge funds who either were representing or the exchange represented them, but it was a way of getting listed on the Canadian stock exchange called NEO Exchange. And this was apparently to get away from the criminals. Well, I questioned it, but hey, okay. So I'm watching it. I didn't recommend it to anybody, but I hung on to my positions. And the stock, and I really think I paid it might have been as much as $5, whatever, but in the 4 range, probably more than 4, and not much less than 4 I paid. So anyway, I watched it go on the NEO, and immediately after they did their financing at $3, but I think it was $3 Canadian maybe, but it was $3 they did their financing. Immediately the selling started nonstop, da. Well, the story's all the same, but the selling, all short selling, and it drove the stock down to my memory under $1. So you still have Logic and GoLogic. So then Brent Sun, the CEO, met this group called Ionic. And the guy that worked at the American Exchange would say to me, Ionic's great. They're not shorting it. They're just trading it. There's systems in place. He was as gullible as anybody. And so Brent did a deal with Ionic, which I told him is toxic. And I told this guy from the American Stock Exchange, no, you don't know what you're talking about. There's systems in place. Well, Ionic started shorting it. I got a letter from the attorneys at Ionic that made a very broad statement. They said that not only, I'm paraphrasing, not only do our clients Ionic not short Logic, they don't short any stocks. It's the same crap that Tony De Niro says, I'm not shorting. They keep an arm's length from it. It's their clients that do it. Or their attorneys do a distinction between day trading and shorting because it's illegal. But apparently, according to the American Stock Exchange guy, I don't know where he gets his information, they would sell stock during the day they didn't own and then buy it back. High frequency trading. And they just do it for a penny, half a penny, a third a penny. And they do it all day long. They don't need any capital. And if they can make $1,000, if they can make $5,000, if they can make $10,000, great. But they're also protected by the deal. So they can't have catastrophic loss. So they do it all day long. It's illegal. But according to the American Stock Exchange guy, hey, they're great clients. It's okay. There's systems in place. It's good business. Still, well, they always pay their bills. They never, whatever. There's all sorts of rationalizations. Well, so the Ionic Group destroyed the company, Price, and they took a lot of money out of the market to their side of the table by breaking securities laws, in my judgment. But their attorneys told me they don't short. Okay. I guess it depends on what your definition of is. So then the stock got down under $1. I forget where it went now. And somebody, Brent was still the CEO, but it might have been somebody else, brought in Aubrey Advisors and Shadron Financial. And Aubrey Advisors and Shadron Financial came in, and they decided that what was left in Logic, which I think might have been the North American piece, but it was an international piece as well. It's this technology or this computerized system that sold ads that allowed startup companies, small companies, to gain access to the online advertising and client acquisition space that the big companies like Walmart and Amazon claimed as a right. These guys were leveling the field, and it's pretty good growth story. So Aubrey Advisors came in, and Shadron, who had done 100 SPAC sponsorships, and they decided to sponsor this distributed part of Logic called Data Logic as a SPAC. Now that went out for about a year, and it was $10. They got third party, and I showed it to you, Bob. It got third party verification, which was published with the SEC, of the value of the company at $10 a share. And the stock traded between 10 and 11, maybe even as high as $12 for a year. And the SEC was asking a lot of questions. Logic answered every single question immediately. Aubrey Advisors and Shadron dragged their feet. They always were late. The attorneys were always late. Does that mean they were on the side of the shorts? My opinion, yes. But they were always late. And finally, the whole project was late. So with the SEC basically ran out of time. If they didn't make new filings and pay some money, the whole thing was going to fall apart. So at that time, Aubrey Advisors and Shadron raised $5 million, and they paid it to the attorneys and to the financial types. Now, behind Aubrey Advisors is their main investor, Polar, $100 billion or more. You don't think Aubrey Advisors and Shadron could have raised $7 million instead of $5 million to leave Logic with $1 million and to leave Data Logic with $1 million? Of course they could have, but they didn't. They intentionally left Logic with no money. They intentionally left Data Logic with no money. Or they had zero skills and zero fundraising ability. I think it was intentional. So they paid the financial types and they paid the attorneys and left the two clients without any capital. So when the SEC approved the de-SPAC, and the listing of what the inside, the technology became called data logic. They delisted, they de-spec'd data logic, and they made the name collective audience. And they brought in a CEO who's friends with, for example, he's well connected. He's friends with the chairman of the over-the-counter markets, for example. Pretty knowledgeable guy, great reputation. They brought him in. But they did a financing that I lost. Bob says, can't you disagree with people without being disagreeable? Sure, Bob. The next time some guy comes to mug you, I'll be agreeable with the mugger. I'll just disagree. Hey, little mugger, you're threatening my friend Bob. Oh, it's a nice day today. I just disagree with what you're doing. So I got really upset about the financing they did. And I, just to cut to the chase, I said this stock's going to a penny. In anger, I said that. I'm not sure I meant it. I'm not sure anyone that heard me thought I meant it. But I was angry. I said it. And the American Stock Exchange, there's systems in place. It's all the trades are by computer. All you got to do is get the stock to this price, and that'll kick in, and it'll go. His theory didn't predict correctly. Mine did. But I fought it, Bob. I fought it. I made phone calls, a lot of them. I wrote emails. I put my reputation on the risk. I made introductions to the CEO to people that I thought could give him unbiased advice. I wasn't on the calls. I didn't try to control the information. But I couldn't get my story through. The CEO, a guy named Peter Boards, trusted Aubrey Advisors completely, had the people on the board of Collective Audience, and the lawyers, attorneys came in, everyone trusted Chadron and Aubrey Advisors. It was all great. Covered each other's ass with silk toilet paper. But you shareholders got robbed. And I think they were all in on it. I don't know if Peter Boards was, but I think everybody else was in on it. I'm not sure Brent was, but the financial types, Polar and the attorneys, all scratched each other's back. So I didn't get very far with that. And it was all hands on deck to rescue Collective Audience, which was data logic. And it took all the brain power, all the effort from about November to, I'd say, February, March. When the de-SPAC occurred, the stock went to $42, as to my memory, briefly, but we couldn't sell. We didn't have our distribution. And somebody from the criminal side called into either NASDAQ or FINRA and said, they don't have enough stock to trade on NASDAQ. So immediately, NASDAQ halted trading. And I ask you the question, Bob, is it my fault, by the way? But anyway, I ask you the question. If Aubrey Advisors and then Chadron, who said they had done 100 SPAC sponsorships before, if they're so good at what they do, and the attorneys who got paid a lot of money, they got that last check of $2.5 million, if they're so good at what they do, did any of them think They should call FINRA or the NASDAQ and say, hey, ho, we've been a sponsored SPAC for 12, 13 months. And on one day, we're going to de-SPAC, but it's going to take 24 hours to realign the shareholder count and the base. So for one day or 1.5 days, there'll be a glitch in the system, but everything's in process. Here's the paperwork. You know we have enough shareholders. You know we qualify. But as the transition's made, there could be 18 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours where it doesn't work. Do you think if they were looking out for both Logic and Data Logic, which became Collective Audience, that they would have made that phone call? They didn't. So whose side are they on? Whose side are they on? Is that my fault, Bob? I fought it. I had zero, absolutely zero impact. In fact, I was ridiculed. The guy from the American Stock Exchange did a tattletale, angry email to everybody on me, which I responded to. At the end of it, I said, I'm doing everything to control myself. I sent it to everybody, from telling you to F off, because it was such a weaselly piece of shit email to send. But he was, I don't know, I guess he's comfortable that he made predictions that lost everybody their money. I'm not blaming him the way you're blaming me. But I guess he's comfortable that he was entirely wrong with his understanding, because he worked on the American Stock Exchange. He met Gary Gensler. He knew what was happening. There's systems in place. I guess it's sad that an entire career can be destroyed by a handful of greedy, evil-thinking men who changed the rules, starting with Bill Clinton. But if you hate Donald Trump to the point where your blood just goes red before your eyes, you're not going to listen that Bill Clinton did anything wrong. Anyway, so everybody tried to rescue Data Logic, which became Collective Audience. I thought it was a hopeless cause. By the time our stock was free to trade, and frankly, we haven't gotten all of it. We only got a third of it. I think the stock was down to $4. Maybe $5, but $4. Some of the audience sold. At least they got that money out. And I tried to make calculations that the original position of Logic, still you were ahead, but it was all based on intelligence at the CEO level of Logic, which went missing. I don't know why it went missing. So some people got out of the third of the stock that was distributed, and they got some of their money back. I don't think it was all of it. The other 2/3 we haven't been able to get out of, and I don't think it matters. I think Collective Audience was destroyed by Aubrey Advisors and Shadron and Polar. Whether or not Peter Boards was in on it, his decision-making, stubborn or complicit, helped make it happen. If anybody could have stopped it, he could have. I don't think he started it, but he could have stopped it, but he decided not to. And I think he was probably, it's not going to change his life. He's a wealthy man, and he can go on another CEO job. And, so he took the safe route, but shareholders got wiped out. Oddly, in collective audience, Aubrey Advisors ended up buying something like 91% of collective audience, which to me is criminal and is self-dealing. They destroyed the price and then they benefit by owning it all. I think it's absolutely astonishing. And yet, of course, Bob, you'd blame me for that. As all of you do. You are the ones that destroy stocks, and then you blame the people who are trying to understand what is supposedly a market with fair rules in it. I've given up, Bob. I think you and your type win every single time. Every single time. And then you blame me. Incredible. So anyway, with data logic, with the active insistence and leadership of Peter Boards, in my opinion, it should be a black mark on his CV, but he'll skate free. He'll skate free. He was warned by me in detail of what would happen. So he made a decision to stand with those who ridicule like patient swings. Stand with them. The courageless, the limp, the lightweight, rather than those who were willing in times of moral crisis not only to take a stand, but stick by it. So what Peter Boards did, he's invited on his board Aubrey Advisors. I made it clear to him that the reason Aubrey is there is to protect Polar's profits on the short side. I told Peter, whoever comes to you and suggests a reverse split to stay on the NASDAQ, they're your trader. I don't know who it was, but I imagine it was the board members and the attorneys who represented Aubrey Advisors. It made the board comfortable. They voted with it, and they did it. To Peter's credit, he said, screw you, we're going to go on the over-the-counter exchange, or stay there, or go back to it. I forget the sequence. But I'm not all that impressed with Chuck Cromwell Cheese, who runs over-the-counter. And that may have been part of the sting operation as well. So anyway, to fast forward on that, the decisions Peter Boards made and implemented led to collective audience's value going to zero. Now, what have they done since? Somehow, Aubrey Advisors ended up with over 90%, leaving, I guess, conceptually 8 or 9%, 7% for us, and the board and employees, management. But then Aubrey entered into an agreement, well, let's call it Peter Boards, entered into an agreement to be bought by this other company, and right now I'm forgetting the name, that is in the similar business. And to my memory, the company gets a third of the new co, which I think is still divided, 93%, 7%. But I'll admit I lost interest in studying it. It's a waste of time. And then this guy Greenberg out of Connecticut, I think he ends up with a third of the company. And then I think, I don't know if Aubrey has another ownership or their ownership is through the third that the company has. Again, I'm not interested. And then there's the original company that's buying Collective Audience maintains some ownership. Maybe they get the majority. But when you study that new company, they have a financing prospectus in place with the same toxic kind of groups that's going to destroy them as well. And they make a great presentation. It's a great opportunity, but they're taking financing. So they're going to get slaughtered as well, in my judgment. There's no way out. I think the investment in the SPAC sponsorship by Data Logic and the sponsorship of the Data Logic SPAC by Aubrey Advisors and Shadron Advisors, Shadron Management, was a sting operation from the front. I believe they intentionally set out to steal the entire market cap of both Data Logic and Logic. It's my opinion, my hard-earned opinion. And I've seen nothing in the actions of Aubrey Advisors or Data Logic or Polar or the attorneys to contradict the evidence that I see in front of myself to change my mind. So you blame that on me, Bob. Okay, that's the one half of the story. According to my friend at the Amex exchange, that was a great story. That was going to be great. And there's systems in place. Oh, yeah, and he'd send every day an update, sucking up to everyone. Well, I did the count and this and that, and it was this buy and that. All we need is to get this price, and the buy computers are going to win, and then we're... This is a man, I think, honest as hell, a man with a good heart that is delusional because he dedicated an entire career to the stock market back when the stock market was honest. And now it's been corrupted by a few men at the top, and they need a few bird dogs, and they need a few people doing the dirty work at arm's length. And it's been destroyed, and it started with Bill Clinton. This guy would hate that. He would hate that because he's so angry at Donald Trump. He's blinded by his hatred. Look, I voted for Bill Clinton twice. But I don't think I've ever been blinded by my point of view. I've always tried to listen to the other side. And right now, because Bob is claiming he bought Logic, I'm trying to give him his due, even though I think he's lying. But that might be unfair. So anyway, I think that was the Aubrey Advisors Shadron strategy from the start to destroy Collective Audience, and they succeeded. And they took, my calculation is they took at least $150 million out of the market cap, away from retail. I don't think any institutions got burned. $150 million that they protected by their control of attorneys, the board, and, you know, they're good guys. They're friends with Peter Boards. They keep their word as far as Peter Boards has ever experienced. He's a wealthy man. So it was a sting operation, and they won at that one. So what did that do to Logic? Well, Brent spent a lot of time helping Collective Audience. And then you come back to Logic, which is just a shell, which is what I think Aubrey and Chadron and the other criminals, Polar probably, once Logic is stripped of its assets, they knew the stock's worthless. It's just a shell. So they sold it down. They just kept pressure on the selling. And remember, they didn't answer SEC questions on time. So everything fell behind. And the only value to Logic was being a cleanly reporting shell. Now, according to the Amex Stock Exchange guy, everything was going so swimmingly at Logic that they were going to be able to get once Datalogic de-SPAC'd and started trading, Logic would be able to come out of the gates with a reduced outstanding stock position. They would go from 135 million shares outstanding down to as low as 85, 90 million shares outstanding. And they had a couple of little assets, and they had this strategy to roll up, to acquire a bunch of private companies and come out of the gate, or soon thereafter, with meaningfully higher revenue and like I say, only about 85 million shares outstanding. Well, that information proved to be exactly dreamland. Instead of coming out with 135 million shares, they doubled it. They went to almost 300 million shares because they needed to raise money, and it's all posted. They raised it at a really cheap amount, but they needed to raise money to stay clean. It was risky, highly risky, and it wasn't something that was even offered to retail, and I would have been uncomfortable offering it to retail. But for accredited investors that, unlike Bob, who can take the risk of losing everything without blaming anybody, it was a chance to provide money and try to make the thing work. So anyway, they doubled the amount of shares out to around 300 million, 280 or 290 million, because they needed to raise money to Logic, I'm talking about, to stay current in their audit and their financing. And they raised that money, and they did stay current, and they were clean. Well, then, Bob, Logic announced, and you can look it up, but you don't care to because you're just a short doing no work except whinging. But anyway, out of respect to the possibility that you are a real person, that you are a real investor, and I restate to you that my single largest per share position is Logic. So I lost money. I lost a lot of money with you. So over the course of the next 6 months, that might be too long. That was around March. Over the course of the next at least 5 months, Logic put out a series of press releases, Bob, that, to summarize, gave their intention of having 7 to 8 companies roll into the shell of Logic. And collectively, those companies would be worth about $1 billion. And it wasn't described, but it was relayed to me that it wouldn't be all that dilutive in number of shares necessarily. But we all agreed that probably by the time all was said and done, it would be dilution to the extent of maybe as high as 85% of Logic going to the 8 new companies and 15% staying with us. And so if basically, if you did that arithmetic and Logic stayed at around 300 million shares, remember the ownership split doesn't mean well, I guess it does, because the new co, it's all about shares. But that original ownership is that 15% is distributed among fewer than 300 million shares to start with. The fact that the whole kit caboodle gets bigger, that ratio within the 15% remains the same. So it worked out to around 50 cents per share, Bob. And that was meant to be from there that the company would grow. Now, I think Brent is naive or not that smart, or got tired of it. Maybe his wife said, if you don't get out of Logic, I'm going to divorce you. Who the hell knows? But Brent met with a group called, I can't remember the name, Medivac, you can look it up. A medical company. And by that time, Logic again needed money. So this guy that came in, MetaImmune or whatever the hell it was, he said, hey, I'll pay for everything. But I want to be the only company, the first company that merges in. I'll take care of the rest of the companies. So during all this, Bob, your friends keep shorting and shorting and shorting and selling, because that's the market now. There's no fairness. There's no level playing field. There's no integrity to the market. And we got to recognize that. The attorneys don't. The attorneys are they intentionally go to law school to become stupid. They functionally put blinders on their whole life. The only thing they can allow into their brain is evidence. The rest of it's all conspiracy theory. So, Logic, Brent's son, let's name the person. Brent's son decided that the best thing to do was allow MetaImmune, or whatever the hell name was, to come in, roll into it first. Well, that was $100 million supposedly company. But if you check the website, as I'm sure Brent did, just a piece of crap website anybody could have put up at the last minute, meaningless. Pictures taken out of Encyclopedia Britannica, for all I know. Glossies, just crap. But Brent decided to roll up the company to one, not the 8 that he announced, just one, with assurances that he believed, because he's gullible as they come. I think he asked him, why are you the company out of Switzerland? And they said, oh, you can trust us. Okay, good enough for me. As long as you told me I can trust you, good enough. I remember the Aubrey, Chadron, other players, lawyers and attorneys, Short's attorneys probably, are all there, pressured the board. Everybody's telling him his wife's probably telling him, get something done or no more yum yum. So anyway, he sold it. Bob, you blame me for that. Oh, good on you, Bob. You sound like a mature individual. So he sold it to this company. Even a rudimentary due diligence would have discovered that the CEO of the new company, MetaMune, based in Europe, maybe Israel, but certainly based in Europe, maybe Switzerland, spoke 5 languages. I think English, German, Russian, Hebrew, and I think either French or Swedish. It was weird. Spoke 5 languages. And started the company the almost exact same day that Aubrey Advisors started the SPAC for Data Logic. This didn't ring any bells in Brent Sun's opinion, because, you know, who would notice that this guy speaks Hebrew? That would be racist to notice that. Who would notice that he lives in Switzerland along with the guy from Aubrey Advisors that lives in Switzerland? Who would notice that? What are the odds they meet each other, they're working together? Switzerland's a big country. Who would notice the guy from from Aubrey Advisors is from Iran? There's no Jews in Iran. Oh, wait a minute. There are? Who would notice that the 2 companies were started at the same time? And you can't notice that Jews are doing it, because that's racist. Come on, guys. Come on. Do you notice that Nigerians send emails? The prince, I have money with the prince and I can get $100 million. I just need 50,000 in order to file the paperwork, and I will give you 10%. They all come from Nigeria. You're not going to blame it on every time you see a Nigerian email? You're not going to question it because it's racist? What the hell? Anybody that is that weak shouldn't be running a company. Pretty obvious to me that there's risk, red flags, and maybe you shouldn't sign that deal. But he did, because he could trust him. So Bob, you blame me for that. Okay. So he signed that deal, and right off the bat, $1 billion went to $100 million in value, but he trusted they bring in the others. But as I've tried to explain to people, Bob, and I know your brain is pretty arthritic, you can't figure it out, you're going to blame it on me. But if you give 85% of the new co to $100 million, not take companies coming in at $1 billion, you've dramatically changed the value proposition to the original shareholders. Further, if you give control to that one company of 100 million, do you think that company is going to allow the other 7 companies in pari passu? But you blame that on me, Bob. You blame that on me. I think I bought my original positions very high in logic, as I already stated, and then I bought more. I think I sold my GTII in the 15 cents, 18 cents range. I told all of you to be selling GTII. And I think I made an equal swap to logic. And then I sold my CRTD at like 4 cents. I put that in logic. That's what I remember right now. And I think maybe I got those logic shares a little cheaper. And I participated in that offering that was made. That's how I know about it. So my average price went lower, but I would say my average price doesn't matter. The stock's worthless. I think it's going to remain worthless. Because now the plan is for the stock to do a reverse split and go on NASDAQ. And Brent no longer has control. This guy who, he speaks Hebrew, but he's probably not Jewish. He lives in Switzerland with the Aubrey guy from Iran. He's probably not Jewish. The attorneys are probably not Jewish. The guy that was the investor and the mover in the collective audience deals named Greenberg, he's not Jewish. The whole thing's not a setup by this cabal out of Burroughs Park. It's obviously not. It's all coincidental. Whatever. It's too late to notice those red flags. And to be clear, because a bunch of idiots out there will accuse me of something I'm not. I'm talking about maybe 25 or 50, maybe 100 people that are in on this slaughter of American companies. It's not many men, all white men. My contention is they all know each other supra the United States of America. Their obligation is to money and themselves. That's it. But you want to blame me. Well, you can't say that. Well, I am saying it. Because if you're a CEO, you better damn notice it before you sign the documents. When you're in charge of other people's money and other people's lives, you have the responsibility to be a dick and be disagreeable. I lost a lot of messages, so I lost a lot of messages, but I lost everything from 359 to 437. I don't know why. I didn't do anything as far as I know, but I lost them all. So I can't go back to Bob's message that called me disagreeable. But if you're in charge if you're the CEO and you're making decisions, you better damn well be disagreeable. You better damn well be disagreeable. So screw you, Bob. So logic now is going to do, probably they have to do, I would guess, to make it work. The stock has no value. So you can't do an infinite reverse split. But I think their reverse split could rival Jeremy Frommer's reverse split. It could be 500 to 1. 1 for 500 shares. You're going to get, we are wiped out in logic. I've heard third hand, fourth hand, that the dream is, apparently the guy at the American Stock Exchange spoke with the new CEO, and he's still in the delusion, like patient swings, that any information you get from this corrupted marketplace has any integrity at all, that somehow you're in on a deal. It's such a suckers. You're the mark. Patient swings is the mark. This American Stock Exchange is the mark. I don't want you guys to be the marks anymore. But if you want to be, you can stay there. I'm I guess screaming with every fiber in my body, buy Railtown. If you don't want to buy Railtown, buy silver, which is something I've been saying for a long time, but I haven't been saying it recently because I do not want you to get distracted from owning Railtown. Railtown can make up your losses in logic, Bob, but unless you want to be a whining victim, you want to blame, well, if William is recommending Railtown and he's being disagreeable, that can't be a good recommendation because logic didn't work. You know, that I bet you got C minuses in high school with that kind of logic. That is some hellacious critical thinking, Bob. Hellacious critical thinking. I bet you're one of those guys, if you go outdoors and you turn the key in your car and the thunder happens at the same time, the next time you go out, you turn your key in your car because you caused the thunder. You're not that bright, Bob, so I'm sorry you're accusing me. But go ahead, be mad at me. Your life is my fault. I'm trying to give you a way, Bob, if you have a critical thought in your brain to make your money back on logic, to make your money back on MMTLD. The problem is you got to concentrate your position in Railtown. You can be a lovable loser like Patient Swings, or you can be with the guy you hate, that you find disagreeable, who's a total dick because he's calling out the system, and come over and invest with what I've shown you how to do the due diligence on. I've backed it up on a macro level. I've backed it up on a micro level. I cannot explain why the attorneys are taking their sweet ass time. But I can assure you this, once they're finished, you won't be buying Railtown at 60 cents. But you won't do it, so you can continue blaming me for logic. I admit, logic was a disastrous call. I don't blame anyone for my losses in logic. I listened to somebody I trusted at the American Stock Exchange. I'm comfortable with all the due diligence I did. I went and met with the CEO twice, at least, up in New York. I spoke to everybody. I campaigned for what was right. I stayed engaged. I gave my points of view. I thought after Brent got burned 3 times, once with Wayland, once with the Neo, once with Ionic, 3 times, the last thing he would do is sign a toxic deal with Aubrey Advisors and Chadron. And then, surely, he wouldn't go a 5th time and blow it all up by signing with a fictitious company, almost fictitious. But you blame that on me, Bob. Good for you. It must be nice to go through life and you can blame all the wrongs on somebody else. Must be good for you. Logic was a disaster, and I mince no words on that. I don't think there's any recovery in Logic. I have heard 3rd or 4th hand, they might get it back to 20 cents because this guy is good and he's serious and he's going to bring in companies. Baloney. He's just there to finish it off so that Polar's 150 million steel, maybe 200 million, if you include Logic, gets booked so they can get their bonuses and they don't have to pay taxes on it. That's the state of our financial markets today. And you, Bob, make fun of me. You blame it on me. Because you have a brain that belongs on an 8-year-old. But anyway, Bob, I'm going to move on. Now, this message came in at 3:59. This next message is at 4:37. So if you put messages up between then, I can't see them. So you have to either repost it. I'm not intentionally avoiding any message. There's just half an hour of messages missing. I don't know why. I didn't do any switching back and forth while I talked to Bob. While I talked, that'd be the time we did it in the butt, Bob. I didn't change anything. I don't recall. Maybe I did. That'll be the time we did it in the butt, Bob. So NRGV after hours is up 4 cents. You better rush into it. Patient Swings says, great news, gonna run. I don't know if he said a gonna run. NIXX's up in the aftermarket, $1.64. GDC's up in the aftermarket. Mountain's up 40 cents. You better rush over there. But Railtown closed at 51 cents, and there's no bid and no ask because it doesn't trade in the aftermarket, I guess. So it's in the green, but not by much. Almost 2 cents. But these guys are here to convince you. Bob wants you to know that I'm disagreeable. So you better stick with Patience Swings because he's agreeable. So aren't they all agreeable men? Well, it falls on me to be a dickhead. John Dick. But $6? John Dick. I don't know, John. I missed you must have put in some of the other messages that are missing, which gives me comfort because who needs your messages? I don't know what you mean. But $6? What do you mean? What the hell do you mean? I have absolutely no idea what you mean. So I'm going to move on. Steve, I tried lowballing today, only pushed the stock up my bid at least 3 times. Oh, well, that's good news, Steve. Number one, I give you great credit for putting bids in, But the fact that it moved up, you know what it means to me? They don't want to go short any more stock. It's all fake. And it's Charles Cromwell, Chuck E. Cheese, whoever let me find him. I always get his name wrong. It's a name that only a mother could love. A face that only a mother could love. Integrity that only a mother could love. And performance that only God could forgive. This goofball runs your over-the-counter markets. Cromwell Coulson, R. Cromwell Coulson. That complete nincompoop runs the over-the-counter markets. He's the president and the CEO. That is the guy that oversees the institutional theft of market cap after market cap after market cap after market cap. R. Cromwell Coulson, president, CEO, and director, has been instrumental in transforming the company from its predecessor, which was good, to the publicly traded entity, for-profit entity it is today. The single thing Donald Trump should do is take the over-the-counter markets away from R. Cromwell Coulson and make it a government-run exchange. Not for profit, but for right. Not for the institutions, but for the American people. Not for the offshore thieves, but for the American taxpayer. And he doesn't have to change any rules. Just use the security laws that are on the book, change Bill Clinton's change to the UCC, which is not really a securities law, but just go back to the Securities Act. Go back to the uptick rule. Go back to identifying the customers. Going back to the know your customer rule. Use human beings. No high frequency trading. That one change by Donald Trump would give a robust, booming, the best stock market in the world to raise capital by companies who have great teams, great vision, and it would employ women, it would employ minorities, and you know what? It might even employ some straight white men. But instead, we have this gay-looking guy. We have this complete lightweight, R. Cromwell Coulson, running a corrupt marketplace. Do you think his life is hurt by the corruption? Do you think he gives a shit? Maybe he's just stupid. Thank you for the harsh truth. I'm missing 30 minutes, 40 minutes of messages, so I'm going on with what's left. Why don't I get another dog? I miss my dog. I miss my dog. I'm loyal to my dog. My dog was the best guy. But someday I'll get another dog. That's a great video. My dog wants to come in. All right, here comes John Dickless, waiting William to use the same playback when Railtown goes to the shitter. It's the fault of Jeff Easton, Sheen Easton, Ann Wagner, Robert Rodgers. I never said it's the fault. You must be quoting Ham, John Dickless. I do think they have the responsibility to create a fair marketplace. I think victimhood is not always the fault of the victim, but I think after 3 years of victimhood, I think it's time for us to recognize that every time we step into the bar, we get hit by someone. And every time we turn to the bartender, we say, hey, we just got hit. Oh, no, you're just blaming it. You're just blaming your hit on someone here. I can't wait till William blames it on someone in the bar. And you go in again, you get hit again. You tell the doorman, hey, I just got hit in your bar. And John Dickless says, oh, there goes William again, blaming the bartender or the management. I think the bartender, the management has a responsibility to maintain a safe place, to have something to eat and something to drink. Every time I go in, I get hit. Oh, that's just William again. Whatever, John Dickless. I've never said blame these people. I've never said it's the fault of them. I said that the market is corrupt, and I don't understand how we can beat it. We've tried, we've listened to him, and we've listened to you, John Dickless, just about as much as I can take. And we still get hit every time we walk into the bar. So should we go back in that bar? Or maybe we go down the street to Mel Krupin's. We stop going to the third edition. We go to Mel Krupin's instead. Or Duke Siebert's instead of the Mad Hatter. That's what I'm suggesting, John Dickless. Be careful of his scam, people. What's my scam, John Dickless? Describe my scam to me. What is my scam, John Dickless? What is my scam? Please describe it. What is my scam? I'm not being paid by Railtown. What is my scam? We have no idea why they're delayed. We just have, David Hendricks says, we just have to have faith that they get it done. Screaming at lawyers may or may not be the problem. Really, you have a point. You have a point, David. I don't see the rest of what you said, but you're right about that. Getting upset at the attorneys is just expressing probably. It's probably not even fair to blame the attorneys. But I do think the board is taking a risk, David. I've worked with securities attorneys before. I've raised money for companies, and I've screened deals my whole career at various levels. And so I've learned from securities attorneys, you have to release material information right away. So I understand that it's 6 months. Actually, I don't understand it, David. I don't think in any court that a lawsuit is brought, that's my opinion. I mean, I don't know all the facts. But if you go through a court, if a lawsuit's brought against the board and they say the other suit says 6 months is not a reasonable amount of time. And in fairness, 6 months isn't what starting from February 11th, they said it would be weeks. So probably 6 months isn't relevant. Let's just say 4 months. Give them 60 days. But 4 additional months? I think it's going to be hard pressed to say that's a reasonable delay. But I read it to you on Google the other day. They do have an exemption for in the discretion, I guess, of the attorneys and the board, or both, that if they release information, it would be harmful to shareholders. And that distinction is what the board and the CEO's responsibility normally is to shareholders. Somehow attorneys have split it and said when you're taking toxic financing, your responsibility is to the company as distinct from the shareholders. I don't know how that got through, but that's been an evolution that I think needs to be addressed in Patient Swing's business schools. It's an insidious change. But anyway, screaming at the attorneys is not helpful. I think you're right, David Hendricks. I don't mean to scream at them, but my volume went way up. So this whole video has probably been an exercise in screaming, and you're right about that. But just having faith is what gets us in trouble. Just to be clear, I don't think there's any trouble at Railtown. The two dangers I see is that the longer the board of Railtown and AI Partners waits, the more exposure they have to the issue of, did you make full disclosure along the way as you knew it should be disclosed? But if their attorneys are saying they're safe, I guess, David, to use your words, they have to have faith in attorneys. I think having faith in attorneys can be a mistake. But anyway, you and I can disagree on that. They're pushing the edge of the envelope. On the other hand, David, I think you make a good point that the delay might be for good reasons. And it may be true that if they disclose anything now, it risks the good things coming. So that's possible. I agree with you, David. And I could be completely in the wrong for being agitated. But it's August now. And David, it'll be September before we hear anything, if the board doesn't grow a pair. I think the board needs to grow a pair. Finally, the other risk has nothing to do with the company. But David, the longer Railtown is in this limbo, the harder the evil ones go to work. And I don't think it's going to be successful here, because Railtown is not an over-the-counter company. It's a Canadian stock exchange company. Railtown is not a manipulated story piecing together the various key items that can trigger a short squeeze. It's not that. Railtown is a real visionary company created by particularly two men who got together and said, we need to be first, we need to be early, we need to devote our entire energy to this, and they created a beautiful product that solves a problem that's going to result in huge revenues all by itself. They met AI partners who accepted 160 companies or more into their network. And when Railtown joined, these guys who financed Constellation Software decided that they should allow AI partnership to be acquired by Railtown. That's all the confirmation you need to know. But the longer the stories stretch out, the longer the attorneys say, hey, you better not say anything. And I'm not supposed to get frustrated with that. But the longer that happens, the more these bastards come in here and they nibble at your brain, they nibble at your heart, they want your blood, they want your soul, and they want them both. They want them now because they make money, David. If they sell 100,000 shares and they get it down 10 cents, they make 10 grand. That's all they want to do. They're picking off the investors. Now, the Railtown doesn't need this community's investors at all. They're going to have all the institutional investors they need. But for me, I get upset about it. I get it, and I scream. And David, who do you think it is that's causing the delays? I think it's the attorneys. But you might have a different idea. Maybe the delays are so long because, I don't know, Microsoft's going to come in and build a gigantic data center in the middle of British Columbia, fueled by energy by NRGV, and Jack Ma is going to be the investor, and Morgan Stanley has a rumor they're coming in, and then maybe you're going to have the whole thing is going to be so gigantic they couldn't talk about it. I don't know. I don't know what you're thinking. I personally think that if anything material has changed from February 11th, you can buy 2 weeks, maybe, on a material thing. But if you're stretching it out and out and out, and it's big, I think you're running the risk, even if your attorney is saying that you have the right to it, you're running the risk of facing a lawsuit that says, if you had put that information out, my client would not have listened to Tony De Niro. My client would have acted sooner. And whether or not you win it, you can spend a lot of money on that lawsuit. I think it is an enormous risk to delay any further making some kind of announcement on the February 11th press release, which said in weeks, if the deal's gone sour, they should let us know. If the deal's not, is just delayed, I think they have an responsibility to let us know. If something's bigger and getting bigger, all within the parameter, of course, that if the attorneys and the board think by disclosing it, it would put that bigger thing in jeopardy, I think a 2-sentence press release. We're still working on it. Things are going to be special. And as soon as we can say anything, we will. But I don't know, you and I differ on that, David. And I do agree with you that I don't think I'm not talking to the attorneys. So I don't think if I met them, I wouldn't be screaming at them. But I think my reaction today is that someone as responsible and as intelligent and as knowledgeable as Patience Swings is acting as a tool of the system. I think he doesn't realize it, but it's a threat to you guys. I guess that's what I'm reacting to. All of this is a threat to you. And I'd love to get out of the limbo as soon as possible. And I'm sure the medication isn't helping. And I'm sure other things I'm waiting on in my life, that frustration is spilling over here. But I think in general, David, you have an excellent point that screaming at the lawyers that may or not be the problem really isn't helpful. I don't know what the rest of your statement is, but I think you make a fair criticism. John Dickless, it's either his scamming or he doesn't know what he's doing. So he's just repeating what I've accused because he's an idiot. Either way, your dollars are fucked. What exactly, John Dickless, about my recommendation, with specifics, is wrong? With specifics, not with emotions, not just repeating what's on the Basher's Handbook. What's wrong with my recommendation? Dennis Alex, DB, what's your average price? That's a lot of shares. Hey, DB, how many shares do you have? DB, I missed how many shares you have. Oh, shoot, I missed your last shares. Case in point, John Dick says all his past 8 or 10 stocks. Oh, God. What about NIXX when it made a profit? What about PSLV? It's making profits. What about silver itself? It's making profits. What about my trading recommendations on Finger, which made profits? What about, just trying to think of others. And then going through the stocks, John Dickless, the only stock that I believe in this environment that I did recommend at different times that there could be a trade in Finger, but the idea of a short squeeze in Finger early on, like 3 years ago, I did believe Ham's basic pitch on Finger, CRT, GTII. And every time he recommended a stock, they went up. There's an investor who now deals with somebody on the West Coast, but I occasionally heard her call in, either, sitting nearby, call into Ham, or Ham had to put me on hold or take her call. My understanding is she has the habit of when the stocks go up, she sells. But back then, the stocks went up, and I thought, Ham's onto something. And I did put out charts after studying about 20 or 30 charts on short squeezes about what could happen in a short squeeze. But those were not recommendations to buy the stock. Those were if a squeeze happens. I regret that now. I think I made some of the assumptions about the market and about compliance and about the oversight that other people are still making. But I think now, after studying it pretty hard and interacting with it for a long time, I think everything about the US stock market is rigged for the shorts. So I don't believe that short squeezes are going to happen. But once out of the blue moon, if someone like Ken Griffin is on the side of creating it, as was rumored with HKD, maybe it happens. But John, I think you guys are very successful down here in the muck of taking people's money away. And I don't think people should be here at all. Anybody that's listening to me, I think you should sell every single stock that you own in this space. And you should concentrate it in RLAIF. And then, John Dickless, I hope we never have to deal with you again. John Dickless, Kramer, Easton, Wagner, you and me. You're a genius, John Dickless. He's been using that same excuse very conveniently for all his field stocks. I never recommended purchasing those other stocks. I did join in the idea that they could squeeze. I did follow them. I had him on here a lot, so I can understand your confusion. MMTOP, I never recommend. All of these, I didn't recommend. I actually started saying get out of some of these. I do think logic you can lay on my shoulders. And I don't blame Ann Wagner for that. I don't blame Kramer for that. I don't blame Sheena Easton for that. I do blame the really bad judgment, the wokeism of Brent's son, or whatever it is. But in the case of logic, I blame Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial and Polar and the attorneys involved. That's who I blame there. I'm going to see you out here, John Dickless. Tried to educate his previous shills. They chased me away. They lost money and now nowhere to be seen. Current shills are a new bunch. I don't know who you're talking about, John Dickless. You haven't educated anybody. If you want to educate, start your own channel and give the real name, your real name. Have a pair of balls, but I guess without a dick, it's hard to have a pair of balls. Gosh, this Biden dead ringer puts his face so close to the screen. Enjoy it, people. So you criticize my production skills. Part of the reason my face is close to the screen is so I can read everything. The other part is so I can touch it all. It's not complicated. G Diddy, share update. Wow, G Diddy, personal account. All right, I missed some of the counts, but I'll start with where I am. Please, everybody know I'm missing 35 minutes from before, but G Diddy, that's great. That is great, G Diddy. You took advantage of what's going on. That is awesome. Bravo, my young man, my courageous man, my brave man, my principled man. Sue Tin T. Sue Tin T. How about MMTOP? We need men's, women's power too. There are a lot of women in that MMTOP fight. better than I am, better than a lot of the men. I think the most effective in Congress was Anna, Queen of Trades. And for my money, I think Junk Savvy runs a fantastic, almost daily or every other day space. And I think Junk Savvy is absolutely, her skills are tremendous at bringing on guests, getting information, synthesizing that information. And I think she's very courageous about not being fooled about where the information takes her. I think she's terrific. I think Anna is terrific. I think Kristen Shaughnessy is terrific. So I'm not by any means saying that women can't do a lot better than me, for example, or men. But I think when society creates a system that the number one goal is to make everything equivalent, like Delta does, and making it an all-female crew, or that helicopter pilot, 26 years old, putting her in charge just because she's a woman. Look, it's not necessarily that. It's just going too quickly without the experience, without the training. You might have the same qualifications, but that's not the same as the experience. I don't know. There's no way to win the argument because it gets emotional and then it looks like you're being sexist. But if you're about production, if you're about an economy performing, if you're about results, you got to build the team that makes results. And I don't know, I feel like the last decades we've been, instead of moving forward, we've been all about making everything equal while our technology goes to China, while our patents go to China, while our education goes to China, while the military technological spend goes to Russia. And while we keep printing trillions of dollars to support 7 million people in Israel, and we expand the markets that support the banksters, and then this group, this cabal of guys come in and they attack and steal the market cap because we're all in the middle of some great, let's just believe it's going to go on forever, and everyone's equal, and we can just make everything comfortable, and we don't need producers anymore. We need equity. We don't need dickheads like William. We need everyone that gets along with everyone like Patience Swings. Guys, we're racing to the bottom. You can go with it, but I want, if there's even a handful of you that buy my argument that we need to become our own individual islands of strength financially, we have to become our own central bankers. If you've been listening to me, and if you've known me over the last many years, silver is my number one investment. I think Railtown in the short run is better in the short run. It might be for the longer term too. And it's all I've focused on. Why would I do that if I think Railtown is a scam? I don't know. I really think it's to my detriment that I'm not pointing out to you as others are starting to do, that silver next stop is 200. But I'm sticking by Railtown, and the gentleman before is saying that screaming at the attorneys isn't helpful. I agree with him, but I'm frustrated. They don't realize the longer they leave it out here, more and more of you are going to peel off, and you're going to go with these fictional people like John Dickless or Tony Havno de Janeiro, or you're going to be patient. You're going to patiently swing. And oh, what a terrible thing it is to concentrate your positions. Oh, they trained me that diversification is the best. Oh, but I've got to go. It's my turn on hole number 4. Go with them. If you want to be a lovable loser, go do it. I don't want you guys to be. I'd like you to be lovable, but I don't want you to be losers. 2 ways out. Stop the electricity in your brain that makes you gamble and be a victim. Stop the electricity that says, I've got to listen to him. I've got to listen to Benedetto. I've got to listen to every other voice that comes on, like can't remember, George Benson. Anyway, the guy with 3 names that ran Genius, or the guy that comes on that has a collection of penthouse pictures, deep voice. I used to work and well, he needed proof. Well, I think the proof is in his stock price. He doesn't. He came out with Jeff Easton, says there's no evidence of short selling. Jeff Easton said to one CEO as the CEO walked into his office, I'm not the one shorting your stock. Guys, if you want to get away from this, stop playing the victim, stop listening to the pimps, stop listening to the pss, 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 pss. Stop listening to this time, we're going to get it right. Stop listening to the same basic story over and over and over again. Stop playing in the over-the-counter market when Cromwell is in charge. Stop playing in the NASDAQ when Adina Friedman is in charge. Stop seeking someone to rescue you. They're not going to rescue you. So number 1, stop playing the victim. Number 2, buy every bloody share of Railtown you can buy. Sell. Sell NRGP, MTEN, NIXX, Finger, GBUX, GDC, ZJYL. Sell them all and buy one stock, Railtown. And I stand by my recommendation. It's not financial advice. You've got to consider all sources, and you've got to put to the top of your consideration Tony De Janeiro, who did no due diligence when he ridiculed this, costing you half of your position. But now apparently it's a good risk reward. You got to consider Frank Benedetto. He's in here telling you to buy it. Go all in, pounding the table. I would suggest his desire is to get you to listen to him so he can shovel some of the other shit, which might work. But I'm telling you, you got to get away from the electricity of that. Maybe he thinks what he's doing is good for you. I'm not saying that. Well, in a way I am. But I'm saying you got to stop listening to it. You got to stop listening to Ham. Hey, I'm hearing out of Goldman Sachs. The one thing Ham can do, I'll give him credit on this. I don't think Frank Benedetto or Borders have the work ethic of Ham. And I think Ham, when he works on a project, he can make things happen. And I think Ham sincerely believes he's fighting the short sellers. But I think it's Don Quixote now. I used to think there was a fight there, but I think we have to admit defeat, leave this mucky area to the mucksters and get out of it. We can't win. We can't win in Congress. We can't win in the media. We can't win in with the regulators. We can't win with attorneys. We can't win with the banksters. We can't win with your own brokerage firms. We can't win. If you want to keep mucking around with the mucksters, muck. If you want to escape, buy Railtown. Hey, William, Tony has no dinero, changed his name to Bob, in my opinion. Could be. I know Bob might be real. I'm not gonna give DB. I don't know how many shares you bought, so if you were willing to put it up again, if you post anybody that posted for about half an hour, I didn't get your posts. I didn't think I did anything wrong, but they're all gone. Middle ground. Thanks for the explanation on him. I don't mean Ham any harm. I really don't. Wall Street's a big boys game, and you should know that too. You need to be big boys, and you can't go in with pussyfied rules into a fight where low blows are. They'll do I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about these other people. They'll do anything. Anything. So they can make a few shekels. It's disgusting. Justin Babbage, feel free to never have to explain logic again. Relevant and current investments are much more deserving. I agree with that, Justin. And you know what? From now on, I'm gonna refer when logic comes up, I'm gonna refer to your admonition, and I'm gonna follow your admonition. So thank you very much. Brandon Neely, March 29, GBUX announced $212 million deal. Never heard anymore. They said buying gold company, nothing. Doing divvy, nothing. All BS stories. Or they were sincere at the time to try to catch out the shorts, and they didn't work. But the point is, it's all about catching out the shorts. And I think that's founded on one really bad misreading of the markets. And that bad misreading is Bill Clinton's change to the UCC Section 8, which resulted in the right of all the banksters to put in your account entitlements, security entitlements. Brandon Neely, I'm done with the Ham plays, all rumor BS. Hope everyone wises up and listen to William today. He's telling you to stick with one good stock and ride it from the lows up. This is a golden opportunity. Brandon, I think that's what I'm saying. I think there'll be other ideas if I haven't burned all my bridges. But if I have burned my bridges, I have other strategies anyway. But I'm not comfortable even associating myself like swing high, swing low, sweet chariot is? He needs to make some reflection. But, you know, in fairness to him, I opened up my audience to the same things that Patient Swings is now receiving and believing. I opened up my audience, if I can call it my audience, on an almost daily basis. So I made the same mistake that I think Patient Swings is making. And I hold myself ashamed for that. But I constantly questioned, I constantly did research, I constantly engaged, I constantly put myself out in any way I was asked or could do or took initiative on. And I read everywhere. I did videos. And I finally, like the dimwit I am, the penny dropped. Most of the violation in this game were made legal in the first instance by Bill Clinton. They became institutionalized, in my opinion, when under Obama, when they started splitting everything out, and Obama was no FDR. But when it came to the result that all the big concentrated banks, for the most part, made it such that if you bought stock, it was type 2, that if you bought stock, it's electronic. And they made hard and expensive to take it out and almost prohibitive to put it back in. So everyone got comfortable with basically turning the security system into a fractional reserve security-based system. And they didn't educate anybody. They didn't disclose that. I think that change in and of itself has allowed the hypothecation and rehypothecation of anything they can put in your account. They would put houses. They put your own house in your account if they could. They're doing it to most of the properties. They're going to put them in rental partnerships. And then they can play ping pong. In the case of the silver market, is 26 guys out of London and New York. 26 guys. They make gigantic paper bets on silver, leverage to the hilt. And you think it's a real market because it shows up on your screen and we get fooled by the price. I want you to get away from it. I'm going to get away from it if I can. I'm not saying I'm going to disappear, but I don't want dick pics anymore. I don't want to argue with these brainless people anymore. And I don't want you to either. I don't want you to believe this is the stock market, that these ideas are any good. They're all manipulated. They all need you to be gullible because they're not going to risk their own money. Some of them do. There's big whales risking their money, but they're just giant retail investors. They're being fooled too. They're being lied to. They're being manipulated. They're being used. They got more, well, they had more money than you do. If they keep doing it, all the money will be gone. They got to stop doing it. They're rich already. My brother told me about a movie, I don't know what it was called, but the hero in it goes sort of toward the end of the movie, he goes, I was rich already. What was I thinking? That's what some of those whales are going to say to themselves. I was rich already. What was I thinking? They got to get off this idiotic fleecing machine. With that kind of money, they have access to deal flow that can really make things happen. I mean, they may have a reluctance to go into private transactions or go into anything that has a time horizon more than 18 months. But that's a big mistake, I think. Their money will get stolen from them. These people are heartless. And the one person I'm thinking of right now who I've met, I actually have a great deal of respect for. I say it out of concern for him. I'm not heartless towards him, but these other guys are heartless. Brandon Neely, if you watch these other guys, when one play doesn't work, they find new ones with new stories. It's a pyramid scheme. I think they use us to pump them up and sell their shares. That's one of the things they do, Brandon. That's one of the things they do. They also want to show the CEO that something happened, and then the CEO has some options. Look, when a stock is dead in the water and no volume, the CEO has no optionality. If these guys can create volume and get the stock up, and then the banker, so-called banker, Jeff Easton, walks in and they walk into his office and say, "Oh my gosh, Jeff Easton, you're the greatest." Jeff Easton types up the symbol, and it says average volume for the last 10 days is 2.5 million a day, partly computerized, but mainly because you guys were buying that could gin up the back and forth so they could add fake and real. They go, "Oh, okay, we'll do a deal with you." But if it's not up at some price level that they can suck your blood and your soul out of now, and it doesn't have volume, there's no deal there. So from a CEO standpoint, particularly the gullible ones that don't do the hard work of raising money, they say, "I got one-stop shopping with Jeff Easton." They have these guys pump it up, pump the volume. I'm not blaming him. I'm talking about UNLV, that clean, the COSM is a good one. They pump that up, pump up the volume, and then they walk into one of these bird dogs that pretend to be financial geniuses. They've got a hedge fund behind them. They say, "Hey, there's the volume. Sure, we'll do the deal. We'll start shorting it, and we'll cross, and boom, 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 boom." And they get $35 million deal done for COSM. And you think this time's going to be different? That was a Frank Benedetto special. You think any of these other stocks are different? Do you think any of them have careful due diligence put into them? I think all the due diligence is, hey, I've got an audience, I can get your stock up. Sure, I'll take 500,000 shares or 100,000 shares and 15 grand a month. Sure, I got a family to feed. I think that's the extent of the due diligence. But who knows? You guys don't know me. I know me. So it's easy for me to say, right? I should say that differently. I think I know me. I think I know me. I know what I'd like to be, but I don't ever want to be bigger than the Lord above. And I don't want an ego that's bigger than I don't know what to say, what he's asking me to do, I guess. But on the other hand, Joyce Meyer, a preacher, who I think's become a bit of a caricature of herself, she had horrible things to deal with when she was younger. And I think for a long time, she clearly was in the grace of God, but I don't know now. I haven't listened to her in a long time, but she's done horrible things with plastic surgery. And I understand she's gotten quite materialistic in life, which confuses me. But she used to say something that made a lot of sense to me. She said, God can't help you drive a parked car. And if I can paraphrase that right now, God can't help you get out of this victimhood if you keep listening to these pipe dreams and putting real money at risk. Now, one might work at some point, but that's totally gambling. When you put your chips down on the roulette wheel, red 32 might come up. But that's not saying my advice is wrong. You know, I've been in this living hell now for 3 years at least. I don't want to be in it anymore. And I don't think you should be. And I don't think God or fortune can help you out of this ditch if you continue to listen to these, frankly, stories. Why is this different? You're the same one that recommended that. You'll have to judge for yourself. I think Railtown is your way out. If you don't like Railtown, go buy silver. You can buy silver, and I think you'll get a 10x in silver. At first, it'll be volatile. You could see it up and then down, but I think you'll get a 10x. In other words, $400 an ounce fairly quickly, I'd say within 2 years. And then from there, I think you'll get another 10x. I think it'll go to 4,000. I even think silver will go briefly par with gold. But I don't want to distract you from Railtown, because I think Railtown, when the attorneys finish, and I agree with that other gentleman, screaming at him doesn't help. When the attorneys finally get a finalized document or a finalized agreement that everyone can sign, I think Railtown is headed first stop, maybe 10x from here. I don't think it could happen just like that, but it could go to $1.25, $1.50. Then it goes to $2.25. Then it goes to $3.50. Then it goes to $4.50. Then it gets to $5. It could do something like that. And it could take weeks. It could take a couple of months. In fact, in my prediction, I'm saying October 1st. But I think it also could happen lickety split. But the weird thing about Railtown, if it gets to $5, a lot of institutions can buy, and my contention is, which I think Patience Swings has enough experience and knowledge that he should acknowledge it, but he wants to be in this bullshit stocks because he thinks he has access to money because a whale is participating, and a whale's got another whale in. Any whale in these stocks is just a bloated retail account. No institutional investor would play any of this shit. And you'd say, well, why would they be in Railtown? I've already told you, Railtown shouldn't be 50 cents right now. Maybe it should have been 50 cents for 6 years, but Railtown shouldn't be 50 cents right now. The only reason it is these jackals are suppressing it because their computers got them in trouble. Their computers started selling when the news came out of an MOU and a pending LOI weeks later. I've already told you what they do, how they try to break it, and how they win in every scenario, except the one. The one scenario they don't win, Railtown doesn't need the money. I think Railtown will do a deal with Canaccord because that's how Canaccord gets paid. And I think Canaccord is a facilitator for the shorts. But not all of Canaccord and not all deals have to be written in a destructive way. So I do think there will be financing on the way up. Maybe they don't want to wait till it's too high. So maybe at $1.50, $2, $2.50, there might be one or two financings. I don't think the brain power of Corey Brandolini and his associates, or of John Ruffalo and his associates, I don't mean to leave anyone out. I don't think their collective brain power is going to be abused by shorts. I really don't. I don't think they're gullible, but you never know. They are Canadian. They're nice guys, but I don't think they will be. I don't think the company needs the money. That's the key. There's $400 million in revenue in those AIP affiliates. If you don't believe me, start there. When they're acquired, the revenue goes in as of the agreement date. Probably. I mean, that's the deals I've seen before. You agree to an acquisition, and then all revenue is escrowed. It might be before, it depends on the deal. But then as the paperwork is worked out, as the maybe deposits are put in, agreements might take 45, 60 days. All of that revenue is put in escrow, and it becomes an as of transaction. So that revenue goes in to Railtown's accounts. So Railtown doesn't need the money. Further, if you just look at Railtown's business, they already have customers. We don't know the revenue. They've made 3 or 4 revenue deal announcements, but we don't know the revenue because they're still in this quiet period. But they wouldn't make those announcements because those deals are free. Railtown doesn't need the money. That's what separates Railtown from these goons, these other transactions. The other thing that separates Railtown, it's really a Canadian company. It's not an over-the-counter company. I don't believe, but I will admit my lack of experience. I don't think the Canadian regulators let Canadian banks screw Canadian companies and Canadian investors with the way American regulators and American over-the-counter, American NASDAQ, and American brokers firms lets anybody screw American investors and American CEOs. I think it's different in Canada. And I don't know when we're going to wake up and stop the steal, but one of the things they do is pump it up so they can sell the shares. But the most detrimental thing they do is puppet up so the CEO and the banksters, so-called banksters, they, these pretend bankers like Jeff Easton, they can get a toxic convertible note or some other toxic form of financing in play. And then the slow, ongoing slaughtering and the taking of an entire market cap, with the ending in seller boxing, which guys like Mark Bazile facilitate, whether or not he intends to. Look at the two companies, HPIL and Venue, VNUE. He brought cases against the Kramers. What's the result? Seller boxed, shareholders wiped out. That's because the legal system somehow separated the CEO's responsibility to look out for shareholders from the CEO's management of the company. In other words, they get the CEO believing that your job is to look out for the company. As long as the company survives, you're done your job. They separated it from the real obligation, which is to shareholders. So then they can make a settlement created by Mark Bazile, and he's smart enough to know what he's doing, but he doesn't advise against it. He told me he does. Well, no, he didn't. He said, I can't help the decision that the CEO makes. That's different than saying he advised against it. But he wants to get paid. That's all. He wants to get paid. All lawyers want to get paid. Look, it's a shitty environment to be in. And if you're trying to find good guys, there aren't any. There aren't any. Anybody that's down in here, none of them are good. I would argue CEOs shouldn't have to deal with this. It's the responsibility of the exchanges. But the ones run by a goofball, Chuck E. Cheese, the other ones run by a woman who's flattered into believing she has talent. I don't know who runs the New York Stock Exchange. I don't know if it's a real threat. And then FINRA is run by a bureaucrat that could come straight out of the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany, in the sense he's just a perfunctory. I'm not talking about moral values. And then the SEC is run by ambitious people who just want to rotate out and go get on the board of Goldman Sachs or get a sinecure with one of the big white shoe law firms. They don't care. And then Congress is financed by Goldman Sachs, Citadel, big pools of money. They have the lobbyists. They have the professors. Guys, you're not going to win in this. You're not going to win. When are you going to realize there's nobody looking out for you? You think they laugh at me? They make fun of me? They ridicule me? They're laughing at you. When they go to the sauna, when they go to Temple, when they meet at Bureau's Park and have a deli sandwich, they're laughing at you. Let's have fun with retail. But if you want to keep believing it, you want to keep doing it, you're going to fight for the justice in the system. I would suggest to you one way to fight it is if we could turn 9 million shares into a few hundred million. And notice, I'm not trying to make claim on that. I'm not trying to encircle it. I'm not trying to give any kind of payout to myself. I'd like that will still have communication with each other so we can have power. Well, then we can hire a lobbying firm, and we can go toe to toe, duke it out directly in Congress, with the White House, in state after state after state. If we have a few $100 million from Railtown, we can dedicate whatever it costs. We can set up a separate fund, and we can lobby, educate. We can have commercials. I tell you one thing, if we educate, going back to women, if we educate the women of the United States, women own the majority of financial assets in the United States. If we educate women who run retirement accounts, who run mutual funds, and run household finances, women account for all of the majority of buying decisions in households. If we got women to understand what's going on, this would stop immediately. The court systems are mostly run by women now. I don't know if it's a strict measure, but the voters and the judges and the leanings are feminine. If women started supporting our fight, we'd start winning. That makes more sense to me, to fight the shorts, than using your money in my brain's not working. There's a word I want to use, but I'm not. Thinking of it. Anyway, I can't, there's a good word. But I think if we make our money first, we can fight this with results. If we continue to come down with these ersatz companies, let me see what ersatz means. Yeah, that might be it. Made or used as a substitute, typically an inferior one for something else. What is a synonym for ersatz? Fake, faux, artificial, synthetic. Yeah, exactly. So if we can avoid spending our money on these ersatz companies and situations, and make our money maybe first with Railtown, and then become independent financial units. And I'm going to show you how. I want you in silver. Unfortunately, the timing might mean some decisions we have to make. We'll find out. And I want you in income producing companies which are tied to real economically valuable resources. And then we can start becoming our own independent financial units. And we don't have to listen to ersatz. I don't know if I can say ersatz stories. Ersatz companies or pitches. And we can dedicate our income, part of our income, to fight this crime. But right now, they're just pissing us away. Oh my God, look at this Joe Biden look-alike leaning into his computer. Oh my gosh, he must have been losing his mind. You can't listen to him. Bill Miko. Ham short will never get me to invest in another crap stock ever again. Well, I'm not trying to pick on Ham. I'm just trying to say, when's enough? He should change his name to Tony Does Not Know. I like that, Steve. I like that. And I'm not going to read this one, but I put it up for the acknowledgement. Ted Williams, John Dickless, laughing my ass off. Bill Miko. Someone needs to make a shirt with the hamburger helper hand from the old advertisement and put, maybe. I don't want to join in on attacking Ham. He's a lot like the American Stock Exchange guy. You get older, you get to where you're 70 years old. It's hard to accept that the world you worked for isn't the one that exists today. And it kind of means your whole life production, your whole life effort is meaningless. But you know what? I've quoted this before. By Shelby. Shelley, I meant. Why did I say Shelby? I was thinking of the singer, Lynn Shelby, but I meant Shelley, sorry. Not that I'm, not that I know my English literature, all that words, but it's called Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley. But I think it applies to all of our life production here on the planet. And that's why we have to do the best we can. But we also have to be humble. So this is Ozymandias. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, quote, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on a pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on me works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Unquote. I think we all get to the end of our life, and everything we worked for and everything we did, for most of us, can fade into insignificance and lack of purpose. But I think Ham and the guy from the American Stock Exchange have similar limitations in their ability to come up with a theory of how to operate in this new market, because they believe the market's the same as it always been. It hasn't. Everything they built in the 70s and 80s and the 90s, around it now lies endless seas of sand. None of it remains. All of it is in decay. But they don't believe that. I do. Bill Miko, that idea will make you more money than any of Ham's stock picks. Well, I'm not strictly challenging Ham's picks versus mine or Frank Benedetto's. What I am, to make it clear, I'm saying that these, let me give them a name that might not be fair. These manipulated stocks, you don't stand a chance. You do not stand a chance in any of these manipulated stocks. Maybe one will work and you'll somehow trade it correctly. But as long as your mindset is in, I got to buy this, it's going to catch this, I'm going to get out, I'm going to hop to the next one. Maybe if I hop to that one, I'll have more money to buy that one. That you're going to step on a landmine. And it leads to financial ruin. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that these manipulated stocks, if you play them, you might get lucky, but then you won't walk away. So is it really lucky? I think with the manipulated stocks lead to tears. And what they're trying to convince you is that Railtown is one of those manipulated stocks. I don't think it is. I think Railtown is the real McCoy. I think the guys behind Railtown and behind AI Partners are superior. They're in a whole different league. With all due respect to Brent's son, they're in Oxford or Cambridge as compared to Ball State. No disrespect to Ball State or to Brent's son, but that's the difference. I think their integrity is probably on par with each other. I think Brent's son has enormous integrity. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's good to be the victim and just be agreeable. And if you disagree with someone, you're agreeable. Hey, I just disagree with you. I know you're selling a lot of shares that don't exist. I just disagree. I don't know. If your goal is to make money, the manipulated stocks are the way to lose your money. And I would suggest to you, if you hit on one, you're going to think you're a genius, and you're going to do it in size, and you'll end up blowing it all. They know that. They know they've studied human emotion. They've studied the right words to use. They've studied how to mock me. They've studied how to marginalize me. They've studied how to buy Congress, how to buy the press, how to buy, literally. A lot of these men have been bought and control the press, the media. They know how to do it. They buy the government. But you still want to fight them because you think a guy like him or a guy like Benedetto or a couple of whales out of Dorado Beach, and maybe they're being fed the legitimate information that they can buy a trading desk guy who's going to turn on the machines to make stocks run from an introduction from Univest, and somehow the shorts aren't going to know about it. Those trading desks are beholden to the shorts. I think you're in dreamland if you think somehow there's a psst, psst, I'm hearing this, psst, there's this going on. Hey, psst, this is a good one. Why are you hearing about the deal? Why? What do you offer? The only thing you really offer is the gullibility to put your money at risk to chase the price so the computers get fooled and it goes up and they can do a deal for $33 million in the case of COSM, sucking all your money out of the market. So some Greek can live the high life. Oh, and you're blaming a dead man. Well, maybe Lou Bravo didn't get paid anything, but he did get he was given an opportunity to buy in the stock early. Maybe Frank Benedetto didn't get paid anything for COSM, but there was on Twitter his post that he was the IR guy, so I'm pretty sure he got paid something. So those are the three guys, the Greek CEO, Benedetto, and Lou Bravo. Got you into it with a completely false narrative. So they claim expertise, which they didn't have. Or if they do have expertise, they knew what they were doing. You ran into it. I ran into it. Got out by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Because Ham told me, he said, you are crazy. You've got a Greek in there. He can do everything international. Ham said every Greek CEO always plays the market. If you don't get out of that stock, I forget what his threat was. Maybe it was, I'm never speaking to you again. I don't know. So I sold out. Didn't make any money to speak of, or I lost a little money to speak of. But most of this audience popped the bubble in the squeeze I think was going on in Finger and I think was going in GTII at that time. And this shitty company, COSM, got $33 million. And you had access to that information first. You had that opportunity to invest. Why did you get the opportunity rather than Citadel or Stevie Cohen's trading desks? Why were you given that opportunity in hushed tones by this skilled Wall Street hand, Frank Benedetto, or this 25 years of experience, Ham, or this Greek CEO, or Lou Bravo gives you this exclusive information to get into COSM? I don't think Ham was in on that one. I think he was fighting on the other side. But you got to ask yourself, are you really being given great information that you can make money on? Is your source of these deals repeatable and successful when they rely on a couple of whales out of Dorado Beach and a master manipulator of ideas and stocks, and let's put something together, and then a trading desk that somehow keeps its secrets when no other trading desk can? And then when you lose money, you can turn to the record. Guys, I just think it's time for us to admit defeat and get off the field. Let other people play. I mean, I'm sure Frank, he says he's got all these investors. I think he can find other investors than mine. Ham has a huge Rolodex, and many of you are his investors. He'll be fine. He doesn't need you down here. They can get their contracts. They can drum up stocks. The whales down in Dorado Beach, I think they're crazy. They're rich already. But I think they can find better deal flow. And people that care about the results rather than a quixotic fight against the system or for justice in the shorts, or rather than, hey, I got a family to feed. There is deal flow for those whales. Excellent deal flow. I can show them the way to some of it, but I'm not asking for that. But there's excellent deal flow that's up at the institutional level that they can get into. They don't need to be down here. And they think they can manipulate it with big money. To the bad boys, they see big money, they start drooling. They can take it from a retail account, whether the retail account is 10 grand or 100 million. They can take it. They know the emotions to play, and they're shameless. And I'm not a shrink. I don't know if it's psychopathic or sociopathic, but I think their souls are separate from the damage they cause. So I put the plea out to everybody out there, and I'll probably stop doing it once, if Railtown does what I'm saying it does, and most of you stay with me, I want to start focusing on other things. And if you don't, I'll just go with my small account, which I know I can build back to independence, I think, with Railtown. It'll be mostly my IRA account at the end of the day. But I mean, I do have a tiny bit elsewhere, but it's not. What I'm counting on to allow myself to be independent is that I can build up my IRA account. My first step, as I'm suggesting to all of you, in complete contradiction to the advice and the ridicule that I've received from patient swings. Who knows better? That's just what surprises me. This is a man that both knows the Railtown story, knows Wall Street. that he in a straight face can tell you he laughs at me. Swell is all I can say. Swell. If you listen to him, you're going to stay at the whims and vagaries and winds and storms of a small boat on a crisscross sea. If you have the courage to commit everything in your speculative bucket to, admittedly, according to this research report, of course, that's not the page. Anyway, I don't know where the page is, but that's a speculative stock too. But if you're willing to shift the entirety, and every stock you're listening to from these guys is worse than speculative. It's high risk. If you're willing to move all your high risk stocks up to the speculative category, which this research report calls Railtown, it is my recommendation you move it all to Railtown, regardless of the cost, regardless of missing out on a quick trade, regardless of it all. And then you murder the alternative. You stop listening to the space calls. You stop listening to the buzz and the piss. Stop listening to the dreams. You stop listening to the siren song. You stop believing. This Railtown is your bus out of town. It's your train out of town. If you take it, I'll be there with you. If you don't take it, good luck with all these guys. Really, good luck with them. They make fun of me, and I know they care about you. All of them care about you. So you should be in good hands. Brandon William wants us to ignore that bullshit and buy Railtown, a solid company. Let's ride it from bottom up as high as you want. Brandon, I love you. It's a perfect summary of what I want you to do. Bill Myko. Brandon, that's exactly what's happening. Bill Myko, I love you. It's exactly the recommendation. Brandon Neely at Bill Myko. That's why Ham doesn't want anything to do with William now. He doesn't play along. He calls a spade a spade. And let's not, that can have connotations. Let's say I call I don't know, a rose a rose? John Dickless got chased away. He says he's here. He is again. You just can't make the stupidity of these shorts. That's very, very true. Gary Dale. Thank you, Gary. I didn't see that. Gary Dale. Do-wah-diddy singing, do-wah-dale. Do-wah-diddy singing. You're fine. You're fine. Gonna. That's great. 105, 288. Now, if I could find out what DB said, because I missed it, we might have a real chance. And then do I add in Dirty Randy's number? Do I add that in? I might just do it. He does list. He came on. So I might add that in. Yeah, I might just do that. Again, I'm not taking credit for these numbers. And I'm not entangling them in any way. I give great credit to you guys and your hard work. And in that sense, Dirty Randy's position should be included. I couldn't tell before I came on. Brandon Neely, Ham might be fighting the shorts. and he has a vendetta against them. However, he's going to make money a lot. Well, look, let me be clear. I think it's okay to make money. Him has a family too, and he's got a good family, and he's a good father. I think people have a right to make money on Wall Street. They all do, from Lou to the investment bankers to mutual funds. They all make money. But, and I don't want to get in a comparison at all with anybody. Let's just say that I'm taking my stand. Let's just say that. And my stand is my own. And I think I'm standing with you. I don't know who else I'm standing with. I think I'm standing with you. And my advice to buy all Railtown isn't something to be laughed at or ridiculed. I'm not saying sell your house. I'm not saying sell your pension. I'm not saying sell NVIDIA. Although if I had NVIDIA, that I might do it. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying for your high risk bucket, which every stock you're hearing about on the space calls is high risk. If you don't know that, look at the results. Even a great story like Torchlight gets destroyed. They all get destroyed. The stories are great. It's not the house, it's the mortgage. You can buy the best house in the neighborhood, but if you get a low down payment, adjustable rate mortgage that changes, goes from interest only to catch up on the principal with a balloon payment, you're going to lose the house. It's not the house, it's the mortgage. It's not the story, it's the financing and all the other shitty crap that comes with it in today's market. Guys, Railtown, in my judgment, you got to own enough of it. You can't pansy around the way Patience Swings is telling you. You can't do it that way, unless you're already rich. You can't trade from one stock to the another, hoping to turn 10 grand into 30 grand, and then you're going to own this much. You're going to run out of time. Railtown literally, as much, I agree with that guy, David Hendricks, screaming at the attorneys by myself is not fair. So, but as much time as the attorneys have taken, it could end at any point. And then Railtown's $1.20. And you're sitting on your hands. Railtown went to 70 cents and it's pulled all the way back to 48, 49 cents, giving you the chance to add more. Even Tony is now saying it's reached his risk reward. I'm not giving you financial advice, but after my considered due diligence that no one else is doing, I think at 50 cents, unlike when I first started criticizing in the 25 cent, 28 cent, even 22 cent range, under 30 cents, back then I thought it was shit. And I didn't really do due diligence, but I came out and give my opinion, but it wasn't advice. But I'm glad you didn't buy any down at 25 cents, because now I, Tony De Niro, am telling you I'm adding to my position at 50 cents. Double what you could have paid had you just listened to William all along. I don't know, guys. How much more do you need to learn? How much more do you need to learn? Ham's going to make money. I think that's right. He probably bought Railtown at 30 cents. It was part of the last selling when it was 65. Yeah, I think I told you way back. I told you that I thought once Ham met with the whale that Frank Benedetto claims as his own client, it's Ham's. It's not Frank's. I mean, I think the guy talks to Frank, but I think the introduction was made by Ham. It's Ham's guy. But Frank, Frank doesn't have any problem with ego. I told you that once Ham met with that guy, he would come out, maybe not supporting Railtown, but he'd talk about it. So yeah, I think it's possible that Ham might have built a position. But again, if anybody deserves to be able to build a position or get some shares, a guy like Ham probably is worth it. I would imagine that guy's on his phone from 6:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock. I bet he hops any car, any taxi, any train, any flight to go make things happen. I think he doesn't realize that some of the hyperbole, to put it kindly, that he used to use on trading desks to move stocks, I'm not sure that's the best approach with a broad retail audience. But remember, he worked on the institutional side. I did a lot of institutional stuff, but I worked on the retail side. You're trained differently. You think differently. But if anybody, let's use finger motion as an example. If Ham deserved by any company to get something, it's finger motion, because without Ham's efforts, Lynn Partners would already have finger motion at 5 cents or seller boxed. So I think Ham is worth, that guy works hard. You can question maybe how he does something. I think he's sincere. I think his fight is real. But I have had time since he ditched me. I have had time to think a lot about what happened over all that time. And a lot of it gives me pause. So, but I'm not ready to, Brandon, if he bought Railtown at 30 cents and sold it at 65, that was what he was trained to do. And if we had done more of that, like his former, let's call her a client that now somebody else handles, was trained to do, if we did more of that, and I think Ham taught you to do that. Hey, buy a position, sell half when it's here, sell another half there, and then hold the rest, or whatever he would say. But Ham was taught to buy a stock as it runs up, sell it. I don't begrudge him that. He, on Railtown, he's not out here. Well, I don't know. I don't read his posts, so maybe he is. But I don't think he's pulling a Frank Benedetto. I'm pounding the table, which I am too. But I think Frank's doing all that to get in on you. I don't think Frank has a massive audience. Maybe he does. But I don't know why he doesn't go talk to that audience. Why does he have to come talk to this audience? I don't know. Maybe he has one. But I just think he wants to get on your good side. So you start thinking, wow, Frank knew about this one. So his next idea must be great too. I want to get away from all that. I want you to divorce yourself from that electricity that still punches all the buttons in you. Come over to Railtown, ride Railtown up, and let's get away from these guys. You know, I junked this guy's I junked this guy's phone number, and he uses another one. I'll let you read it. I'm not going to read it out. I'm not going to read it out in case children are listening. Now, I haven't read it. I saw the first line, but I'm just going to report this as delete and report it as junk. So you read it. I didn't. That's the kind of people that are in trouble right now. They're losing money in Railtown today. The reason to David Hendricks, the reason I get so worked up, that'd be the word I'd rather use than screaming. But I think you're right, David. I think your criticism is spot on. To be screaming at the attorneys is not correct. But I don't think the attorneys know. Look, Railtown didn't ask for you as investors. They didn't ask me. They don't pay me. So it's not Railtown's fault. And I shouldn't be upset with Railtown or their attorneys. I think you have an opportunity to ride their hard work. So in a way, who can complain about a free ride? But having said that, I'm sick of the attacks. I'm sick. You just saw it. I deleted it. All I saw was the first words, I'm sorry about my big long black clock or something. And then it kept going. This is the quality of people that do not want you to listen to me. And this is the quality of people, I'm not talking about him or Frank Benedetto, but it's the quality of people that Patient Swings quietly enables. In my judgment, we've got to get away from it. So I'm being a little bit of a dick and a hard ass. I probably get that from both of my parents, frankly. I was going to say I get it from my mother, but I think I get it from both of them. It's how I grew up. I used to remember this scene when we lived in Malaysia. It's tropical climate. The only room that had air conditioning was my mother's, the master bedroom, mother and father's. And I remember working on homework in the heat. I hate the sweating heat. And I went to mother with a question, maybe once or twice too many, but I loved going into the air conditioning. And she lost it with me. And I can't remember right now as I'm telling you. I used to remember it, what she said to me. I can't quite remember it. But it was harsh truth, the cold, hard truth. And I don't like living in delusional land. I'm not always the best at turning to face like a big envelope on my desk. It takes a lot of courage. Eleanor Roosevelt said that you have to turn and face your fears. I'm not always good at that, but I think you got to deal with the cold hard truth. Like George Jones said. Like George Jones. Nobody better than George Jones. They asked Johnny Cash, who's your favorite country singer? You know what his answer was? You mean other than George Jones? You don't know who I am. I know all about you. Come to set the record straight. Come to shine them. Let me introduce myself. And the cold hard truth. You gave her. You say you're not the one. There is a woman we both know. I think you know the one I mean. She gave her heart and soul to you. You gave her only broken dreams. You say you're not the one to blame for all the heartache she's been through. I say you're nothing but a liar, and I am the cold hard truth. You say you're not the one for all the heartache she's been through. I say you're nothing but a liar, and I'm the cold hard truth. All your life that's how it's been. Looking out for number one, getting more than you give. Moving on, done. All your life, that's how it's been. Looking out for number one, taking more than you give, moving on when you're done. You think that you're a real man, but you're nothing but a fool. The way you run away from love, the way you try to play it cool, I'm sorry, the way you try to play it cool. You think you're a real man.
But you're nothing but a fool. The way you run away from love, the way you try to play it cool. I'm gonna say this just one time. Time is running out on you. You best remember me, my friend. I am the cold heart.
True. I'm going to say this just one time. Time is running out on you. You best remember me, my friend. I am the cold hard truth.
Just one time. Time is running out on you. You best remember me, my friend. I am the cold heart. You best remember me, my friend. I am the cold heart truth.
None of us like the cold hard truth. And I think my mother said something to me as I ran from, she screamed at me. She didn't say it to me. She screamed at me. And I turned and left the air-conditioned room back into the 100-degree humidity heat. She said something like, you have to do your own homework. I never asked her help again. And I always did my own homework. So it was her version of cold hard truth. Anyway, if Ham bought it at 30 and sold it at 65, bravo. I don't think Ham is in here screwing with Railtown, but I do think he's in alliance with Benedetto. And I personally think Patient Swings, who's a good man, I think, a very good man, thinks he's on to something super attractive with deal flow. I think it's, anyway, if he chooses, if Patient Swings chooses, he's so cautious and conservative, he's going to sprinkle money. He's never going to lose a lot. He's never going to come on these calls or other places and say he's about to lose his house because he listened to Ham, or he's about to lose his house because he invested in MMTOP, or he's about to lose his home of 60 years because he listened to Brent's son. Patient Swings is never going to get in that position, but he shouldn't be giving advice if his advice is the best way that you can recover your account is to sprinkle it across more of these it's insanity to do these deals. They may work once, but the way you got to do it is the way this woman who now speaks to somebody on the West Coast, when she hears the story Ham's pitching, she buys. Just like Brandon just said, she would buy at 30 cents, sell at 65 cents. Let all the rest go to someone else. But by doing that every time, she knows how hard ham works. She makes a profit every single time. She ignores all the call to the summit and the loyalty. Got to be loyal. And we've got to be agreeable. That's the other thing, be agreeable. Look, I used to have a lot of friends. And I like being agreeable. But I think my sister wouldn't agree with me. Totally, anyway. But for all of its problems and stuff we had to deal with, I was born into a family that told the truth. At least that's how I saw it. And the extended family. Every conversation, every room, I thought, anyway, I was being told the truth. And I saw selfless acts. I saw acts of kindness. I saw the truth being told when it was difficult. And I suppose the way out of this situation is to tell the cold, hard truth. These manipulated stocks are fantasy land. Fantasy land. They might work a little bit for a little while, but when you rile up the system's coming back, and the system's been through it 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 times before. It's remorseless. They want your blood, they want your soul, and they want both of them now. They sell, and they sell, they lie, they cheat, they own the politicians, they own the regulators, and they sell, and they sell, and they hypothecate, and they rehypothecate, and rehypothecate. That's all they do. That's all they do. That's all they know how to do. He won't stop, they won't stop. He's here to kill Sarah Connor. You guys are Sarah Connor. I'd love to lie to you. I'd love to tell you there's a magical solution. I'd love to tell you I think Congress is going to bail you out. I'd love to tell you Mark Bazile's going to look out for you. I'd love to tell you that Richard Hoffman's going to look out for you. I'd love to tell you that, what's that? Congressman Sessions is going to come swooping in with a settlement. I'd love to tell you that there's a professor that's going to do a case study. I'd love to tell you that the New York Times is on your side. I'd love to tell you that your brokerage firm is sick of it. They look out for their customers and they're sick of it. I'd love to tell you that the prime broker is going to buy in all these shares of stock. I'd love that. I can't. I think the only way out is if you act. And my opinion is Railtown is your action to take. And I think that will, if you own enough shares, I think that will turn your red into green. And then I think your green will turn into profits which make the whole experience worthwhile. And then I think you can do other things, including fighting the shorts. He's not our friend or your friend, William. I don't know. I did and do consider him my friend, but I guess you're technically correct. If Frank Benedetto's correct that Ham fucking hates my guts now, I guess you're right. But I don't want to, believe it or not, nothing I say is personal. When I was younger, I'd make things, it's not personal. Some of it, I just don't care about certain people. But I don't want you guys losing your money. I don't want you being cheated anymore. I just don't. Ham makes things happen because it's his job. That's how he makes money off us. Well, fair enough. People make, I mean, come on. Are you in a dream world? Wall Street makes money off of all of us. Everything we do, Wall Street's making money, whether it's the prime broker, the trading desk, your brokerage firm, the margin desk, the stock loan department. They're all making money off of us. So don't expect anybody to do anything for free. Although, in that sense, I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm pissing people off. I'm not making any money on it. But I guess I'm hopeful that perhaps down the road I may. Maybe it's my penance for having Ham on the channel, for holding up those charts where I thought you could see short squeezes if they happened. Maybe it's my penance. But I hope I'm clear. I hope I'm 100% clear. You should move all your high-risk stocks into the speculative, which is better than high risk, by the way, into the speculative stock, RailtownAI. You should do it now. I think it should be your only stock, regardless of the ridicule that Patience Swings hurls my way. I double down, I triple down, I quadruple down. The only stock in your account right now of that high risk bucket should be in the speculative bucket. That's actually a step up. Should be RailtownAI. And I stand by that. Nostradamus, my Czech peach. Thank you very much. It's good to see you here, and I appreciate your comments more than you know. I think people in the United States take a lot of things for granted. I wasn't there a long time, but I was there when I was young. I was there twice, so it had a big impression. I loved Czechoslovakia, Praha, and I loved Bratislava. We went camping out in the country. I loved it all. But you must admit that back then anyway, you're probably too young, life was harder in the Eastern Bloc and the Soviet Union, which I also lived in. And people take a lot of things for granted here that I think it's partially explained by our Constitution and freedoms. Maybe it's explained by our Judeo-Christian background. Maybe it's also explained by our Constitution. Maybe it's explained by the rich resources we have. But so does the Soviet Union have all that. And it may be just explained by democracy. But democracy is different than capitalism. Communism is different, I suppose, than socialism. But they pair up on both sides. And I guess, Chuck Peach, when I was there, back then, the press, the news, the government couldn't be trusted. And there were a lot of restrictions on freedom and expression. And just going to buy a loaf of bread involved getting in 3 lines. If I can recall those lines, you'd have to get into one long line to go up to the babushka who handed out the bread that was to die for, and she'd give you a chit. Then you'd have to go stand in the line with your kopecks. It wasn't that expensive. You'd stand in the line to go to the cashier, another babushka. I don't think it was any dieduchkas. Maybe, but I think it was another babushka. Talking, making a lot of noise, and a lot of hustle going on. And you finally get up there, you hand up your chit, and you put your money in the wooden dish. She runs the abacus, whatever that is, and then she gives you a chit that then you have to go back and stand in line to actually change that chit for the bread. The whole thing takes 35, 40 minutes to get 1 or 2 loaves of bread every time. If you went and had kvass, which was a popular drink that I think was sort of like Coca-Cola, you'd go up to the dispenser, the guy, and there'd be 1 glass or 2 glasses. They give you a glass out of that same glass, so you drink it. Blah, blick. I never did it. My dad would do it. I loved the morozhnaya. Of course, I don't know if they had that in Prague. That was pretty simple. You just go up to a kiosk, and there'd be a woman with half a glove on. She was bigger than the kiosk, and she'd give it to you. But anyway, now in the United States, and then the other thing I remember is the government was run by a lot of doddering elderly men. And the economy was a little bit of a paper tiger. I think Czechoslovakia, Czechland's always had a great economy pre-war. And the ambassador's compound, and certainly where my dad was DCM, the DCM's residence was the old Pečiček Palace, which I think, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, was a coal fortune. And I know Prague was just layered in black soot from, I think, burning of coal. So there was a great free market economy before the Germans and then the Soviets. But in the Soviet Union, there were these older men that ran everything, doddering, old generation, until Gorbachev. But now it's all reversed. I think the news we get here is you can't trust. Our government is all either early baby boom generation or pre-baby boom generation. but it ignores all the youthful input. The economy is turning very hollow. We can't produce our weapons. We don't really produce anything. And that's why I think Trump is bringing in tariffs, and he's starting to build a moat around North America so we can start being an economic engine. One of our biggest holes is the financial market. And he's got to change that. He's got to change that. We don't stand for anything morally anymore. Ironically, I don't know about Czech lands, but ironically, the Soviet Union has turned back to God. Stalin tore down cathedrals to put up swimming pools. Yeltsin is bringing back churches and bringing back the power of the Orthodox Church, bringing back morality, while we seem to make everything relative. It seems we're embracing the Marxist ideal much more than the current Russia. I don't know the status. Russian education always was top notch. I don't know how that compares now to American education, but I don't think our education is teaching critical thinking. I'm not sure it's teaching truth. I think it teaches a lot of made up ideas and a lot of fantasy thinking that somehow God has chosen us over all the rest of the world, and somehow there's going to be a solution. I don't know. It's a hell of a role reversal. I had a girlfriend, really, I did. She was terrific, but I told her she finally made money. She was a hard worker. She finally made money. I think she's fine. She got married to a Mormon. So her last name is Brown. She had a beautiful last name, and now it's Brown. But she bought property, I remember, in Reston, Virginia, which I think she's done fine on. But I told you know what you should do? You should go buy property in Moscow. You know, of course you speak the language, your family's from there. You know what you're doing. The ruble, I said Russia's going to have its American century. I think she would have done well there. I bet she would have done well in Prague, Berlin, East Berlin. Anyway, Czech Beach. It's very interesting, the role reversal. I hope that the United States can get through this without, the Soviet Union broke up. And I, for one, do not believe Putin wants to put the Soviet Union back together. On the other hand, he wants the United States to honor our promises, keep our weapons and our bio labs away from Russia. The whole purpose of the Ukraine in the creation of Russia, the whole purpose of the Ukraine, I believe the Ukraine means in Russian, I don't know, I don't speak Russian, but I think it means the borderlands. The whole reason was to have a buffer. Every attack on Russia, from Sweden to France to Germany twice, came through the soft underbelly, or I guess up over the north through the Baltic. But there's no big ocean, there's no big mountain range that protects Moskva from the invaders. The distance of the land, the borderlands, defeated Napoleon and the winner, defeated Germany. I don't know why he couldn't learn from Napoleon. I don't know, Sweden was different. I can't remember what ultimately defeated them, but I know King Charles, I think it was King Charles the 12th, in battle, he went in from Sweden, he went into battle, and I don't know why, but he stuck his head up out of the rampart or whatever you call it, the ditch. He stuck his head up and a bullet went right through his forehead and he was killed. Maybe that's why Sweden lost. But Moscow's protection is this huge buffer land, particularly when the winter comes on. And so when Bill Clinton first promised, and like Christopher Hitchens said, and he called his book on Bill Clinton, No One Left to Lie To. That guy was unique in his ability to make meaningless promises. And then under George H.W. Bush, the promise was we wouldn't move NATO any closer to Russia. We broke that right away. Putin has agreed to at least 2 peace agreements. One was the Minsk agreement, and then there was another one. The Minsk agreement, I believe it was Victoria Nuland under Barack Obama, who received the Peace Prize, who broke that one up. And she was famously recorded by the Soviets saying F-U-C-K to NATO. What a wonderful woman. And then Putin agreed to another peace agreement. And Boris Johnson flew in and told Zelensky, don't agree to it. Back out. We got your back, pal. And then the British Empire pulled back out. And what happened is the Ukraine is now without soldiers. They're trying to get seniors and women to join. They've lost more of their territory. There's a ground war going on in the breadbasket of Europe and Russia in the midst of 28 to 30 large nuclear power plants containing a lot of reactors and waste storage, and there's a bombing war going on. And this makes sense? If I were Putin, I wouldn't agree to anything the neocons or the Americans say. The Americans have proven to be unreliable. I was hopeful Trump would come in and cut through that, but he hasn't even been able to fly over there. I'm still hopeful Trump will make a deal with Putin, but it doesn't look good. And it's the same neocons, it's the same Israeli, I don't think it's a coincidence that Netanyahu came back to the White House and then all the Epstein crap went on. And then all of a sudden, Trump turned hard on Putin. But hopefully we get through it. I don't know how we win a world war. But ironically, the United States is taking the unstable, potentially first mover in a world war that we used to think the Soviet Union represented. I don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable on it, and I'm just someone that experienced a small sliver of being in both places, and that's the irony I see. I hope there's an answer. I hope the world can get out of it without a nuclear conflagration. I actually think the first nuclear weapons would be issued by the United States, although Putin bristles about it. But Putin, instead of wasting his wealth in this massive mistake of backing a white supremacist colonial invading country called Israel, we've literally spent at least $28 trillion. I don't know where Catherine Austin Fitts comes up with $27 trillion missing, but I believe her. But we've done this on behalf of the neocons, who are largely Zionists. We've expanded our public debt by trillions, which the banksters get a big hunk of. And it hides the theft that's going on in our over-the-counter and NASDAQ markets, because there's such a flood of debt created. But while we squandered trillions of dollars and blood, Vladimir Putin focused on technology, and he's created a vastly superior mobile defense system. I forget what it's called, the S-260 or the S-60. I think they can send off 20 missiles at a time. They can take out jets, tanks, cruise missiles, anything, and it works. They also spent money on hypersonic missiles. And those hypersonic missiles can break into multiple warheads. They can be sent, for example, at a speed we can't interfere with. I don't know, maybe our lasers can do it. But these hypersonic missiles that I don't think we have defense against, nor do we have hypersonic missiles. Putin could launch hypersonic missiles against an aircraft carrier group, launch it at the aircraft carrier, but then have it merge into several entries and take out the aircraft carrier and supporting ships. And we squandered our future defending a bunch of racists, 7 million of them in Israel. 70% of them vote for the evil, support the evil in Gaza Strip. And that's where we're devoting our energy. The Soviet Union used to support the communists in Vietnam and Cambodia and elsewhere where we fought them. Now we're the bad guys. We support Israel. And as much as people don't want to face it, the rest of the world doesn't agree with us. No one in the world agrees with us except the British Empire. Except the British Empire. And we might be the big doofus that supports the brain. We might be the brawn that supports the brain of the British Empire. That might be what's going on. But anyway, just to finish that point, Chick Beach, I know I went on. Hopefully those hypersonic missiles are a breakthrough in warfare. They're terrible, terrible weapons, but they're not nuclear. So hopefully hypersonic missiles will make the need to launch nuclear weapons moot. That would be a good consequence. But we don't have hypersonic missiles. And we have the financial system that the banksters desperately want to keep control of while they make us argue with each other. So once the financial system gets out of control, the first thing they're going to do, just like Gerald Celente always says, is they're going to take us to war. And when we find out we can't win, we've never won a war. I don't think, I was going to say since World War II, but I'm not sure that we won World War II. We were on the winning side. I'm not sure that war could have been won without us. But we do a great discredit to the Soviets. I would argue the Soviet Union can be credited with winning World War II. The sacrifice was enormous. Anywhere from 20 to 60 million people died in World War II and or because of Stalin. I mean, it gets a little confusing. But the Soviet Union, I think it's hard to say that we won World War II. I think we were part of the Allies, including the Soviet Union, that won World War II. But we haven't won anything since. Nothing. Grenada, maybe. Reagan invaded Grenada. We haven't won anything since. Cold War, did we really win the Cold War? What did we win? The chance for the neocons to implement this asinine strategy of the new American century? All it's been is tears and blood and losses and misallocated resources, disastrous policies, a lot of murder for no event. But the banks are better off. China was better off. I don't know what's happening to their population, but China at least has invested in their economy. So maybe the answer is I don't know what the answer is. Maybe though, hypersonic missiles, if we ever get them, we can get rid of the nuclear weapons, maybe. Anyway, let me move on. It's nice to see you here, Chuck Peach. Ted Williams, I'd just like to know what shorts Ham has killed. He says he's been at it 28 years, so there shouldn't be any left. I don't know if he realizes it, but I think Ham works. A lot of the work Ham does ends up helping the shorts. But I'm not sure that's his intent. I'm not sure it's his intent. He does tell people to take their money off the table as it goes up. So I don't think our losses should be as big as they are. On the other hand, simultaneously, he says now things that are absurd. Finger isn't going to go to 3,500. It's just not happening. Of course, he thinks I have my head up my ass on that one, but it's just not going to happen. And that's the thing. We get caught because we're not professionals. We get caught with that. The professionals just churn out nice returns over and over again. Ted, I always have to laugh when Ham makes that statement. Most people get really good at whatever their trade is after 15 years. Ham's track record is terrible at this. Well, I would defend Ham a little bit in the sense that blaming Ham for the system, he didn't create the system. I think very naively, he thinks he can fix it. And a lot of us have, because we want to believe that the country we grew up in with rules and enforcement and integrity still exists. It doesn't exist. This is the late stages of empire. It's the financialization of empire. It is the banksters' turn. They are turning everything into finance, and then with finance, they're stealing everything they can. And they're turning us against each other. They're diminishing our rights. They're diminishing our incomes. The top half of 1% owns more than all of you all. And all the policies go to them. And it's just a handful of banksters. It could get ugly. I hope it doesn't. Because they can leave the country, so it probably wouldn't be like it was in Germany. But in Germany, the onerous Versailles Treaty, which was all about banks and loans, banksters, it allowed an evil man to turn the population against the banks. And it led directly to the war. I hope that kind of thing doesn't happen here. But I don't think it's fair to blame Ham for what the criminals do. On the other hand, you would think he'd catch a clue, wouldn't you, Bill? That every time he runs up a stock, in come the shorts, and in come all the weapons they have. The one man can't learn the tactics of hundreds of people on the side of the shorts, from the shorts to the attorneys, legislators, the prime brokers. It's very hard to keep up with. Maybe it's that saying about, the dog in the fight isn't big enough, but you got to admire the fight and the dog, or however that saying went. But you know what, Bill? The next time, all that experience is going to work on you. DB, what do you think about the finger business compared to Railtown? I stayed long in finger, not for the squeeze. I thought they were supposed to have great revenues based on their multiple contracts. Well, DB, I think finger is in a treacherous period for the next 6 to 9 months. I'll go over the treacherous things they face, and then I'll go back over what I think they could have done, and then maybe I'll finish on the upside. But let's just go through what is treacherous for Finger Motion. For August to March, for the rest of their fiscal year. Number one, they don't make any money. They have a certain pot of money that they continue to roll, which is I think it's a good, safe business. I think it covers most of the overhead in the top-up business and a little bit of SMS. To date, it hasn't proven to be predictable. and it hasn't proven to have a whole lot of growth. And of course, it's low margin. Luckily, the top-up business, that's what I was talking about. Luckily, the top-off business is offset with the SMS business. So one of the times, I guess for about a month and a half, 2 months, for some reason, no revenue came in for the top-up. I forget why. But the SMS blossomed up and covered the offset the diminishment in revenue. That created a constancy in revenue if you looked at it. But I think it causes some concern to, institutional investors. Wait a minute, is that happened once? Could it happen again? Are those revenues lumpy, or can I count on them? And they're low margin anyway. So the company's been trying to move away from that. But there's always that vulnerability that you could have a shock of delayed revenues in the top-up and or SMS business. I think it's a safe business. I think any delay delayed revenues won't be made up, but they'll get back into the revenue position. And technically, I guess, using that money, it got the revenue it was intended to. It just got it with a delay. That's what I mean. You can't make up that revenue during that fiscal year. But, the money's not going to disappear. That source of revenue is highly unlikely to disappear. It's just grocery store margins, maybe a little bit better than a grocery store. I don't know, 5 to 8% margins. So that's one unpredictability. Probably not a catastrophic issue. Background of China. I think China is at least in a recession, but China might be on the verge of a depression. China might be on the verge of a contraction in asset prices. And despite all of their investments, which I think have been very smart in energy and technology and robots and factories, using our patents and our ideas in their education, using everything. We gave them all, Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush. Ross Perot. You hear that sucking sound? You hear that sound? That giant sucking sound? That's NAFTA. Well, anyway, China, I think, could be in a depression before you know it. And that may be the way the Western financial system gets its gold and silver back. We'll have to see that play out. But China has a military too. And I also think China's population is not 1.4 billion. I've seen estimates that it's under 400 million. That would be a shock. Maybe it's half. Maybe it's 600 or 700 million. Well, that would change economic projections in China pretty dramatically. It might change cell phone use. It might change the need for insurance. But I tell you what it's going to really change, and I think it might be already showing up, is demand for automobiles. There's 160 automobile manufacturers in China. GM, run by a woman. I'm sorry to pick on women, but GM, run by a woman, is going to lose everything in China. Is probably going to carry over here. I'm not saying a man would do any better, but I guess in a way I'm implying that woke policies as your focus and just fantasy assumptions lead you to nightmare. And anyway, GM apparently is in trouble in China. This big company, BDM or BDV or whatever it is it the same as the underwear company, BVDs? They're so much trouble, even though their numbers look rosy, that they're delaying payment on their contracts 9 months, a year, 18 months. Well, if all of that goes on, Fingers revenue sources could start running into delays and reductions, both their existing revenue sources and their future. And over the next 6 to 9 months, we have to find out about that. The other thing going on in China is Xi is being replaced. There's a silent coup going on in China. And I think this woman who missed the meeting up in New York, I think she's very talented. And she showed up in the last finger motion presentation, which I found on the Roth Capital website. It might now be on the Finger website. Anyway, look, I was impressed with Li. She's young. She seems to be hardworking. But if it's her, I don't know this, but if it is her contacts that are all critical to finger motion, and I think it might be because she stayed behind when everybody else came to New York when I went up. But I don't know. I'm making an assumption. It's possible that the people around Xi will be replaced. And apparently the new guy coming in was a protege of Xi, and he'll probably carry on the same policies. He might be more militaristic. He's kind of faceless. But that's a risk finger motion might have, a hurdle they might have to address. I don't know it for sure, but it's treacherous. They might have to reorient their contacts. I think their reputation is really strong with the telecom companies. And I think their management is top notch. I think their investor group is terrific. So, they should probably get through it, but I think it's something that's treacherous. Their revenues are stuck, it seems to me, for the last 3 years at around 35 million annually. They don't make money. At some point, without revenue growth, the multiple paid for that revenue shrinks. Right now, the market cap on Finger is 92 million. So just round numbers, you're paying 2.5 times revenue for finger motion. The revenue, as I've already stated, isn't exactly reliable and predictable, although it should make out. It shouldn't go away. But it's not profitable, and it's not growing. Now, there's been reasons for that. I'll get to the positives later, but that's treacherous for finger motion. My experience is that revenue companies that show limited growth can go to 1 times revenue. I don't think that'll happen here, but it's a treachery out there. I guess I'll combine the last 2 points as one point. The C2 contract, the command and control contract, I'm going to look at it from the negative because I'm going with the treacherous first. From the negative, what we know from the last annual report is very little. It disappointed me. What we know from the I can't remember. Did we already see the first quarter? I think we did. It's a lot of stuff to remember from the first quarterly report. Is that the two vehicles that they contracted for last year, in my memory, it was September of last year, something like that. They got $100,000 back for, $105,000 back for. So if those automobiles or whatever the vehicles were cost $25,000 to buy an outfit, they made $25,000 per vehicle. I think that's optimistic. But it took roughly 6 to 7 months to roll that whole position, maybe longer. So the first two vehicles, that's if it's 40% profit, 50% profit, that's pretty nice. But I think I'm being very generous in those numbers. Nothing in the information told us about the ongoing revenues from the command and control data side. There's got to be something there. We'll talk about the good later. But that's two vehicles. That's it. It's not that impressive. Well, okay, I'm mixing these 2 points together. They went to Roth Capital in December to do a financing. It was $5 million top line, but whoever Roth Capital's client is, can you say the toad? Whoever Roth Capital's client is, did the face value at a discount. So they didn't get $5 million out of the gate. Then they charged fees, so they didn't even get that out of the gate. I don't remember the net I saw. It might have been as low as 3.8 million is what they got net out of that financing. You'll have to look it up. It wasn't the face value. Well, anyway, they got that money in, and the reported reason for it was to win they won the bid on the C2 contract. The original announcement was the C2 contract was the entire country and it was exclusive. But they had to win a bidding process? That wasn't explained in the annual report. So they won the bid, but part of the bid is you got to have the money, honey. So they did the deal with Roth Capital. Now, I called to your attention, DB, that the stock was trading at $2.86, and they announced the deal. Roth Capital put a haircut, or more accurately, the toad, put a haircut, and they did the deal at $1.50 with, supposedly this is good, with warrant coverage at $1.50, 1.5 times. But these documents are written so that derivatives can be created, so synthetic shares can be created, if you want to call it that. So a lot of hypothecation and rehypothecation can occur. So there was, I can't do that math in my head, that arithmetic in my head, but that's at least a 30 to 40% discount that the toad demanded to do the deal through Roth Capital. Well, I think correctly, the company accepted the deal. They had no choice. They would have lost this so-called exclusive contract that they had to bid on. So they won the bid. They had to have the money to put up. But I don't, there's something I don't get. It's not talked about in the annual report or the first quarterly report that I saw. I'm not an accountant, but I didn't see it particularly. It didn't stand out. So let's say they netted $2.5 million after setting some money aside for overhead, maybe some money for the their part of the laboratory that studies data on behalf of the insurance companies. Whatever. Let's say, I don't know the number. It's not in the data. But let's say it was $2.5 million that went toward the C2 contract that they were financing at the beginning of this year. Remember, the first month is off in China. So it's probably, they had to pay for it, but it wasn't probably until February that they could get hands on the vehicles and outfit whatever it was they're doing. Well, if you use the number that each vehicle cost, I think this is dreaming, but if you use it, there's good and bad here, by the way. If you assume they paid 25 per vehicle, 25 grand per vehicle, and assume the cost of outfitting is de minimis, which I think this is absurd. They might have been able to contract for 100,000 vehicles. I think it's absurd, but I'm trying to be generous. And then they would have built those out maybe February, March, April, maybe May, and delivered them. Well, if BVD's having a hard time getting paid, and other people are having a hard time, and the government revenues aren't coming in, there's got to be some trepidation about will they get that revenue right away. They may well do, but we don't know that. That's a trepidation. If they make 25 grand per vehicle, they're going to have revenue. Well, if they make 50 grand per vehicle, they have revenue of $5 million to report, but they'll have profit of $2.5 million. That's awesome. Awesome. But 5 million in revenue added to 35 million, it's 40 million in revenue. It's not the gigantic leap that big multiples are looking for. On the other hand, if they had a $2.5 million profit and they got paid for it in this calendar year, that would mean it'd probably mean they turned profitable. But let's get to the good part later. I think I'm being really generous that they do 100,000 vehicles. Why do I say that? Because when the stock went to $5, I think the toad ran it up with his computers. I think the toad might have called Roth Capital and said, look, we'll do a deal at $3, I don't know, for 15 million shares. I actually think the board at Finger Motion should have taken a deal like that. They didn't. They self-funded for a much smaller amount. Well, what does that mean? It could be a bad judgment on the part of the board, because you'd have a company with $40 million net of fees and the C2 contract ready to get it rolling every quarter, turning into a revenue-making machine, but they decided not to do that. What does it mean? Well, it could be they just didn't want to take another toxic deal from the toad. It could be they didn't want to dilute, which everyone's afraid of, but dilution can be very positive depending on what you spend the money on. But you know what else it could mean? The C2 contract's not that big. That's what it could be. We don't know that. We don't know that. But it could be the C2 contract doesn't give that much margin. We don't know that either. So that's a trepidation. They didn't do a joint venture with SAIC or whatever it was, but they did sign up for a joint venture with another. I figured that would happen. But we don't know the magnitude. We don't know the skill level. We don't know. Let's get to the good parts later. The trepidation part is, why didn't SAIC do it? Why did this group? We don't know, but there's some question marks. That's all I'm talking about now. Look, the dividend, it doesn't matter to me. The promises of Alibaba and Tencent and big investors, if they come through, they come through. But I don't think they're relevant to an analysis of the risks in the company over the next 6 to 9 months. I know of another risk that I think's enormous, but I didn't learn it. From anybody that could give me permission to talk about it. So I won't. But I will say in general that any financial organization is built on confidence. And if confidence disappears, things can unwind as demands or claims for payment are filed. That's true of any company, by the way, any growing company. So anyway, those are the risks. And my last handful of points, by the way, 2 or 3 points, DB, I just want to conclude. If on the risks, I want to conclude with this. If Finger Motion is offered another exclusive, the entire country, opportunity to bid on a C2 contract, of course they're going to do it. They have to do it. They can't risk not getting it. Conceptually, it could be as big as this last contract or bigger, conceptually. I think they had somewhat over 2 million in cash last quarter, but they spend that cash. I don't know. I don't remember the burn rate, frankly. So if they have to turn to the toad via Roth Capital, and the stock's trading at $1.75, and you put a 40% haircut on that, hell, you could do a deal at $1 at 95 cents, at $1.10 with warrants. That gets scary. That gets scary. So those are all my trepidations, I'm leaving out all of the unfulfilled storylines. I'm leaving that all out. But those are my trepidations over the next 6 to 9 months. Okay, what are the positives? I think the positives for Finger Motion is they've got a great CEO, they've got a great management team, they've got a great reputation in China, from everything I understand. They perform on their telecom contracts. By the way, one of the trepidations that I didn't talk about, but I don't want to talk about because I'm not an accountant, but they have this large receivable that's been there forever. I don't really want to comment on it because I think my interpretations almost certainly are going to be wrong because I'm not a chartered accountant. But anyway, let's leave that aside. So anyway, the other positive they have is a really strong investor group, really strong investor group. They do have their top-up business that keeps everything afloat, and I think that's a positive. They have the strength of data they've collected. I'm not sure how unique that is, but it might be unique. And they're using that data to create a laboratory for insurance companies. Now, MetLife, I think it was MetLife, backed off a little bit. So that might cause some wonder, but I think MetLife is still there. Pacific Life Re, they're in the second stage. The next stage is monetization. So that could bring in a jolt of success at any time. And that kind of success could jump the stock price, jump the multiple paid. But so far, we haven't seen that. And in a backdrop of China, I think, on the verge of depression and possibly a disastrous halving in its estimated population, it might, I don't know, I already talked about that. But on the positive side, in the insurance company, reinsurance could be huge. And they're already in the second stage. They might go to the monetization stage at any time. That's a tremendous investment. It has huge upside. The data aspect of the company also has their cloud computing ability. I don't know if that's unique, but that has shown in the past these unpredictable but huge spikes in revenue, and that could come in and they could garner a contract that lasts a long time. So that's a potential positive. They have the C2 contract, even though it's going to go much more slowly now because they didn't do a financing. It does have the potential to slowly ramp up into really strong revenues over the long term. So if this initial roll turns into meaningful revenues and profit by the third or fourth quarter of their year, that could be really positive, particularly if it allows them to buy more vehicles and accelerate it. So that could kick into gear for their next year. And that's a positive, very positive. I just think they're going about it slowly, but they may know something about the Chinese ability to pay revenues that makes them cautious about doing a financing during this time, because the revenues might be slow as they are apparently with all the other automobile companies. I don't know. There wasn't information. But anyway, I'm talking about the positives. I think the C2 contract could ramp up much more slowly, but steadily, and be an engine of making the company much more substantial for a long time. I think the lifestyle thing is crap, but that's just me. It might be very important, but I'm going to skip over it. They have a couple of other smaller directions they're going into, but I think I'll skip those as well because they're not yet meaningful. So what's the future that could be exciting for finger motion? It would be the establishment of a MetLife or Pacific Life Re, probably Pacific Life Re contract, which showed the massive power of revenue growth and margin growth coming. And that could come at any time. But I think it's going to be slow because of the background of China's economy. The other thing that could be great is if they start ramping up the C2 contract, and maybe belatedly, but determinedly, they raise some capital to ramp that up quickly. That could be positive. I don't see the top-up business or the SMS business necessarily growing into high margin business. But imagine if you had the top-up business doing $35 million a year and the SMS business doing $35 million a year and growing. That would be pretty good. Be very good, actually. I don't see a short squeeze in finger motion, but that might be unfair. It could happen. I think finger motion is under control by the system, just like GME and AMC. Too much time has gone by. They've had plenty of time to do their background shenanigans. That's just my opinion. The last time finger was squeezing, they got those three guys to come in. Of course, Sidney Lou Who says I'm blaming a dead man. I'm not trying to blame. I'm just trying to call it with what happened. And next time, maybe it won't be that strategy. They'll have another strategy. I don't think finger's going to squeeze. I don't know. It sums up for me, DB, that August is vacation time. So I think the stock price of the finger motion will go ever lower in August. September, will it go lower or will people come back and buy? That's an open question. But if a contract comes up for the C2, they're going to have to raise money. So even if the stock drifts upward in September, they may have to do a deal through Roth that the Toad does 90% of. That could be at $1.25 with warrants. And look what they did from $1.50. They drove it down to $1. It fought back. Ham fought back. But my gosh, if they did a deal at $1.25, 125, what would the toad drive it down to with his warrant coverage? So DB, I personally disagree with patient swings, for example. I don't think it's laughable, my recommendation. I think if you, and you got to do your own thinking. You got to sit down, maybe not tonight, maybe in the morning, write all the reasons down why you're in finger motion. And then with your own cold hard truth, strike out the ones that are fantasy. And then with the ones that you're counting on, put odds next to it. Put time frame next to it. Do it yourself. Don't listen to me. I just don't see finger motion giving you 10x anytime this year. Frankly, I don't see it getting to $16 or $17 next year. Over time, I think finger motion could get to those numbers. But I think it's going to be a slow but steady, prove it to me climb. And I think there's this little matter of a Chinese depression coming. That's my call. So, DB, I don't even want to say with apologies to patient swings, because I think his advice is so preposterous, because he's making fun of me. But anyway, if you got to give credence to patient swings, says it's laughable for anybody to recommend that you put your entire, now what I've said is your speculative, your high risk part of your account. I'm not saying, I mean, I may have said it that way, but I've just presumed that's what we're talking about, is all of these crappy stocks. I'm not talking about Exxon. But it depends on the size of your account and your risk tolerance. It's all up to you. But I think taking your high risk stocks and putting it into the speculative, for which it's an upgrade, Railtown, AI technologies now. I think money you take from finger to do that, even at these low prices, you run the risk that finger goes up. There's no question about it. And if there's a surprise, which there could be, they've got great management, tremendous investors, and I think a really solid long-term story. But long-term is long-term. They've got to get over some challenges. But, you know, you've got Ubiterra that's still there in the shadows. You've got Roth. You know, they could organize a merger and acquisition deal, or they could organize a big revenue deal. You don't know. But it could happen. So if you get out of finger, you risk missing out on that. But for me, and only you can do it for yourself, because we're trying to predict the future, which is impossible, particularly when we don't know anything. There's not a lot of information in the annual report. Ham doesn't speak to me anymore, but you can get his thoughts on Twitter. I just don't think it's very likely that something's going to come rescue finger over the next 2 months. I forget what projection I gave. I'm afraid to touch it because I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose messages. Maybe I have it here. No, I don't. Oh, here, maybe down here? No, I don't have it. But I don't remember my projection for Finger October 1. I stand by whatever I wrote down and I showed you. I'll show it at the end of the call. But I think Railtown is going to be $5 to $11 by October 1. And I say that with all the confidence I can muster for a speculative stock. That's the macro background. That's the micro background. That's the company specific background. Just ask yourself a couple of questions. Why did John Ruffalo and the other guys, Dr. Tom Core and Nobrega, why did they agree for Railtown to buy AI Partnerships Corp? They saw something in Railtown that obviously Patient Swings doesn't see. He still, I guess, considers Railtown risky. So you got to spread out your risk across a bunch of crap stories. Of course, he thinks they're good stories. I don't know how. They might work, but they're all manipulated stories. They're all manipulated stories. They're all counting on sparks, and you're the spark. How many of you have to participate? How high the volume has to go of real money? How high the stock price has to go before the computer kicks in and before there's buy-ins? Only they know, or think they know. But I think it's a mug's bet, a mug's game. High risk bet. I think it's high risk. And I think Patient Swings would admit that it's high risk. And I don't think you can stand many more. You know what high risk means? High risk. That's exactly what it means. Maybe there's high reward, but mostly all you get is the high risk. It means losing everything. I don't think that's what Railtown is. I do think it's speculative, but I don't think you lose your money in Railtown. How can you say that? Well, this same research report that Patient Swings has, I'm sure, looked at, written a year ago, speculative buy. I don't want to go through it right now. I want to go through your messages. Speculative buy. Base case, 2.0. High case, $3.60. This is U.S. money, by the way. U.S. money. $2 base case target. A year ago, Railtown all by itself. But you should spread your money around in this other crap. Look at the bear case, 90 cents. The stock is 50 cents right now. The bear case, a year ago, before AI Partners. I don't think you're going to lose your money. So I don't put it in the category of high risk. This is an upgrade from the high risk of all these other things. And if Patient Swings wants to tell you that Railtown is somehow equivalent to all that high risk crap, I gotta, as much of a good guy as he is, and he is a good guy, I just really gotta question the thinking going on. That's what I gotta question. Yeah, I'm some great thinker. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I don't think, DB, you're going to lose your money in Railtown. If the deal falls through, this is the minimum from a year ago of what you can expect out of Railtown all by itself. I don't think the deal's going to fall through. I don't think the delay is because the deal's going to fall through. Why? Because they put out joint press releases just as recently as this week, Monday. So I don't think the deal's going through. I'm surprised they've delayed making any further announcement. I don't think it's enough to make a joint press release, but hey, they're the attorneys, I'm not. And I'll tell you what, Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad run laps around me with their intelligence and their experience and their know-how. So I have faith in them. I'm just telling you, I think it's odd that the attorneys haven't finalized that agreement. I agree with David Hendricks that screaming at the attorneys wasn't maybe my finest reaction. I actually think I was still really upset and disappointed by the golf swinger, his ridicule of me. So maybe I'm too sensitive. If the deal doesn't fall through, I don't think you're going to lose money, but I think the sell-off would be temporarily severe. But I don't think you're going to lose your money as long as you hold on. I think you'll make the 10x still. That target is 360 on the bullish side. I think this analyst who wrote this on July 2nd, my guess is if he wrote it again now, with how the market has changed, how AI 2.0 has changed, how Conductor came out of the gate screaming, and even if the deal falls apart, you cannot take away, and I don't think it is going to fall apart, by the way, but you can't take away that these geniuses who back Constellation Software and founded AI Partners chose Railtown to acquire them. I think there's only one reason: Conductor. So I think that guy, if he had a second chance at writing a report, I think his targets go up. So I don't think you lose money in Railtown. Could you lose money in these others? Yes. But your opportunity cost is great. I think that, on the other hand, DB, I think the Railtown deal is going to go through. And I think the fact that it's taking so long may be a good sign. I think it's risky. I think they better put something out, but I'm not even an attorney. So what I say is worthless. Anyway, by the time they get it finalized, and I think we're in good hands with that whole team, the whole combined team, and I'm sure their attorneys are very good. When they get it done, let's presume it's in September, but it could happen any hour. But let's just assume that all the, 60 or 70% of the attorneys involved have pre-booked their vacations. And Canada is different than the United States. They get 6-8 weeks of vacation a year. So let's just assume it's September. That's why I picked the October 1 date. I think you can make 9, 10, 11x on your money in Railtown. I don't see that possible in any of the other stocks. And the more you listen to all that distraction and think you're in on a good thing, the more you risk losing money and getting into a bad emotional state, continuing to gamble, hoping to get back to where you were. It gets worse. The next trade's going to get you there. It's a loser's paradigm. Yes, one of the stocks may work, but does it make up for all the rest? Do you get out at the right price? Do you get out with discipline? Do you get out with a high enough number that you can stop, or you think, wow, this is going to work again, and then the next three you lose, or you don't time it right? Look, that's a game for trading desks. That's a game for risk arb. That's a game for cowboys. That's a game for other people's money, not yours. That's a game for leverage, gambling, and then discipline every day, going home with your book flat on the weekend. None of you do that. None of you trade that way. You don't go Friday night with your book closed out. You let it ride because you're the putzes in their equation. I am the putz in their equation. The way out, DB, is Railtown. And I think, what's your question? What do you think Finger compared to Railtown's business? Okay, I didn't answer that. I think Railtown, it has the product that these guys created, that John Ruffalo and the others at AI Partners recognize. So you don't have to listen to me. You can let their actions speak. But I think Railtown, early, they're not just jumping in with buzzwords, and we're going to do it. They started early. Preparation has met opportunity. It looks like overnight success. But they got ready for this early on. And so I think Railtown's business plan is vastly superior to Finger Motion's. I think Finger Motion is in a highly competitive market. I think all of Finger Motion's businesses are highly competitive. To our knowledge, they're all low margin so far, or just R&D phase. But that can change. But with Railtown, everything they're in is high margin. I'm talking, now you get this from reading about the AI 2.0 business of other companies. But I think everything in Railtown's portfolio is 50 to 80% margin. Massive margins. Massive. How do you know that? Because AI companies are being purchased at 50x, 100x, 150x by experts, by people in the business, by brain power, by big money. Why? Because the revenues are high margin revenues, and they're growing massively. And they're expected to grow massively. So I think Railtown's business plan, its margins and its growth trajectory are far better than Finger's. I think Railtown's addressable market is gigantic compared to Finger Motion's. You get this vague message, well, there's 1.4 billion people in China. I don't think so. I think there's fewer than 700 or 800 million, but still, it's a big country. It could be as few as 400 or 500 million. But I think it's a big market. But is Finger Motion the only provider? No, they're not. It's a highly competitive, low margin business. Data is, by definition, Finger Motion isn't the only player in the data business. Does Finger Motion's management team act aggressively and leap on opportunities? I don't think so. I think they're pretty slow, deliberate, careful. It's okay if you're building a utility or a government contractor. It's okay. Everybody has their job. The company will exist. Railtown, on the other hand, these guys had the vision to narrow in on the largest market in the world that they have experience in already. Software development. Software development. And they decided early to invent an AI agent which was prepared for the massive increase in computer power and processing ability. They said to each other, we need to be first. We need to be early. And they accomplished it. Obviously, you don't have to take my word for it. I don't have to take my word for it. John Ruffalo, Dr. Tom Core, and Mr. Norbega, and the rest, they said, hot damn, you're joining our network? You're going to join our network? How about you buy us? We're so excited by your product. So they have a much better product. It's targeted, according to, and I played that for you, but according to Corey Brandolini, one estimate of the size of the addressable market will be the spend by corporations on AI software development. That's expected to come in. You want to hear the number, DB? Let's just say what Finger Motion's revenue is right now, the last 3 years. 35 million. Okay, that's fine. Now you can point out that Railtown has zero revenue, but the fact is we don't know, because this quiet period has gone on forever. I think it's borderline reckless, because there's material information even outside of the merger, like revenue. They're counting on a lot of people to keep their mouths shut. It's risky business. If 25 people know it, you got to assume they're telling their wives and their brothers. So maybe it's 75 people. And if half of those people tell their wives and brothers, it's 150 people. And half of those people is 300 people. They're really, I think, there's material information that needs to get out. And yes, I shouldn't yell at the attorneys, but what the hell have they been doing? Are they working this weekend? I'm sure they are. You may not consider this work, but when people send me ugly, skinny, long black cock pictures so that I get disgusted while I'm live, I consider that work. I'm trying to give it my all here. I know I'm just a poor, imperfect person. I know that. But I am trying to give it my all. I wish the attorneys would do that as well. They're getting paid. I'm not even getting paid. Which is fine. I didn't ask for it. I don't expect to be. So anyway, DB, by the way, I don't know your share position, but DB, if the Finger Motion revenue is 35 million, I don't know what that means their addressable market is or what percentage they're getting. I don't know those numbers. But we do know over a 3-year period, their revenue is $35 million a year, roughly. The addressable market for this, the anticipated spend by corporations, according to the video that Corey Brandini put out a year ago, is, you want to hear the number? $300 billion. $300 billion. $300 billion. Hell yeah. Railtown's business model is vastly superior to Finger Motion or any of these other stocks. Why diversify in a bunch of mediocre long shots when you've got the thoroughbred in your stable? Why bite on any other horse when Secretariat is running? Only if you want to stay in the crowd. Only if you want to be mediocre. It's fine. A lot of people are comfortable there. And in fact, all of us end up there. But DB, if you take I don't know if this calculator will let me do it. Yeah, it does. If you take 300 billion and you assume that the first mover, best in class, the product that helps find bugs, helps modify software, helps create software, is self-learning, and can digest all languages of software programming and the verbal voice and images. And it's so terrific that these guys said, you can buy us. If you assume Railtown gets 1% of that marketplace, I think you're crazy. I think it's going to be much higher. But if it gets 1% of that, they do $3 billion in revenue. I've been giving you a lot of low numbers. And I'll stick by my low numbers because we don't know that this is going to happen yet. Because, why? Why, Mr. Hendricks? Why, Mr. Hendricks? Because I've been yelling at the attorneys? Is that why we're not going to hear it? Or is it because the attorneys have kept it, maybe for valid reasons? You're exactly right, by the way. Maybe for perfectly valid reasons. And good reasons for us. We don't know. I'm making a lot of probably asshole assumptions. But the fact is, because the company is in a quiet period, we have no information. Zero. On addressable market, how quickly they can capture that market, what their growth rate is, because it's in a bloody quiet period that never ends. Ever. Never ends. It will. It will. And I think pretty soon. But you got to, in your heart, be prepared for September. You just have to be. Although the stock showed some nice resilience today. So maybe it's telling us something. I don't know. I don't want to get your hopes up. The attorneys, I bet 2/3 of the attorneys are going on vacation. Pre-booked. And in Canada, everybody gets 8 weeks. So I'm sorry to say it. I think it's September. But that's okay. I don't think the stock's going to go down. I think the stock can even go up because the longer there's material information out there that everybody's got to keep secret, the more it spreads. The more it spreads. So I think they'll be buying throughout August. I think they'll be buying. But the guys are going to keep attacking because they're in trouble. So anyway, DB, what I just showed you, they have an addressable market of 300 billion. If the company gets 1% of that, they're the first mover. They got the best product and it's world class. Well, let's just assume they only get 1% of it. That's 3 billion in revenue. Do you need to put a multiple on it? Let's put a multiple on it. Let's say NVIDIA, which is worth $4 trillion, says, wow, we got to own that revenue making machine. So they only have 1% of the addressable market. And we just don't know these numbers now because it's in a quiet period. It's not frustrating at all. I'm not frustrated. Do I seem frustrated? If that 1% market share were to grow to 40% and it's visible, you could put 150 multiple on this revenue. If that market share was going to were to grow to 10 to 15% of the whole market, you could put 150 multiple on this revenue. That's what the going rate is. I don't think it'll last more than 18 months, but that's the Wall Street is raising a lot of money for legitimate AI 2.0 companies. Massive amount of money. Massive. Billions and billions are going to specific companies. They'll raise hundreds of billions. And people are telling you to diversify in all these great opportunities. There is no better opportunity than Railtown. The rest are all ersatz. So you got $3 billion in revenue. Let's not use 150. Let's not use 100 multiple. Should we use a 50 multiple? I would. Let's not use that. Let's use the midpoint of the last 6 years, 90 deals over the last 6 years, not including the recent ones. The midpoint was 25 times. Let's use that. 25 times 3 billion. It gives you a target of 75 billion. Remember, that's capturing 1% of the market. That's capturing 1% of the anticipated corporate spend of $300 billion on AI software development. That's the first in class, best in class, the so good that the people behind Constellation Software said, hey, come buy us. That's only 1%. I think that's really low. Anyway, if you use a 25 multiple as an acquisition price, not 50 times revenue, not 100 times revenue, not 150 times revenue that are the going rates right now, just 25 times. Do you know what that number is? $75 billion. Let's start with what percentage of NVIDIA's market cap $75 billion is. I don't think my computer will do it. It won't do it. So I have to remember, I have to move the decimal. So allowing for my mistakes, which is very possible, I think it's about 2% of NVIDIA's market cap. Let me try that a different way. For $400 billion times 0.02. No, I don't know. I think I'm wrong. Well, no, if you added one, that'd be 80. Yeah, it's less, that's right. It's less than 2% of NVIDIA's market cap. If they were to acquire Railtown for $75 billion, it's less than 2% of NVIDIA's market cap. So you think that's a huge number. To NVIDIA, it's a rounding error. But if the company with 1% of the corporate spend is at 25% times revenue, 25 times, is worth 2% of NVIDIA's market cap. Imagine if they get to 5%, 10% of that market. We don't know. So let me put it another way. What is that worth to you, DB, per share? Now you have to wait. You have to wait. That means you have to stop listening to the idea that you need to, you have to put your money out. It's ludicrous. It's laughable to put all your money in one stock. Well, to somebody that doesn't put a lot of thought or a lot of faith in the due diligence, maybe. But there's times to step up to the plate and swing at one pitch. It'd be like going golfing. And your caddy says, sir, you need to use the 3-wood. And you say, nah, I want to use 5 of my irons and 2 of my woods on the same shot? On the same shot. Sometimes you got to use 1 iron, 1 shot, and that's it. Sometimes you got to bet on 1 horse, Secretariat, and that Secretariat, and that's it. Sometimes you got to move all your speculative money, all your high risk money into 1 speculative stock, which by the way is better than high risk. So if NVIDIA were to spend 2% of its market cap in stock to buy Railtown, and obviously I'm making gigantic leaps of prediction, but we don't know anything. We have no guidance. Why not? Because the lawyers are taking, probably because they have to. They have to take their time. But you don't think there's material information that needs to be released? I don't know. I guess I overreact. So 75 billion. Let's use this research report, DB. I don't know if you can see it right here. Let me try to point it out. Right here. They say we'll use a 20% dilution factor. This was a year ago, but I think anyway, they divide it by 170 million shares. Why don't we go a little higher? Why don't we say there's 200 million shares outstanding? We'll divide it by 200 million shares outstanding. There's only 140 right now. Do you know what that number is, DB? without a short squeeze, without Alibaba coming in, without Roth Capital putting out a research report at $20, without a short squeeze. You know what that target is, DB? Getting 1% of the anticipated corporate spend on AI software development with the best product on the planet. 1%. And using a 25 times multiple, not 50, not 100, not at 150, which are the going rates. Do you know if NVIDIA spent less than 2% of its market cap acquiring Railtown by issuing shares? Do you know what it would mean to you, DB? $375 a share. $375 a share. You think it should be 12 and a half times earnings? Let's take half of that. $187, $187.50, $187 a share. Then NVIDIA would be spending less than 1% of its market cap. Now, I think the window is 12 to 18 months on that kind of multiple. But is it doable? Absolutely. So hands down, Railtown has a better business than Finger over the next 9 to 18 to 24 months. Hands down. It's more exciting. It's massive. It's a need. It's where all the money's going. Wall Street is raising money. And you'll start seeing it after the August holidays, after Labor Day. Wall Street will raise hundreds of millions, if not hundreds of billions, in products directed to AI 2.0 companies. They're not raising jack shit for Chinese companies. I don't think there's a comparison. Patient Swings asks you to spread your money across the companies he mentioned: Railtown, NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, and Finger. I don't know if he owns any of those, but that was his headline. I think it's absolutely preposterous advice. If you sit down and do the analysis, risk reward as Dinero represents, I just don't see it. I don't think you have any risk of losing your money. And if I say that in the broadest sense, obviously anything can happen. But I don't think you have any risk of losing your money in the context of speculative, if you can stand being an adult and talking about it as an adult. I don't think you have any risk of losing your money in Railtown as long as you don't get scared out in a panic. I don't see any risk of losing money. Do I see risk of losing money in a business, NRGV, that relies on leverage to give you 15%? Yeah, I do. Do I see risk in a company that's some sort of Chinese company that apparently there's a huge short position in and a billionaire is going to come in and it's the real deal? Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe it works. Because that's the last two companies that squeezed. Chinese companies manipulating the system, cheating, probably breaking the law in the same way the shorts do. But I don't have any problem with that. the system lets the shorts cheat, why not let the longs cheat? And they might have Ubiterra behind them, I don't know. They might have huge sources of money coming out of China. Who the hell knows? And Chinese are gambler, maybe MTEN works, but it's a gamble. Railtown's not a gamble. Railtown is not a gamble. Of course, that's my judgment. You have to sit down and make your own judgment. But yeah, I think there's a lot of money to lose. If you paid $20 for $19 for MTEN, you're down. Boy, you're down. And you feel down. Can it rally back up? Sure. Manipulations work. But make no mistake, it's going to be a manipulated stock if it works. Could it go lower? Of course it could go lower. Once they've squeezed the juice out that they want, you're going to be left with the pips. NIXX at $1.65. Could you lose money there? Absolutely. It's all a manipulated stock. Hey, we'll buy this, we'll put this in. If we buy enough revenue, the revenue will grow, and it's a great story. Let's put AI on it. We got an AI product. We'll do this, we'll list there. The CEO's great with this, blah, blah. We got the whales, and we can turn on the machines, and boy, that thing can run. But the auditor retired. What is anybody smoking? There's risk there. So, yeah, it could work. You could lose your money in NIXX no matter how long you hold it. Finger at $1.60. Could you lose money over the next 6 to 9 months? Yes, sir. Particularly if they have to go do a financing with the toad. And then it could be a long time recovering. If confidence ever breaks in finger motion, particularly this dream of a short squeeze breaks, you could see all sorts of actions happen that makes it very difficult for finger motion ever to give you a return. But if you want to ignore that risk, you can. You can ignore that risk. And it may not come to pass. I might have my head up at my ass, as Ham reportedly said. But I think there's enormous risk in all 4 of those stocks that Patience Swings thinks it's laughable. I'm telling you to get out and put all your money in Railtown. I don't think you can lose money in Railtown unless you're scared out during a sell-off. That's why it gets so worked up, because I think the lawyers don't recognize that risk. I don't think they see that risk. It's not entered into evidence. They don't believe it exists. But the longer the announcement takes, if in fact they've even agreed to it, to merge, the more these guys pick you off, and the more there can be an opening on a given day that they scare the shite out of you and you sell out, then you lose money. But as long as you stand firm and hold, and remember that the research report written a year ago, which was Railtown only, has a target of $2 US. And a high of 360, a low of 90 cents US. This is before the AI 2.0 mania hit this year. As long as you hold on, I don't see you. This is without the merger. As long as you hold on to Railtown, I don't see how you lose money. And in return for that, if the lawyers ever finish their work, and I want you to get ready that 2/3 of the attorneys will be on vacation. It's Canada. Everybody takes vacation. 8 weeks a year in Canada, Europe, Australia. I think you got to be ready now that it's August, that we have to wait till September. But that's okay. The reward will be worth it. When they finally announce the news, DB, and we can, everybody, institutions, everybody can start extrapolating. We don't have the information now. I think you're going to have 10x. The rest of the stocks, I don't think you can come close to predicting that over the next 30, 45, 60 days. Railtown, you have that. As long as you don't get chickened out. The guys that send me dick pics tell me I'm a shit, you're a shit, everybody's a shit. They're going to keep the pressure on while the lawyers take their time, for good reasons or bad reasons. While the lawyers take their time, the selling will continue until morale improves. That's their slogan. And the reason I get worked up is because they're attacking you. And Bob says, you're so disagreeable. And the other gentleman, although he's correct, I'm pointing out that I shouldn't be yelling at the lawyers. I hope he understands. The reason I get upset is while they're taking their time, these devils are attacking you. And their goal? They want your blood. They want your soul. And they want them both now. And they're going to take them while the lawyers do their perfect work. DB, I think Finger's business pales in comparison to Railtown. Finger competes in a wide open market. They have a small percentage of it. Their margins are low. Their funding is questionable. They don't make money. There is no wall of money from Wall Street to come and rise all boats. That's not true in AI 2.0. I think probably by the grace of God, we have been introduced to one of the best stories out there. So that's how I see it. I may be proven wrong, but you know where I stand. You know where I stand. My aunt went to Ball State. So did David Letterman. I only remember when I was, anyway, I'm not going to talk about myself. It's a leftover habit from a long time ago. Ball State's a good school. It's all I could think of. Is it email time yet? I guess. I don't know what that means. What about dilution? Do other pump stocks for companies to dilute? Look, this dilution is just inaccurate. It's fear-mongering. But yes, others pump stocks to get the price up so they can do a deal. Look, these guys like the Toad, they're not going to do a deal on a stock that does 10,000 shares a day. But if others can promote the stock and the last 10 trading days show 1 million shares a day, including fake shares, by the way, they just need some of your volume to get the computers ping-ponging back and forth to pay to make a profit because they're sucking that out. That money's disappearing every day, the real money. The money's real, the stocks are fake. But he's not going to enter into a contract unless there's high volume, and that lends to dilution, absolutely. And then dilution makes sure he makes money, because on a per share basis, the earnings and the revenues and the good news get diluted all to hell. Look at Northwest Bio. And the beat goes on. And we still keep listening as if there's some magic solution. The only solution is to get away from it. Just get away from it. These guys from Wall Street, they used to talk to institutions. Now they talk to you. You know, you used to work at Merrill Lynch, and now you're a loser, and you're on YouTube, and you're on all day because you're trying to make money on YouTube. You know, somebody very generously gave $20 and $50 today. That's not even enough that I'll get a payout from YouTube this month. I don't know why the hell I'm doing it. Let's just get through Railtown, and we can think through the future. DB, all right, DB. So my monologue gave a reward. My reward is I have a new number to calculate for tomorrow. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That is awesome. Thank you very much. I think it's awesome. Free stock alerts. Good evening, William Farron. Quick update. We're headed back to 70 cents this coming week. There will be an announcement this month from my sources. The $1.17 is in the cards. All right, let's go through that. I assume he's talking about Railtown. Let's go through that slowly. I love it. Thank you, Free Stock Reserve. Good evening, William P. Farron. Quick update. We are headed back to 70 cents this coming week. Bravo, bravo, bravo. I still think it's cheap at 70 cents, by the way. I don't know if Free Stock Alerts agrees with me. But let me understand the recommendation from Patient Swings. Rather than owning a stock that's going to go to 70 cents from 50 cents, you should spread it out across 5 stocks, and the others might go up, but they might go down. But there's a pretty good indication from Free Stock Alerts, who seems to know what he's talking about, that this sell-off in Railtown, temporary, is going to rebound back to the high, 70 cents. I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair to the idea of diversifying a gem across a bunch of manure that might turn into hardened turds. I might be being unfair. I just don't see it. But you know where I stand on that. All right, then there will be an announcement this month. Which month? July? July's over. There will be an announcement in August. All right, let's see what August means. Where is my calendar? There will be an announcement in August. That gives me all sorts of warm and fuzzies. Let's see how long August is. To my memory, August is a 5-week month, but let me confirm that. So here we are on August 1. Next Friday will be 1 week. The next Friday will be 2 weeks. The further Friday will be 3 weeks. And the final Friday will be 4 weeks. And September starts on the Monday. So it's only 4 weeks. It's not 5 weeks. That's good news. So free stock alerts, worst case, we have to wait 4 weeks. That's not bad. We can get through 4 weeks, can't we? So let's read this from Free Stock Alerts. Good evening. William P. Farrand. Quick update. We are headed back to 70 cents this coming week for Railtown, I assume. There will be an announcement this month for August, I assume, from my sources. So that means within 4 weeks, the $1.17 target is still in the cards. Well, I actually, to bring it back to reality, I actually think the first stopping point on an announcement would be the $1.20, $1.25 range. That's my target. That's been a long-term target. I'm not double speaking. I'm just saying that the move from 50 cents to $5 is going to be in stages. Because as you go up, but each stage will be firm. Each stage will be a new floor. It's not going to be volatile, in my judgment. It'll be up and stop, up and stop, up and stop. But we have to recognize that Canaccord wants to be paid or have an opportunity to be paid for their work. So I think there's going to be a revenue raise at some point. I'm not a capital raise. I don't know what price. I think it'll be before $5 though. So anyway, I think the move from 50 cents upward has some stopping points. It could be very quick. It could run quickly, but I think that it'll have some stop and go. Why? Because not every institution can buy, so you're going to rely on retail buying and some of the smaller institutions buying. I don't think once there's news, I don't think they'll be shaken out by the criminals sending pictures of Black Johnsons. But as it crosses each threshold, I think new institutions, new buyers can come in. At $2, it might bring in a whole set of buyers in firms around the country, the two countries, simply because of margin. I do not recommend that you go on margin for this. I do not recommend that. I mean, later on at big high prices, you might be able to use a tiny percent. But if you go on margin at $2, you could lose it all on a sell-off. I do not recommend using margin. But then at 2, that brings in buyers. At 3, it brings in maybe bigger not tiny institutions, but somewhat bigger. But here's the weird thing. Once it goes to 5, Merrill Lynch rule broken. The thundering herd can solicit orders if they want. From $5, the leap could be very quick to the teenage years. So it's an exciting road ahead. Free stock alerts. Thank you, Free Stock Alerts. I really appreciate you more than you know. I appreciate your support. We will have momentum over $1. No kidding. I think we'll have momentum over 62 cents. I think Frank Benedetto got that one right on the bullet. I think he's correct. He said after 62, I would only add, I think the bid has to go above 62 cents. But I think that's what he meant. He didn't have to say it. But he said after 62 cents, it's blue sky. And I think that's right. Jim Boswell, many people are saying to buy Hood now. No way it could drop a lot again. I don't know. I don't really know anything on Hood. I think Robinhood and Webull and the rest of them, they, at least initially, they put in their presentations, they trade in entitlements. That's all they trade in. They buy a block of stock. You got to trust them. They have the stock. And then they trade in hypothecated and rehypothecated fractional shares. I think it's a goofy place to have an account. You're just trading digits. You're just trading black and white entries that you hope survive a market crash. It might be good for the next melt up in stock prices, but I wouldn't want to have my money at Hood or Webull or those companies. My opinion, and it could be next year, I hope it's later, but when the crash comes in the overall market, during the panic phase of that crash, the good news, panics don't last forever. They burn out. And the other good news is it can be a leadership change. So to have the indices like the Dow collapse, it doesn't mean everything's going to collapse that much. The Dow doesn't represent, it's only 30 stocks. And they can change which stocks are in there. So I'm not condemning all stock, but we're going to have to be aware of this panic. Everything will go down in that panic. But I think the indices could go down 95% in the pullback. It's really big. I haven't seen anybody predict 95%. That's my prediction. I did see somebody predict 95% in the terms of in other words, the Dow would fall relative to the price of gold 95%. I think that's a way to look at it too. But I wouldn't want to have any investments in Hood or in Webull or TradeStation. I'm not sure about Bank of America. I don't know. There's probably other banks that are at severe risk. When silver rallies to 400 on its way to thousands of dollars, I think Bank of America and JP Morgan could be the stocks at risk. But the weird thing, JP Morgan is rumored to have the largest short position, but it's also apparently got a long position in silver. So let's hold off on all that discussion while we ride out Railtown. Railtown to me is your way to turn your puny account, in my case, into a big account. You guys might have big accounts. You could change your account into a substantial account. You can make money back on the money you lost in NRGV, although some of you might be making money, in MTEN, although some of you might be making money, in NIXX, in Finger, in GBUX. And I just think it's laughable that you want to get out of all these dogs and get on top of a thoroughbred. Just laughable. I don't find it laughable at all. In fact, I find it a threat to your well-being. So I get pissed off. All right, free stock alerts. Railtown is a great play. I have no position. A professional investor. A professional investor. Free stock alerts is a professional investor. Do you hear him? Everybody should take note. Most of you, I don't. I wouldn't call myself a professional investor, but I've missed out so many times in my life. If I want to own the stock, I just buy it. If I'm lucky, I paid a a good price. Otherwise, inevitably, it goes down, and I could have bought more shares. And darn it, that happened on June 5th. I bought Railtown, I think, at 32.7. It's my memory. We could look it up, but I think that's right. And it went down under 28 cents the next few days. And that's when Tony the Braino De Niro came out trashing me first. But some of you bought at 28 cents. You've essentially doubled your money. It's not quite. But for me, I was so frustrated. Well, the thing pulls back. I could have bought more shares. But it didn't bother me because I didn't know that when I placed my order. And I still believe I've been wrong every single day. I've been wrong for May. I didn't tell you so dramatically in May. I've been wrong for June. I've been wrong for July. I thought any day they would complete the February 11th announcement that said they would complete within weeks. I've been wrong. I've been wrong. But I don't think you should make the extrapolation that Railtown is the same as investing in NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, or FNGR. It's my opinion, but you know where I stand. I'm being adamant about it. We'll see who has more experience and more judgment. I don't think it's going to be luck. You can call it luck. I don't think it's going to be that. I just think it's the courage of looking at the data and going where the data is. If you want to use old Wall Street rules that you learn, well, you got to diversify. I'm never going to put it all in one stock. Okay. Let me tell you where Patience Swings is correct. I essentially ended up 3 different times with all my money in one stock. You can guess the names. The final coup de grace, well, I guess it wasn't all my money because I was in both at the time. But I would say the toss-up coup de grace was finger or logic. So Patience Swings is correct with these junky stocks, the high-risk stocks. I wouldn't want to be in just one of them either. Because then you lose your wad. Then you lose your cash. Then you lose your betting money. But make no mistake, it's betting. But when he implies that Railtown is the same as all of that, he's cheating you. That's my judgment. That's my call. By putting all your money in Railtown, you're not putting all your money in Finger. You're not putting all your money in NIXX. You're not putting all your money in GBUX. You're not putting all your money in MTEN. You're not putting all your money in NRGV and so many others. When you put your money in Railtown, it is speculative. It is speculative. But you're putting your high-risk money in it. Your money's already at risk. I don't think you're going to lose. As long as you don't get shaken out, I don't think you can lose money in Railtown. Now listen to this, gentlemen. He's going to wait till the 70-cent breakout before he buys. That is a professional investor. You know what his thoughts are? I'd rather pay 70 cents and know it broke out then buy low and wait. That implies to me that he has money and he can probably make as much of a commitment as you do at 70 cents. He can probably make a big commitment. I think he'll be able to buy as many shares as he wants because I think the shorts will continue to make shares available under $1. But that's a guess. The risk to his strategy, at some point, these guys that send ugly black dick pics to show how great they are, call me a shit, they're not going to have the open credit to sell more shares of non-existent shares of Railtown at some point. And it could happen at 70 cents. So this gentleman, I think, is going to be fine. And I think what he's doing is professional. He doesn't want to have dead money. He doesn't want to risk dead money. So he buys at 70 cents, hoping to catch the ride to $1.20 because it's broken out. I think it's a great strategy. But what do you do and I do as retail? We don't have as much money as free stock advice alerts. We don't have that money. And if we miss it, he's a trader. He sees other stocks out there. What we can do as retail is we can buy early in something we're confident in. And for those of you who bought at 22 cents, bought at 28 cents, bought at 30 cents, you're feeling confident now. I told you that. When I was, I don't know what to call it, when I was being so adamant, I told you you were going to feel strong if you pay 8 cents and this thing goes up to 60 some cents, 62 cents and pulls back, you're going to feel strong because you bought at a great price. If you pay 62 cents and it pulls back, you're not going to feel quite as strong. But I hope I'm convincing you to stay in there because it's all temporary. And I agree with free stock alerts. 70 cents breakout. I don't know why he picked 70 cents. I think the breakout will happen as soon as the bid goes above 62, maybe 62 and a half cents with volume. I think that's the breakout. I don't think, I think I know what he's saying, 70 cents. Because the high recently was 69.70, I think. I recall 69.70. That's why he's saying 70 cents is a breakout. Yeah, maybe he's right about that. I mean, it's just a disagreement. Fair enough. Use 70 cents as the breakout. And for a trader, which free stock alerts is, that's when you have the less chance of dead money. I don't want you to be a trader. I don't want you to be hot money anymore. I want you to sleep at night. Railtown can take your account to substantial. And if we get to substantial, I'll show you how, if you want to trade Railtown. Let me use DB's number. Well, I want to finish these. But I showed you the other day that I don't think NVIDIA pays dividend. But even at Microsoft's paltry dividend, if they were the ones buying Railtown, you could make more per month on that dividend if it's a buyout at a high number with their stock than any of these other little disaster trades might give you. Once. You can make it every month. Now, if you made a huge amount of money in one of these disaster trades, that's not true. But I'd like to just show you how to get the hell away from listening to rumors and hot tips and the next stock that I don't understand why any of these people have your interests at heart. They're using you to ignite the computers. And if you don't recognize that, you're as gullible as I am. When a hot chick used to walk up to me and say, "You're cute." Or "I'd like to go out with you." If you weren't going out with her, you only learn late in life. The only reason they want to go out with you is because you are going out with her. They don't want to go out with you if you're not going out with her. Women don't do their homework. They let the other girl do the homework first. I learned that from the lead singer of Kiss. It wasn't the most profound statement, but it's obviously stuck with me. You can read Jim Boswell's comment, but I don't want you thinking about whatever that stock is. Let me look it up first. CRWV, CoreWeave. Hard to borrow. It's been as high as 187, been as low as 33. Software and programming. Okay, it's probably a good stock. But if you want, he wants it to drop to $60 and he'll buy it. All right, so if you get in at his price, $60, if you want to make the same return on this as Railtown, it has to go to 600. I guess it could happen. But I don't want you to get distracted by that. Obviously, Jim has a lot of money and he's wealthy, so he doesn't completely buy into the Railtown story with the same confidence as I do. And in that, he has a kindred spirit in patient swings. So obviously, I'm pitching a different story. I think all of your money that's in the high risk bucket and the speculative bucket for the next 8 weeks should be in one stock, RailtownAI. One stock for the next 8 weeks of your high risk and speculative money, one stock, RailtownAI. Can I make myself clearer? It takes years to become a millionaire. I don't think that's true. Trying to think of some examples. George Soros became a billionaire overnight. My life, my first million, it depends on where you start the clock, I guess. But my first million I made in I probably made it in about 2 weeks. And of course it depends. Do you count all the years I worked in training and that? But in the trade, it probably happened in about 2 weeks. Some of it I owned for longer, but I added options, I added more stock. I probably made it in about a week. And I made well over $1 million. But the problem there was it was on the restricted list after I bought it. And anyway, it's a long story. I found out later that my manager traded it and he got out while it was on the restricted list. I said, George, why couldn't I do that? But a lot of my clients had uplifts too. But it's a long story. I ended up over the next year or so giving most of it back. My second $1 million came not much later, another trade, oil and gas stock. It probably came in about I'd say a week. And I did take some money off the table on that. But also, when the Lehman crisis hit, everything, not right away, but everything got crushed. My second $1 million was just after that. My third time was just after that with a bunch. I had a bunch, particularly oil and gas stocks. And for several years, my account was well over 2 million, 2.3 million. But my initial move happened really quickly, really quickly. I think it happened in a matter of 1 week. And it stayed there. But then again, that Lehman issue. I might be backflipping those two because the other one might have happened after Lehman. But it was one of, it didn't, I sold some, but it didn't last. And then you're right, with my properties, I became a millionaire. That took a longer period of time. But and then, I've had my chances since, at least 1 or 2 other strikes. They all came very quickly, Jim. The key is when they come, they don't last. As Warren Buffett said, if it's good enough to take a picture of your account, it's a good enough price to sell your account. I think Railtown's different than that, Jim. You can be skeptical, it's fine. It's your money. You can be patient swings and think the best thing is to spread your account out. But I bet patient swings is rich. I bet you're rich. I bet patient swings didn't get killed to the point of financial anxiety, like so many people in this audience. People I've sat with, people I've listened to face, people nearly in tears. But if you're one of those lucky ones that are doing this for a hobby and you have your security already, well then my ideas aren't for you right now. The time to diversify and the time to spread everything and not be in one account is when you have a big account. It's absolutely back-assward advice. The Investor Daily guy, forgot his name right now. I mean, I was a young man. I subscribed to his service, and I then got his newspaper. I'm ascribing this to him. I think I'm correct, but his advice couldn't have been clearer. There are times when you have to concentrate your investment. If you know the macro, the micro, the specific, and you have confidence, there are times to concentrate your account in one investment. It's just the way it is. Not everybody has the ability to do that, and not everybody's right when they pick that stock. But the people that make fortunes, they concentrated on one thing. That's just how it is. No amount of comfortable talk, reasonableness is going to change that fact. But once you have the money, once you have the big account, well, yeah, sure. Because you don't want to lose it. Once it's up there, you don't want to lose it. But that's not always right either. Somebody that put their money in Nvidia got out too early. They're dating Lydia, the tattooed lady. They're not hanging out with the princess. So anyway, it's just different opinions. You can do what you want, I guess. Listen to really mediocre advice, or listen to my stellar advice. I don't know. Sometimes you just got to take the shot. And I think everything is lined up with Railtown. And if you just do it for 8 weeks, that's not a big risk. Just do it for 8 weeks. See what happens. You're going to feel strong buying it at 50 cents, buying it at 60 cents, buying it at 70 cents. When it goes to $1.50, when it goes to $2 and pulls back to $1.40 or $1.50 in a spike, you're going to feel strong that you bought it now. You'll feel strong. Patient swings will say, yeah, I could have owned more, but it's $3 now. I got enough. Because he's rich, probably. I got enough. And yeah, I did the right thing. He'll be rationalizing. Yeah, I did. The others didn't work out, but it was good to, you don't want to, it's laughable to own one stock. I think if you listen to that advice, you're going to miss out on a truly astonishing opportunity. But that's your call. I'm getting tired now at 11 o'clock. But to repeat myself, I'm assuming your account is full of all this high risk crap. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you to sell and go into the speculative, which on the grade of research, you have investment grade. I forget what the next one was. Investment grade. It might have been called medium risk. Can't remember now. You had investment grade. I don't remember what that middle one was. And then you had speculative, and then you had high risk. I'm talking about the bottom two categories. I'm not talking about all that up there. But anyway, if you don't agree with me and you go with patient swings, I hope the rationalizations afterward bring you comfort. That's all. Steve, is that really Dirty Ranley? What is his Twitter these days? Please take high quality magnesium for your gout. I'm taking some medication. That's interesting. I don't know if it was Dirty Randy yesterday. I don't know. Can I do a top 10 holdings? Sure. Do I have to give people's names? Do I have permission to give people's names? I'll do a top 10 holdings tomorrow without the names. And then if people give me permission, I'll put the names. I think we're going to know where El Stevo comes in. But I'll do a top 10 holdings. I'll do that. George Jones, a.k.a. the Possum. Yes, sir. I saw him in concert. I was all by myself. He played up in Baltimore, and I bought, I don't know, 6 seats together, or maybe 8. I invited people. No one wanted to go. So I went up by myself. I don't even think it was sold out, but I loved it. I get to meet him, and he did a great job. His wife was there, and I don't know if I got a signature. I might have. I don't know where it is. I might have got a T-shirt, and I loved it. But I had a great seat, but I was all by myself. But I loved it. I love seeing George Jones. Might make a little competition between us. That's a good point. You don't have to mention names, just share it. Okay, I'll do that. Brandon Neely. Love George Jones. I love the window up above. I love the window up above. The window up above is amazing. George Jones. I don't like all the versions, though. I like it when it comes on the original album instead of the best of hits. But that is not coming up here, so let's do the live version. Let's do the live version.
I've been living a new way of life that I love so. But I can see the clouds are gathering, and the storm will wreck our home. For last night he held you tightly, and you didn't even show. This is true, for I've been watching from the window above. You must have thought that I was sleeping, and I wish that I had been. But I guess it's best to know you, and the way your heart can sing. I thought we belonged together, and our hearts beat like a glove. But I was wrong, for I've been watching from the window above.
That's enough. That's enough because everybody else hates it. But I love George Jones. Thank you, Brandon. $9.99. Are you out of your mind? Sam Oh. Sam Oh. Thank you. I unsubscribed and stopped watching you because of your association with him. Good to see that you're now divorced from him. Congrats. Long live. Let's effing go Railtown. Good for you, Sam. Thank you for that. I'm not trying to pick on him at all, but I'm very grateful for your support on Railtown. The $50 means a lot too, because now I might get $100 next month from YouTube. So all the shills will come on and say, he's so desperate, he's trying to make $100. Thank you, Samo. I really appreciate it. And I love that you said something, because I actually get pretty insecure. And some of the attacks affect me too. But anyway, thank you very much, Sam. Ted, buy some Railtown. Yeah. Oh, with the money? Yeah, if it comes quickly. God, I'm behind. We would not have beaten Germany without USSR. That's where most of the Germans were. I guess that's why we attacked Germany, because that's where the Germans were. I think Patton could have done it. But God, I must be way behind. Thank you, Daryl Valentine. Giuseppe Williams, sometimes if I fall behind the stream to catch up, this one is an all-timer. Maybe your best. I don't know. I've pissed off people. But thank you, Giuseppe. Dodger Blue, you know, I don't think they had a good trade deadline, but they did pick up Alex Call, moving half of my investment to crypto and keeping half in Railtown. I don't know why you're going to crypto now. I really have to object. But if you've done it, do it. I think you'd move to crypto in 8 weeks, and you'll have 10 times the position in crypto. But you do what you want to do. If you really believe any of the crypto that you're going to buy is going to go up 10x by October 1, you do it. Sick of losing my ass and finger in GBUX. I agree with that. And am I being clear on that? I'm sick of it. I lost a lot in MMTLP. I don't know, Dodger. I understand the urge to be in crypto, particularly if you're young. But 2 things about crypto. I'm not against all crypto, by the way. I studied it. But I do think there will be a shakeout in crypto. There will be a government I can't think of the word, but standardization. There might be a government standardization. And I don't think crypto's survived a crash yet. Let's see how it survives a crash. But having said that, I know the urge to be in crypto, and I'm not against crypto. Don't get me wrong. I just think for the next 8 weeks, and if this gentleman up above said that he's got sources that said there will be a news announcement in Railtown in August, it's only 4 weeks. My prediction for October 1 could come September 1. So the money that you want to put in whatever crypto, you sit down and think about it this weekend before you do it. And I'm not telling you what to do. You do it the way you want to. I actually am very strong on my opinion, but I'm not telling you what to do. But if I were, I'd sit down this weekend and I'd write down your crypto. Is it XRP? XRP. Is it Bitcoin? Bitcoin. Is it Ethereum? Ethereum. Is it Doge? Doge. And then I'd write down the current price, and then I'd think about each one, what you know, where it's been, low, highs, momentum. How's the dollar doing? The dollar right now is going up, and it looks like it's going to keep going up, by the way. But it's up to you. I'm talking about 4 weeks. Just write it down for 4 weeks, Dodger Blue. So you write down your projection. Then down below with Railtown, obviously, I think you have to stair-step your numbers. So if the announcement comes next week, I think you can say, I would anyway, that the stock is going to go to $1.25 next week. The following week, I think you could say the stock is going to go to $2. And probably the following week, the best you could hope is $2. And then maybe the fourth week, I'd say $2.75 with a range either side of it, 25 cents, 50 cents, either side of it. So I actually think there's a chance that that Railtown only goes up in August, even with news, it only goes up 5 times, 5x. But it could go up very quickly. On the other hand, if I stretch it out after that, I think Railtown, when everybody comes back after Labor Day, I think Railtown that month, those weeks, September, the first week in September, I think that could go to $3. The next week, I'm just going to be very stair-step, $4. The following week, $5. And you know what? When it hits $5, I think the next week it could be $11. That's how I'd write it down. Now I have to go back and think it through. Am I risking it? Is it really going to happen that way? Could it take longer? Of course, I could be wrong. But if I go back up to the crypto, I wonder if any of that crypto could go up by 5x, not 10x, just 5x in August. If you really believe it, well, then you do it. And then what you do is you say, what's my risk? If I buy Railtown right here on Monday, could it crash in August? I would say the longer that news takes, the pressure from the shorts is going to be ongoing. I think they failed today. I think the pressure from the shorts failed today. So we might have seen the worst of their efforts. The stock closed at 51 cents and 244. It might be over. The ability to suppress the stock, I would guess, is over. That's how I'd write it down. For me, I'm not. You got to write it down the way you see it. But these cryptos, over the next month, do they go down? In my opinion, the dollar's in the middle of a rally. I don't know why. Nobody knows why these things happen. But the dollar is the cleanest dirty shirt. It's just the fact. And the tariffs are bringing in money. And the Treasury has shifted to selling 1 month treasuries, weird, short-term treasuries. I think it's because there's a liquidity. There's a high demand for dollars as reserves. Anyway, I think there's a risk in all crypto going down in August. You may not agree with me. You've got to write it down. So on the risk side, I think there's very little risk of losing money in Railtown in August, particularly if you can wait till September. But you might disagree. I don't think there's any way I could say the same thing about crypto. I think crypto, there's a risk of loss in value. You don't have to sell in August and even in September. So then I would look at it and say, this is all speculative money, which crypto is, unless you believe it's the safest thing, which I don't know. I don't see it that way, but you might. But I think it's all in the risk class. Whether you call it high risk or speculative, I don't know. But I would suggest to you, Dodger, I don't know your situation. I don't know your account. I would, if you really want to diversify into crypto, I would wait at least 4 weeks. I would wait 8 weeks and put the money first in Railtown. I know that's a ballsy call, and I know it goes against the very reasonable advice that Patient Swings gives. He says it's laughable. And it's laughable that I would tell you my idea is better than yours. It's all laughable. Ha, ha, ha. The problem is, it's your money. It's your future. And I wouldn't say it unless I've given it a lot of thought. And I also don't make laughable recommendations. And I'm not one to be made fun of. Anyway, I'm getting tired. Let's move on. That's what I would do, though. I would move, if you're moving everything, I would put it all in Railtown for 4 weeks at least, maybe 8 weeks. And then as it goes up, you can peel money off. And in other words, if your account is worth X right now, put it in Railtown. As the account goes to 2X, peel a little bit off. As it goes to 3X, peel a little bit off. As it goes to 4X, peel a little bit off. As it's 5X, whatever ratio you want. But do it in little stages and buy your crypto. That's how I would do it. I wouldn't peel off early, though. I'd wait for 10X and then peel off. But everybody has a different Edith Piaf. All right, Ross Perot was epic. God, I'm way behind. I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. I always thought Finger was crazy as far as turning out vehicles was concerned. It's good. Oh, here comes Ivan. Ivan A. What happened to GTI? Ivan, it's too late for me to tell you. GTI is worthless. I think it was squeezing 2 years ago, but then Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and the CEO from COSM came in with a great new shiny thing, COSM. Everybody hustled over there. They had their reasons. They were all bogus. Everyone bought into the reasons, and it stopped any squeeze that was going on. I'm not picking on Frank. I'm not picking on Lou. I do pick on the CEO a little bit. I do pick on whatever investment bank did it, but it's a sign that the system has ways of stopping squeezes. That's all. I started telling you, Yvonne, if you're a real person, that August to start lightening up on GTI. I wasn't explicit. So what I've done the last 2 months is be as effing specific as I can about Railtown. Because when I thought I was being clear that people should sell GTII or lighten up, apparently it wasn't coming across. So this time I'm being specific. My recommendation as a replacement was a disaster. I recommended Logic, and that is worthless as well. So I guess I struck out there. But GTII, the CEO came back to take charge. So the guy that was running interference for all of us and for, I think, acting on behalf of the CEO, fighting the shorts, he quit. So then the egomaniac CEO's in charge, couldn't tell whether it's his thumb or a I don't know, something off his dinner plate up his rear end. But he's not gonna. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's a completely insufferable, arrogant, pompous ass. Well, the charge, he brought on a guy. God, do I have to go through this? He brought on a guy that's a derivatives genius for a hedge fund. Why would that guy sign up with a crappy little company like GTII unless he's working for the shorts? I said that. Everyone thought, oh, no, that's not. Anyway. So then that guy was going to be CEO. He structured a deal that he'd make $20 million. That comes out of everybody's pocket, but that didn't bother anybody. And then there were lawsuits filed, and with great credit to the whales, they went after Reichman and his daughter. And I give great credit to the whales for backing that. Then the stock went into receivership. They got a receiver who worked out a deal that he gets not quite 20%. I think it was 18.3. I don't remember the calculation percent. Not quite 20% of the company for the risk he was taking, whatever the risk was. So when I say 20%, it's a little bit too much, but it's easy arithmetic. Attorneys, if you want to get the whole attorney side of it, go listen to Richard Hoffman, who does a thorough job. And I have no reason to believe he does a bad job. But for me, once it goes legal, it's no longer a financial investment. And it won't be. So it went through receivership. There were very apparently credible accusations of fraud and theft and mismanagement. And my understanding is it's gotten through receivership. So it's clean. Which probably means a lot of the outstanding issues were resolved. I don't know. It's a settlement. The short position was moved from the Kramer's control to Alpine's control. And again, a talent of the system of the shorts. No fear on the part of the Hurries. They filed in Florida on completely specious grounds, but it gained traction. I'm not going to go through the arguments. And then when they were about to lose, they moved it to Washington, D.C. Time. Time and more time. What are they doing? They're moving the money offshore. They're moving the trades. And the argument today is that there's going to be a huge short squeeze in GTII. Horseshit. There isn't going to be a squeeze in GTII. But there's a CEO, apparently, I've never spoken to him. He sounds like a good man. Everything I hear is good, but I don't know his background. He's going to bring in his apparently revenue generating company, which is a financial app that people can subscribe to. And I guess it does all sorts of things that Morgan Stanley doesn't do, E-Trade doesn't do, Merrill Lynch doesn't do, Goldman Sachs doesn't do, Hood doesn't do, TradeStation doesn't do. You get my point. Apparently this financial app revolutionizes the market, and it's better than any of these behemoths have come up with. I guess that's the argument. He's got subscribers. It's AI. None of the others are AI. But anyway, that's the argument, that it's terrific. So great. He's going to come in to the shell. And I think he's on the side of the shareholders, don't get me wrong. But he's going to come in, and he's going to take GTII and changed it to whatever the most fantastic financial app in the world company. And he'll bring in revenues, and it'll grow, and everything is hunky-dory. The argument you hear is it'll cause a short squeeze. Bullshit. It's not going to cause a short squeeze. But if you believe that, you want to keep your GTII. The likelihood of this gentleman coming in and getting it approved by his board and his big shareholders, the likelihood of his being able to come in to the new co and claim less than 90% or maybe 85% of the new co, it's highly questionable. Highly questionable. It might happen, but I don't see it happening, because that's not what the going rate is. I think he'll come in for, let's just call it 90%, because it's easy arithmetic, of the new co. That leaves 10% of GTII. If the new company, it leaves 10% for current GTI shareholders, the receiver. And it's questionable how the whales get paid out, because the whales have financed everything. My opinion is after that structure is done, but I don't know. It'll play out. But I think GTII shareholders will own 10% of the new co. The receiver will own 20%. So we'll have 8% of GTII. My opinion is then the company will raise money. Hopefully it's not a toxic company. Hopefully this good guy CEO will recognize a toxic deal when he sees one. I have no confidence in any CEO having the courage to call out both the lawyers and the investment bankers making the recommendation, particularly when the board backs the deal. I've never seen anyone turn it down, ever. But anyway, assuming he doesn't take a toxic deal, I think they'll raise money to pay back the whales that financed receivership, financed the lawyers doing the work on discovery, which apparently the receiver takes credit for. I mean, he did write 3 reports. I find it hard to believe that the whales are falling for that deal, but whatever. It wasn't I wouldn't have agreed the deal. But everybody sees value differently. So anyway, I think they'll go raise some money to pay back the whales. Whether they give the whales equity or money doesn't matter for what it happens to us. So let's say they sell, oh God, I'm so tired. Let's say they issue 20% more shares on the total company to raise money to pay back the whales. That might not be enough, but let's say that is enough. They might have to sell more. They'll come to us and make that offer to us. You'll have a chance to buy into that. That's when it's worth working on. That's when it's worth looking at the data. Look at the prospectus. Make a decision now. But this constant asking the question and going over dead money is a waste of time. Totally is a waste of time. The attorneys made money, the receiver made money. It's not a financial investment anymore. But you want to talk about it. So let's say we have 8% of the company to share with the whales and if management is still in there too. I don't know what the deal was. The receiver gets 20%. So they have 2% of the company. We have 8%. The receiver has 2%, we have 8%. They raise 20% more in total. So our position goes down to 6.4%. Ivan A. I think in the best of situations, we end up with 6.4% of the new co. I don't care how much revenue it's doing. I don't care how much growth. I almost don't care what the price is out of the box. What do you think the price will be out of the box? Let's pick one. $50 million. The market cap is going to be $50 million. Which I think is silly. But we'll have 6.4%. So we'll have $3,200,000 of value in the new co. I'm too tired. Let's just use 100 million shares. There's a lot more than that outstanding right now. But apparently the receiver, because he's so great, got it down. Not the whales, not the attorneys, not the receiver did it. So and it deserves 20% of the company for it. It's insane. It's insane. You got to be an insider to make money in these companies. But as an investor, we think we can make money. So anyway, let's divide 3.2 million by 100 million shares. There's a lot more shares out right now. That means, Ivan, for your stupid question, I think at most your stock will be worth 3 cents a share. At most. It's much more likely it'll be worth less than that. Are you glad you know the answer now? GTII is worthless. It is trading, and some people here have taken the advantage of that, but I think people are insane to buy that stock. But there's a school of thought that you shouldn't concentrate your money. It's laughable to concentrate your money in one stock. So maybe the one to expand into is GTII. I don't know, Ivan. That's all I want to talk about it. Ivan, I have 5,000 shares. I've been holding, thinking to just call it quits. You're such a jerk. If you can sell your 5,000 shares, do I have to look up the price of GTII? You can't even do that yourself? Such a waste of time. Such a waste of time. It closed at 16.5 cents. I don't know why you're not calling your broker and selling the heck out of that 5,000 shares. If you got 15 cents on 5,000 shares, now Patient Swings is going to disagree with me. To sell your account and concentrate it, damn it, 5,000 shares times 15 cents would give you a paltry $750. But at least you'd have $750. You pay 52 cents on Monday for Railtown, you get 1,400, you get a little more, call it 1,400 shares of Railtown. Railtown goes to $5, you have, voila, $7,000. But from $5, that's not the end of the story of Railtown. If you can afford to hold on, and I guess you can, because you held on to GTII without paying attention to it, hold on to Railtown for 18 months. I think you have really good chance of getting $50 a share. So 10 times that, you got 70 grand. Ivan, you can make your account whole by selling your GTII. Patient Swings wouldn't want you to do that because it would concentrate your stock all into Railtown. That would be laughable. So bear that in mind. But if you want to make your money back, act on Monday, call your brokerage firm, sell GTII, buy Railtown, and hold Railtown until it gives you 100x. Oh, that's crazy. You shouldn't be saying those numbers. Well, you got to wait. You're going to have to wait. And a lot of things are going to have to go right. And you are going to have to wait. It's not going to give you electricity every day but you ignore GTII all this time. You can ignore Railtown for 18 months, 2 years, 24 months. But I think you'll make 100 times your money on Railtown from here in that time frame. And if you listen to my earlier calculations, I think in a buyout, you're going to make a lot more than that. So I think that's a conservative target. Now, if you want to listen to the cautious advice that you should stay in GTII and many others, and that it's laughable to concentrate on one stock, you're going to miss the chance to turn your account into the green and maybe make rates of return that make this a lesson that was valuable. Not in loss sense, in a gain sense. But Ivan, I've talked too much to your question. Backdoor braggadocio. Do you think Railtown could achieve $200 a share by the end of the year, and why? No. I don't expect it at 200 at the end of the year. The only way it would get to 200 by the end of the year, if there were a bidding war between, let's just pick two companies, between NVIDIA and Microsoft. If there were a bidding war, it could go to $200, but I don't think that's going to happen by the end of the year. It could, though. I mean, I'm not saying it's not out of the question, but I would anticipate a year-end number. I mean, it's going to sound insane, but I think a year-end target could be $35. It's a pretty big number, maybe 50 by year-end. But I don't want you counting on that time frame. If you own Railtown, you've got to stop listening to urgency. You've got to stop listening to, oh, this stock's going to do this, get in that stock, you can come back. At any time, Railtown could be bought out. So the idea of swapping out and getting back in, I want you to put that thinking off your table. On the other hand, I want you to anticipate 18 months, 2 years, 2.5 years. But we'll pay attention as we go. We have to pay attention to the overall stock market. We have to pay attention to the monies going into AI 2.0. And we have to pay attention to Railtown's revenue growth and we've got a lot to pay attention to that we don't know now because they have not gotten it out of the quiet period. But no, I'm not saying it's going to go to 200 by the end of the year. On the other hand, like I say, this is a tremendous technology they've created, apparently. So good that the founders of OMERS, the backers of Constellation Software, founded their own company that's been immensely successful. It stables 160 AI companies. They met Conductor and said, buy us. So I think there's no question that people much smarter than I am who are in the space and do this kind of investing all the time, unlike Tony DeNiro, and unlike the advice they should spread around. They're going to put all their marbles on Railtown, all of them. But you should listen to the advice that it's laughable to concentrate on one thing. That advice really pisses me off, particularly when it makes fun of me, it ridicules me, but mostly because it takes away from your ability to make money. It's the silliest advice I've ever seen. Look, once it's up, once you have a substantial account, diversify all you want. Piddle around all you want in your garden of financial bulbs and seeds and flowers and shrubs. And it won't matter then what 1 or 2 stocks do. Right now it matters. Concentrating your positions matters right now. Anyway, the guys at AI Partnerships, that's no Greba, Dr. Kaur, the guy from IBM. I think I put him in the right place. And then John Ruffalo. They're willing to concentrate their entire future in Railtown. And you're not? You're going to stick with the stocks that Patient Swings highlights, NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, Finger, and then I added GBUX, and then he said, and many more. You're going to stick with them because it's laughable to concentrate high-risk stock into Railtown when Ruffalo's doing it? Anyway, back toward braggadocio. It is possible that Railtown will be bought out very quickly. That's what technology is about. And there's going to be a wall of capital coming from Morgan Stanley, from Goldman Sachs, from State Street, from BlackRock, Black Opal, Black Shiny Thing, the new blackest thing in finance. There's going to be so much money coming into AI 2.0. It is going to be a wall of capital. And you know what? I think Patient Swings knows about capital on Wall Street. And he says it's laughable. Well, I hope he's laughing when the money comes in to AI 2.0. And it is possible that in that pouring of capital, that these funds set up ETFs, set up dedicated mutual funds, dedicated closed-end funds, dedicated partnerships, dedicated retirement plans, all to AI 2.0. And in that context, you could see a bidding war on Railtown happen very quickly. But I'm not predicting that by the end of the year. But you could see it, no question. And $200 would be cheap. In a bidding war, I think, given that software development is the largest market in the world. As that guy, Girerson, I'm too tired. He said software is going to eat the world. I'm sorry, I can see his face. I can't remember his name exactly. Girerson. I'm just too tired. I think $200 would be, in a bidding war, they'd pass by $200 right away. I don't think the company would sell itself if they get too far into the next year for $200 a share. So in that sense, you might be right that there might be an offer or a bidding for the company prior to the end of the year. I don't know. Would the company sell at 200 by the end of the year? Maybe. But it's not what I'm calling for. It's not what I'm calling for. But it is possible. And yeah, that's all you asked. Could they? I suppose it's possible in a bidding war. But it's not, if you're investing for that, it's more likely you'll be disappointed than fulfilled. I think you have to plan, if you're looking for those kind of numbers in Railtown, and I think they will come, better than 50-50 odds, but I think you have to plan on 18 months, 2 years, 2.5 years. Lion of all trades was saying only 150 is possible. What's the difference between 150 and 200? I think you're just trying to cause a scene. 150 would be great, but Lion doesn't know what he's talking about. Nobody does. Nobody does. We don't know the revenues. Do you need to hear it again, backdoor braggadocio? Do you really need to hear it again? The anticipated spend on AI software, corporate spend, is going to be $300 billion. $300 billion. If Railtown I think my arithmetic is correct. If Railtown achieves 7.5% market penetration of that 300 billion, no buyout multiple, no multiple at all, their revenues would be $150 a share. So I don't know what Lion of all trades is going on about. If you want to trade, if you want to be hot money, if you want to count out charts, stick with the Lion of all trades. But if you want to look at fundamentals, the corporate spend on AI software is going to be $300 billion. Obviously, Patient Swings has no confidence in Railtown's technology, but John Ruffalo does. John Ruffalo has enough confidence to put his entire future of his company that he founded into the hands of Railtown. But Patient Swings doesn't have that confidence. He wants you to spread it out over all this crap, manipulated stock. Guys, I think you're looking at a gift horse in the mouth. But whatever you want to do. Backdoor, I don't know what the hell Lion of all trades is basing that on. I don't know what you're basing it on. If Railtown captures 7.5% of that $300 billion market, 7.5% with the best product, world-class product, first to market product, if they collect 7.5% of that market, they're going to do $150 a share in revenue. So I don't know what you're going on about. Steve, $150 is unexpressible, laughing my ass off. 15 and I'll be somebody. Might even buy a Slurpee machine. Yeah, don't be in a rush to get out at 15, Steve. Don't be in a rush. But, you know, obviously, maybe that's the time to diversify in all of Ham's new ideas, which I'm telling you, all of the ideas have to do with the same investors, the same manipulator, the same idea that you can catch out a short squeeze. This Frank Benedetto will join in, and then it's all the same. If you want to do it, you might win on one, but I don't. I think you're crazy. You can just. Do you remember that expression? Get it right and sit tight. By buying Railtown, you're getting it right. You just sit tight. Everybody else can be desperate and scramble around you. You get it right, you sit tight. Or the other expression, establish your position and go do crosswords. Pick your saying. You got to change your frame of mind though. That anxious, listening to stories, hot trading, listening to Lion of all trades because he sees something on his chart. He may be right, but that's for Lion of all trades. That's what he likes to do. You don't. Do you like to watch charts? Count off the downside and the upside? You don't like to do that. Just set it right and sit tight. That's what Warren Buffett says. Most people can't buy the position and wait. They have to do something. That's what you've got to learn not to do. Once you buy Railtown, you got to learn not to do anything. That's my opinion. There's a couple things we got to watch for. You can do that. You can read the quarterlies. You can read the presentations. You're the largest shareholder, I think. You can go to the board meeting, maybe. I mean, the shareholders meeting representing all of us. Yeah, you can be active that way. But you got to resist all this touch the money, move the money, touch the shares, listen to that. I heard a rumor. That's behind us now. You did buy Railtown. But don't sell it at $15. Kryptonian, that's what I remember about. I remember about August, 3 paychecks. That's what I remember about it. But not this year, I don't think. Maybe in July this year. Anyway, that's the way I remember it. Steve, you don't eat. No, I've taken all this medicine. I had a little bit just so my stomach didn't hurt. But yeah, I don't have any interest in eating. I'm just glad I don't feel all the shivers and nausea and the pain and the swelling. I guess the stiffness and swelling is still there a little bit, but not the way it was. But no, the last thing I want to do is eat. Ted Williams, check with the Guinness World Record. You might have just set one for talking, and 2 for not eating, and 3 for pissing people off. I'm a bottom 10 holder, 4K. I think it's great, Kryptonian. I like the big holders, but I really respect those that are coming in and adding to positions that are small. Kryptonian, I have more than you do, but I consider my position small. And what I hope to do is hold it. And I think it's a one decision stock. I'm a little nervous if there's a short squeeze, because then it turns into hot money and it fizzles away on the latest must buy recommendation from people who are buying in that normally they tell me they don't trust it, but then they buy in because it's different. I don't know. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. But I Kryptonian, I think that's a great position. You are a machine. I mean, 4,000 at $50 if you wait that long, and if it goes there, I think it will easily go there. You'll have to wait though. It's $200,000. I'd wait for $200,000. PJ 135. I had a hard, busy day and I just tuned in. Only fly, you're still live. Really happy to see you're vertical. I am too. I'm vertical, and I'm not in. I have a little pain, but I'm essentially not in pain. I guess I'm just as much of a dick as I've always been. But I think overall, I've recovered, and I appreciate that. It's good to see you here, PJ 135. All right, Ward. I always like hearing from Ward because he seems to be somewhat supportive. Good evening, Ward, says William. A new game plan. I'll be looking to add to my position. Another 180,000 shares. You're going to add 180? Great news. I'm not going to write that down until you tell me you own it. But I think that's fantastic. And I think it's the thing to do, Ward. I don't have that kind of money, but at 52 cents, buy all you can. At 52 cents, concentrate in one position. If you think these other stocks are investments, if you think, let's go through that list again. If you think NRGV is an investment, don't tell anyone. I think that's laughable. If you think MTEN is an investment, don't tell anybody. I think it's laughable. If you think NIXX is an investment, don't tell anybody. It's kind of laughable. If you think Finger is an investment, depends on your time frame. Depends on your time frame. I think you'll get all sorts of opportunity to invest in Finger in tax loss season this year. I don't think there's any rush to buy Finger before tax loss season this year. And if something happens, I don't think I'll ever hear about it. Nobody talks to me anymore. But I think there'll be price movement that we can sort of judge it. But I think Finger's probably an investment for the longer term. If you think GBUX is an investment, guess what? It's kind of laughable. So if you concentrate all of that stuff into Railtown, the question is Railtown an investment? Absolute damn tootly. Absolutely. So I don't think it's laughable to concentrate your position. I don't think it's laughable at all. And I don't laugh at people that say their idea is better than other people's idea when their idea is better than other people's idea. I don't laugh. I don't call them out and tell them it's laughable. All right, Ted. Ward Richardson, let her rip. Political gamer, there are no good guy CEOs. I don't know. It might be true. I was asked to be CEO of GTII informally. It's totally informally. And I said yes. Because I had a strategy, which I shared, which oddly, I've heard repeated, my strategy I've heard repeated in GBUX. But on the other hand, it's not genius. So, but I actually think Political Gamer, in the case of being the CEO of GTII, I think I would have bent over backwards to be a good guy CEO. I really do. But it didn't happen. I didn't see the temptations. So it's easy to say. But I think I would have been a good guy CEO. I would not have. Anyway, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So let's see if I create something in the future and find out if I'm a good guy. I'll find out if I'm a good guy. Let's not listen to line of alterns. Okay, it's 12:13. I wanna bring back to everybody's attention this is what I reacted to, and I think I reacted with a good deal of forcefulness. He's disappointed in my reaction. Well, I'm disappointed in this post. You guys matter to me, and your financial future matters to me. I don't know who you are, but I don't see you as faceless, heartless, familyless people to take advantage of. I think this is absurd. I'll read it to you. Railtown, NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, Finger, and many more. Obviously, people are free to do what they want, a complete throwaway line. But I do get a laugh, ha 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 ha, at the quote, my ideas are better than your ideas. I think that's directed at me. It could be directed at others in various forms. Or this is definitely directed at me. Better yet, quote, this is the only one you should own, argument. That's directed at me. I take it personally, but I really take it because it's a threat to you. I've put a lot of time into this. I've put a lot of due diligence in it. I'm putting my judgment in it. I'm putting myself on the line in it. And I couldn't be clearer. I don't think I could be any clearer. But he's making fun. He gets a laugh at it. Best of luck with all your choices. Drakar Noir. Okay, so then I went through this study. Just rather than just give you platitudes like that last post, I went through this study to give you an idea. If you had listened to me on June 5th and not Tony De Niro, even with the pullback, these are opening prices. So I don't know what you would have done during the day, but on the opening, you'd be up 43% in Railtown. If you even knew about NRGV, my understanding, they started talking about it mid-July. But anyway, if you knew about NRGV, you'd be up 18%. If you knew about MTN, I think they started talking about it in July. But anyway, let's just go with the standardization. You'd be up 17%. NIXX, if you had purchased it June 5th, you'd be down 19%. Finger, you'd be down 38%. So if you had listened to me on June 5th, instead of patient swings, would you be better off? I think it's clear on June 5th. If you listened to me instead of Tony De Niro, would you be better off? I think it's clear. All right, so let's go to June 12th. If you had waited until June 12th, you'd be up 31% in Railtown. If you even heard of NRGV, you'd be up 24%. If you even heard of MTN, you'd be up 16.35%. NIXX, you'd be down 12%. Finger, you'd be down 28%. Again, I put it to you. If you had followed my recommendation over patient swings on June 12th, you'd be ahead. If you'd followed my recommendation instead of Tony De Niro, you'd be ahead. Remember, he didn't want you to buy it at all. June 20, you'd be up, as of this morning's open, you'd be up, let me call that 30% in Railtown. You'd be up, if you heard of it, quite a bit in NRGV. You'd be up 52%. You'd be up in MTN. If you had heard of it, you'd be up 21%. You'd be down in NIXX by 7 and down in finger by 21%. Collectively, if you divided that all evenly, the MTEN would be offset by finger, and the NRGV would be much better than NIXX. You would be out ahead on June, if you establish your positions on June 26th, you'd be better off by having listened to patient swings. You'd be worse off if you'd listened to Tony DeNiro. On July 3rd, if you established your positions, you'd be up only 5% in Railtown. You'd be up 54% in NRGV. You'd be up 34% in MTEN. And you might have heard about both of those in the beginning of July. You'd be down in NIXX 26%, and you'd be down in finger 20%. So it's pretty clear to see on July 3rd, you'd be ahead listening to patient swings. If you had established all your positions July 3rd, you'd be better off listening to the advice of patient swings. Obviously, you'd continue to be in deficit if you listen to Tony DeNiro. July 10, if you established all of your positions on July 10th, and I think you would have heard by NRGV and MTN by then, possibly, you'd be down 22% in Railtown. You'd be up 33.33% in NRGV. You'd be up 24.62% in MTN. You'd be down 27% in NIXX and down 19% in finger. But overall, clearly, listening to patient swings would have been the right way to go from July 10th to August 1. And again, you'd be screwed by listening to Tony DeNiro up to that point. Well, I don't know. Maybe Tony would have been telling you not to buy it at 64, and you'd be better off. Maybe you'd be better off from July 10 to August 1, having listened to Tony DeNiro. July 17th, but remember, he said he already had a position. I don't know. He's a hard guy to read. July 17th, if you establish your position, you'd be down if you establish your entire position, you'd be down 22% in Railtown. You'd be up 36.36% in NRGV, and you definitely would have heard of NRGV by then. But in MTN, the picture isn't quite as rosy. You'd be down 26.90. You'd be down 21.80 in NIXX, and you'd be down 8.57 in finger. But the clear winner is patient swings. If you follow patient swings, spread it across the board advice, July 17th to August 1. There's no question he comes out ahead. Tony DeNiro, I think, comes out ahead because he would have said don't buy it, although apparently he already had a position, whatever that means. Anyway, let's go to July 24. If you establish your entire positions on July 24, you'd be down 20% in Railtown. You'd be down 18% in NRGV. You'd be down 22% in MTEN. You'd be down in NIXX, and you'd be up 5% in finger if you established your positions across the board on July 24th and held it to the opening this morning. I think, I mean, I'm trying to offset in my mind here. I think let's just call that a draw. You'd be even. If you had followed patient swings advice, you might be slightly, but I don't know. There's 22 versus 18. The average of that is 20, and then 20 twice with 16. The average of that is 18. And then you add 5%. Yeah, so you'd be better off. From July 24th to August 1, you'd be better off following patient swings advice. So frankly, it looks like for 3 or 4 weeks, patient swings advice, you'd be better off following his advice than mine, spreading it across the board for basically all of July. Except yesterday, if on July 31, you had established all your positions, you'd be a push on Railtown at the opening. You'd be down, I don't know what that is, 0.92%, less than 1% on NRGV. You'd be down 5% on MTEN. You'd be down 9% in NIXX, and you'd be down 5% in Finger. So yet, the last Thursday of July, you'd be ahead with me. None of that really matters, because the real question is, what do you expect it to do? Well, here I did my projections. You got to do your own. And all I used was the charts. I didn't use any stories. I didn't try to use overly hype or overly negative. I just used the charts and what I thought they said this morning. If I read them tomorrow, I might have a different idea. I didn't use a chart in Railtown's case because, as Frank Benedetto put it, it's all blue sky above 62 cents. As this other gentleman says from the trading company that I can't remember the name, he says over 70 cents. It's the momentum starts. So with Railtown, I used my projection, which is according only to me, that once the news gets released, I think Railtown is headed to $5. It actually could leap from there. But that's a 900% move that I predict will happen over 60 days. NRGV, I think it goes down. But I'm not privy to the idea that a billionaire's coming in, that they have that, they have this, that. I did study the deck. I did read it out to you. And I think rolling up a series of low margin companies in a highly competitive business that frankly isn't getting the subsidies it once got. I don't know. I think the stock is, and I think they'll raise money. I think the stock is vulnerable. They have to leverage themselves to get a 15% IRR. Anyway, my opinion, I looked at the chart, I think it goes down to 91 cents. You can disagree. You have to sit down and make your own projections. If you think NRGV is going to have a spike during the 60 days and you can sell out the spike, come back and buy Railtown, you're a better man than I, Gunga Din. But it could happen. This is my projection. You make your own. MTN, I think I think I think it goes down to 816. That's my target. So it loses 40%. NIXX, they got revenue, but how good is that revenue when the accountant left? I just don't understand it. It could work. I like the massive revenue projections, but I don't understand why the auditing firm resigned. So you know what? I think over 60 days, it goes down 150, down 9%. Finger, I've already explained to you. I think August is going to be tough for Finger. I think September, they could come back on Labor Day, the investment bankers, and get excited. But I think AI is going to be on the plate, not Finger, but who knows? My opinion, Finger may have to raise money because they are presented with a new C2 contract that they didn't raise the money for when the stock was $5. They might have been able to raise money at $3 or something. I'm not questioning them, but I wonder what it means. But if they had to raise money from $1.60, I think Ross Capital would haircut, the Toad would haircut it. Anyway, my target is 125. You can quibble. You got to come up with your own targets. This is part of your investment strategy. But for me, it's pretty clear the winner is, to me, Patient Swings may know something about NRGV that I don't know. Some information that he can't express. Maybe, I don't know. Same with MTEN. I don't know what he would know about NIXX. He might know something. I don't know what he would know about Finger. He may know something. Last thing I heard on Finger is something big might happen when some of the important people gathered last week in New York, and maybe it did. Maybe there's things in progress. But I also heard it would probably, anything that got organized would probably take at least a couple of months to get everybody on the. Remember, Chinese companies, wealthy people go on vacation too. I just don't see it. I think August is quiet for all four of those stocks. And I think it stretches into the second or third week of September as everybody comes back from vacation and starts organizing their docket. I'm not optimistic for any of those four companies to give you a rate of return that's positive over the next 60 days. But you got to do your own projections. You got to study the charts. You got to study the news. You got to look at how many shares are outstanding. Look who owns it. If you can get any glean on the short position, you got to study the market they're in. You got to do all of that. And then you got to assess, could these be short squeezes? Do you want to chase butterflies? And it may be your game. That kind of thing is not my bag, baby. Maybe they'll find a book written by you that, in fact, that kind of thing is your bag, baby. But to me, when I sit down and do, obviously, a less than perfect analysis, because I'm not privy to any, whale-like strategy with NRGV, MTEN, Frank Benedetto beauties, they all might go up. But I tell you what, when they go up, there's going to be a lot of stock crossed. One of those has a stock offering already out, if I remember correctly. But hey, maybe this time's the winner. NIXX, look, I got buried in that story for a while. I think we got burned by the former CEO of Recruiter.com, who I think is a functional idiot in the stock market. But he walked away with a couple of million, 3 million. NIXX was essentially run by Brent's son. I like that guy very, very much. And I think he's a guy who just oozes integrity and hard work. But something about the last decision always seems to destroy. It all comes undone and lays at her feet like a party dress. The night comes undone and lays at her feet like a party dress. The smoke and the whiskey come home in her curls. And does something else in the life of barroom girls. Anyway, this is the basis for my recommendation. I can't give financial advice. You got to do this work yourself. But I think if you own this collection of dogs, which could win the race, they could be Greyhound, the Greyhound that wins the race. I think all of those stocks are in the high risk area, all of them, including Finger, in the short run. In the 6 months, I think Finger is high risk. In that same time frame, I think Railtown not only is speculative, which is better, but I think Railtown will be upgraded by performance, maybe not to investment grade, but to that next level. I forget what they used to call it, medium risk. Some places call it outperform and perform with market and underperform. They all have different expressions. But I think Railtown is going to go into its own category. And you're going to regret listening to people that make these stocks equivalent. I'm shocked that Patient Swings makes them equivalent. I'm really shocked. But what offends me, other than personally, when he laughs at me publicly, is that he puts you at risk. You're not his audience, you're my audience. If you follow him on Twitter, I guess you're his audience. But let me just finish where I started. I want to make it clear that I am recommending, with a straight face, I'm not laughing. I don't find it laughable. I am recommending that if you own these high-risk stocks, that's your part of your portfolio, sell them all and buy Railtown. Sell all of those high-risk stocks Monday and buy Railtown. That's my recommendation. Railtown is a cut above. This research report calls it speculative. That's a cut above high risk. But there's no denying it. Railtown is in that speculative category. That's why it's trading at 60 cents. But why is it trading at 60 cents? Because it's under pressure from the selling of stock that does not exist, that's allowed in the U.S. markets. It's encouraged by prime brokers. It's encouraged by the regulators. It's encouraged by your brokers. It's encouraged by the big funds. It's ignored by FINRA, ignored by the SEC. Laughed at by journalists, laughed at by professors. And Congress doesn't care. So you think the best way to get your money back is to go to the courts or go to Congress? Have you had success? The courageous, fearless fighter who looks out for other people, Anna, Queen of Trades, went to Mark Bazile. I'm not going to comment on whether or not he's actually on your side. I think he's on one person's side, but I don't know. But where has that gone? Is it going to get somewhere? Maybe. Look, if he can prove, and Mark may be the guy to do it, if he can prove fraud on the part of TradeStation and then leads it to FINRA and Fidelity, the payout is going to be gigantic, but it'll be years down the road. And it'll mostly go to the attorneys. And it'll stop as soon as Anna can't pay his hard costs. It'll stop cold unless somebody else picks it up. Then it'll go to settlement that's much smaller than that. I don't know. To me, the legal route is not a financial route. It's a legal route. And the motives on attorneys is settlement. Get paid, go for the gusto as long as you're getting paid, otherwise settle. Anyway, that's a whole different game that I don't understand the motives. I do know that two of the companies Mark Bazile settled, the shareholders are wiped out. And the Kramers didn't go to jail. So you judge it. You judge it on your own. But I think Railtown is the way to make all of those losses back, all of them. If I had the money, I'd give Anna, Queen of Trades, her cost in cash for her legal fees if she bought Railtown. But I don't have it. This whole experiment with what you're trying to catch a bolt of lightning with, pretty devastating. And I think odds are everything you touch in this area is going to end in tears. You won't trade it right. You'll try to trade it right. You'll get caught up in fear of missing out. And then when it collapses, you'll freeze. Just get away from it. Don't test your emotions. Don't test your skills. Don't stand in with a false sense of loyalty. Don't be a man in the face of it. They win. They win every single time. Just get out of it. So, yeah, I just want to say my recommendation. I'm just going to read them out. Monday morning, my recommendation is to sell NRGV, MTEN, NIXX, FNGR, I added GBUX, and many others. Sell them all and buy Railtown. As of August 1, I'll update it Monday morning, but as of August 1, I'm going to judge myself, judge my call. As of August 1, opening, Railtown was 50 cents, NRGV was $1.08, MTEN was $14.02, NIXX was $1.65, Finger was $1.60, GBUX was $1.25. We'll see what happens. But that is my recommendation. I don't find it laughable. The closing price actually they give two different prices. Anyway, I could only give the extra hours price on NRGV. It's the same, 108. Railtown, it was 51 cents closing. Finger, it was, well, extended hour. They don't show on my service the closing price. 155. So Finger actually closed at 155. NIXX, again after hours, it closed at 164. And Mountain closed at 1470. So that one was up at the close. And GBUX closed at, and those might be extra hours numbers because my computer is not giving me. GBUX closed, well, extra hours, it looks like 120. So that's down even from the opening. So that's kind of where we are on August 1. I appreciate everybody listening. Oh, there's more points of view. Let me go through those. I'm going to put Ward up again. Ward's advice I like better than patient swings. I'm going to add another 180,000 shares. So I look forward to Ward saying he was successful. Thank you, Ward. I'll take your bet, double or nothing. What's my bet? Oh, on $100? I say Ralph's hits 36 cents before it hits 470. Sounds like you know something. I think if the news is not announced, you guys have enough power to cause a spike downward in the stock. $36 before 470. I'll take your bet. I'll take your bet. I think it has the risk that you guys can coordinate a short attack to scare everybody out. But I'll take your bet. Northwest 36 before 470. Draca Noir. So I guess that's $200. I don't know how I'm going to pay you because I don't want you to have my contact. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Northwest. I'm doing this bet. I still own all my Railtown stock. Yeah, you probably own 10 shares. All right. Well, I don't know how many shares you own. Maybe you told me. But all right. Double or nothing. I don't think it hits 36 cents. But I will say that's the risk that the attorneys are taking. I do think the attorneys could get this done. Maybe they'll get it done by Monday. So weekend. Who knows? Well, if you don't mind, other than checking the news quickly. Oh, Lordy. Trump is sending nuclear subs. Oh, God. This is what we get. Israel comes to visit D.C., Epstein. The next thing, Trump's getting a hard line against Putin. You can't play with nuclear war. This is a war because Hillary Clinton lost an election. I don't know, guys. What are you thinking about? That we're going to win a nuclear war? I'm not going to think about it tonight. Oh, good. Japan is creating a bird flu virus. Why are we messing with diseases that can cause the world to die? Wow. 154,000 workers accepted Trump buyouts. That's a lot. I wonder if they break it down per administration. A spokesperson for the Office of Personnel. Personnel. Yeah, it doesn't break it down. It's a lot of people. China slams U.S. decision to sanction Palestinian officials. Why does Trump believe Netanyahu? Netanyahu is a liar. I don't know which. He's either a psychopath or a sociopath or both. Well, there's the CEO that's male who did a disaster. The Jaguar CEO retires after the woke advertising. The daily hate sucks now. I'll just look one more place and then I'm going to go. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. The IRS shed 26,000 workers in June. 26,000. There were 102,000 IRS employees when President Donald Trump began his second term. During his first 6 months, the agency declined to 75,000 employees. In June, saw a steep decrease of 26,400. Layoffs continued in July, although the exact count hasn't been made. The Oxford academic published a study in February that found the IRS generates $12 in revenue for every dollar it spends on auditing households above the 90th percentile. Audits of below median income taxpayers yielded $5 in revenue. And that is the demographic most likely hunted by the IRS as easy prey. They don't have resources. They don't have probably the attorneys. On average, the study found $1 spent on audits in general initially raises $2.17. Did the people actually believe the IRS needed 87,000 new employees to target 600 billionaires? The US government has slashed the IRS annual budget by 20%, or $2.5 billion, from $12.3 billion for this year to $9.8 billion for 2026. America has not seen faster or larger budget cuts to tax authority in modern history. The IRS may be collecting less revenue, but the people are not the problem. The government continues to spend in perpetuity with no end in sight. Budgets are a mirage for the public. For you see, the government could never collect enough in tax revenue to cover its spending. Reducing government spending in general is a small step in the right direction. That's a huge decline. But anyway. Let's see, I'll finish this and then I'm going to go to sleep. I told you 12,000. Oh, yeah. Okay, 12,000. I'll write that down. Panic sold, then bought back at a higher price. Bought in after William continued his scam. Just kidding. Now I'm not selling. All right, Northwest. Bravo. Bravo, Northwest. Daniel Wisseton. Guess we have a whole month to hurry up and buy. I don't know. I forget who said it up there, according to his contacts. He said there'll be news in August. So maybe August is our month. Maybe we don't have to wait to September. But there are 4 weeks in August. So you're right. We might have 4 more months. I actually think the performance today of the stock, let me see if it's here. It might not be here. It's not. It's not here. I'm too tired to go get it. But I think Railtown on the close, I really think it looks good on the close today. It closed at 51. I think you've seen at least a temporary bottom in the stock. And I would expect the stock goes up next week and all of the month. Even without news, I think the stock's headed back up. I think these guys did their worst. And I got to tell you, that picture they sent today is disgusting. I didn't show it to you, but it's disgusting. All right. I'm going to sign off. I wish each of you peace. I particularly wish for peace in Palestine, in the West Bank, in Syria, in Lebanon, and Iran, all places that Israel is attacking. I do want peace in Israel, but I think they're the aggressor. So I think if they stop, I think it will stop, but I don't know. Anyway, I wish for peace in the Middle East, particularly for the children. And I wish for peace, pray for peace in the Ukraine. And I pray that Putin can remain the adult while Donald Trump threatens nuclear submarines. Come on. I really hope those two guys can get together and meet and maybe for more than one day and work out peace. And other places in the world too. I'm too tired to think of. I wish for peace. Most of all, I wish peace for each of you in your lives. Good night.